Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait, is it live? There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure to subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But we are going to have an exciting morning here. Yesterday was a crazy day in the markets. We had a lot to talk about. Again, yesterday's move was very surprising. It seemed to be China surprising us, and their markets are down today. Europe is a little bit mixed there. They did decent there, so it's kind of balancing out. Bond market is open now today, and the bond yields went down, so that should ease some stuff with tech. We're still getting ready for earnings. Got a couple of other announcements here. We're going to go over the news, but mainly it is getting ready for that CPI and earnings. But, I keep burping. I'm sorry, Chad. Good morning. But should be exciting. Before we do anything, I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're feeling blessed. Shout out to everybody who is here. Shout out to early morning squad. You made it. You woke up. I hope you're proud about that. I hope you're feeling good. So, good morning. How are you? Hey, how are you? Good morning, chat. Good morning, Josh. Good morning, Mills. Good morning, Mr. O'Neill. Oh, good morning, Alexander B. Oh, always. Good morning. Oh, good morning, Dome. Edgar, good morning. Grady. Oh, Grady, how you doing, baby? How you doing? Dak, good morning. Oh, Dino. Miss Jennifer, the Rinaldian. Postnut, good morning. Maddie, Sandro, oh, good morning. Good morning. Young Buffett, good morning. Oh, Wikify. Ooh, I like Wikify. That's fun to say. Young Calf, Shane. Oh, Mr. Galvin from the tea, early morning tea. Oh, good morning, yes. So, I hope you guys are ready. Oh, no, the DVR thing is on. No. All right, well, I turned it off. Hopefully it was early enough, but we will see what happens. But we got a lot here today. It should be chill. I'm hoping that it's chill. Again, I gave you guys a couple of predictions yesterday, so we're going to see how that plays out here. But anything can happen. The market is crazy. We are in the middle of October, so middle of the month. People haven't gotten too worried about it just yet, so let's see what happens. But starting with the news, U.S. PE giants are eyeing GlaxoSmithKline's consumer unit. People familiar with the matter said its advisors are informally fielding interest alongside preparations for a listing. Advent, Blackstone, Carlyle, CVC, KKR, Permira are among potential buyers. The consumer unit may also attract some of the biggest pharma and consumer good companies. It could be valued at $54 billion. GlaxoSmithKline, that could be a big one. Bonus pop for top city execs has riled Wells Fargo's Mike Mayo, CFO Mark Mason, institutional clients. I don't think that's too crazy. That's like charging us dinner before we know we're getting hot dogs or caviar. Futures edged up. European stocks paired losses. Asian equities fell on signs of China is cracking down on banks. Oil held above $80 a barrel, and Chinese thermal coal futures set a record for a second day. The energy crunch is squeezing supplies of aluminum, which hit 13-year high. 10-year treasury yield slipped, and the dollar was steady. Bitcoin took a breather around 57,000. The Fed will wimp out if growth slows and markets sell off as they did in fourth quarter of 2018. Nouriel Rubini said it'll postpone any finishing of the taper of raising rates. He forecasts stagflation will persist for several quarters, and the PCE inflation gauge will stay above 3% next year. The IMF cut its global growth estimate by a minuscule amount to 5.9 from 6% this year, held the forecast for 2022 at 4.9. The fund lowered its 2021 forecast for the U.S. to 6 from 7, mainly because of supply constraints, but boosted its 2022 estimate. China will grow at a rate of 8% this year and 5.6 next, both a decline of 0.1 point. The IMF raised the euro area outlook to 5%. Tesla's shipments of China-made cars to the local market rose for a second month in September. Total China shipments climbed 27% from August. Facebook will stop linking user accounts across its platforms unless users ask to. This will increase the number of total accounts that it could reach. Snow Lake and Texas Capital had double-digit losses in their China hedge funds in September. Snow Lake's China fund fell almost 15%, while Texas's fund, focusing on Greater China, plummeted close to 19%. Knock, knock, UK traders and bankers who plan to work from home regularly can expect market watchdogs to drop in. The FCA warned foreign firms it has power to visit any address where work is performed, and that includes private residences. It could visit a home for supervision, not just part of a probe. Firms need to now prove remote working doesn't increase the risk of financial crime or hurt competition. Interesting. Kristalina Georgieva, no way. She kept her job. The IMF board expressed full confidence in her after reviewing accusations of improperly influenced the World Bank ranking of China's business climate. Allegations may overshadow the institution's annual meetings, which kicked off Washington yesterday, just as they grapple with support economies through its pandemic. I just can't believe it. Yellen wouldn't even take her phone calls. That went from, damn, so she's good. She's good. That one is very interesting. OPEC Plus faces growing pressures to raise all oil output. UBS said the power crisis and more flights will boost demand to 100 million barrels a day in December. This sooner than OPEC's view that demand will reach that level in 2023. With inventories dropping, Brent could retest its October 2018 highs at 86.7. The EU drew a record demand for its debut green bond, biggest to date. The sale of 12 billion euros of debt attracted orders worth more than 120 billion euros. Both the demand and size eclipsed last month's debut sale from the UK. This may allow the bloc to trim its borrowing costs. Texas Governor Greg Abbott outlawed vaccine mandates, risking a shutdown with the federal government. Moves by some countries to buy Merck COVID pill before it's approved sparked concern poorer nations may be left behind. An inquiry slammed the UK government for a fatalistic approach during the early stages of the pandemic. It's been a good year for American farmers after Chinese buying roared back and crops resilient to bouts of dry weather. USDA's WASDE report will probably show higher corn and soy stockpiles. Even so, it's unclear how long it'll last. Costs of corn and soybean are both down about 25% from the year's peak in May. That's good. That's good. So today we're going to get the job openings at 10 a.m. Fed Clarita is going to speak at 11:15. Excuse me. Fed Bostic is going to be at 2:30. The crop report is going to come in at 12 p.m. And then Fed Barkin at 6 p.m. And then you're going to get IMF World Outlook Economic and Global Financial Stability Report. Ooh, that sounds exciting, right? That sounds exciting. Profit margins will be more art than science this earnings. Surge in bond yields are worried inflation is back. The dollar is looking unbeatable. Fed tapering, seasonal demand, and energy-driven instability are unleashing a wave of bullish bets. Traders are paying more to hedge against gains than declines. Options pricing shown. Rabobank sees future gains, further gains. Saxo Bank thinks the dollar may make life miserable for the bears in the fourth quarter. Uh-oh. That one's interesting. The House will vote today on a short-term debt ceiling increase. Biden will sign the measure. Congress then has until about December 3rd to act on a temporary or longer-term solution. Nancy Pelosi today will give an update on the status of talks over the president's social and economic spending plans. The pound may slump to levels last seen in late 2020. CIBC, RBC, and SocGen said on concerned Bank of England efforts to tame inflation will darken the outlook for growth and consumer sentiment. Money markets raised their expectations for tightening this week. UK unemployment fell to 4.5 in August from 4.6 as expected. Payrolls climbed to a record 207 last month. Job vacancies rose to a record 1.2. The ECB may need to keep some flexibility of PEP in its toolbox, Governing Council Francos Villeroy said. Let's see. The BOK held off from a second rate hike in a row. That is the Bank of Korea. So that's very important. It kept its 7-day repo rate at 0.75 and has not moved rates. Fumio Kishida will raise pay for public workers and strengthen income tax break for companies that boost wages. We should prioritize policy measures that raise people's incomes, the Prime Minister said. India may boost taxes on some goods and services to create a simpler structure with fewer rates. People familiar with the matter said a group of state finance ministers may submit a proposal end of November. Aluminum edge lower, Electrochuck's professional Electrolux said it agreed to acquire Unified Brands, U.S.-based manufacturer of food service, for about $244 million in cash. Cynic Holdings became the latest Chinese real estate firm to warn of imminent default. Shanghai-based developer says it doesn't expect to repay a $250 bond due October 18th, which could trigger cross default on 2 other notes. So we talked about this yesterday on the watch list. That was a big part of what you saw yesterday. There's like 5 other Evergrandes right now. Isn't that fun? Financial tech firm Hyphen Group has advanced talks to go public through a merger. Chinese EV startup Leap Motors said it will $1 billion Hong Kong ITO. Active trade platform TradeZero agrees to Dune SPAC merger. Blackstone unveils investment deal, music deal. Interesting. Societe Generale expect 3,700 job cut. In other sectors are property developers. So a lot of companies really comparable to Evergrande. Anti-monopoly groups attack technology companies, claim the bills aiming to crimp their power pose national security risks. Johnson & Johnson chief scientist Paul Stoffel retired end of 2021. LG sees $920 million extra costs for GM Bolt recall. Microsoft says PAC lets Amazon executives begin new role. Intel, Samsung, fully running Ho Chi Minh plant in weeks. Samsung sees a flurry of stock target cuts on growth concerns. EasyJet boosts capacity as travel rebounders gather pace. Alibaba's stock revival halted on concerns of rising bond yields. Methane is leaking across the United States. It's sprawling from an empire of dying oil and gas wells. Diversified Energy, the company that owns them, that more than any other, has outperformed almost every other U.S. oil stock since 2017. Swelling founder Rusty Hudson's personal stake is more than $30 million. I guess he's making money off methane. Beach closures in Texas to accommodate Elon Musk SpaceX are drawing an ear of environmental watchdog groups to ask a state judge to declare them illegal. And they're coming after Elon. Intel, Samsung, fully running a plant in Ho Chi Minh. Bond film fails to top U.S. record. Nike rises as Goldman new buy site direct-to-consumer expansion. Vaccine stocks in focus ahead of FDA. Nike reinstated at buy at 172. FAA proposes fix to certain Boeing. And then I believe Airbnb got upgraded. That headline didn't come in there, though. Raiders coach John Gruden resigned. Apparently, he used misogynistic and homophobic language in emails over several years. Coffee high. More London bankers are buying lattes and returning to their desk every week. Gen Z is turning traditional, with 70% planning to do most of their holiday shopping in store. That's what a survey said. Big brands like Coca-Cola, Toyota face a dilemma over the 2022 Olympics. It showcases one of the most important markets for sponsors, but the pressure to use the platform to condemn the treatment of ethnic minorities in Xinjiang. Sponsors need to tread very, very lightly. Netflix defends Dave Chappelle. We talked about that yesterday. That one's crazy, actually. On this day in history, the Salem witch trials were ended in 1692. Look at that. So thankfully you're alive today. Otherwise, you could have grew up in the Salem witch trials. Wouldn't that be wild? If someone really just did like, yo, you're a witch. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy, man. So you made it. That's wild, bro. That's wild. Wild is an understatement. Well, either way, we are here, so it's going to be exciting. Oh, there it is. Airbnb. They gained 2% after being upgraded at Cohen, which sees a long-term tailwind for alternative lodgings. Citric falls 2% as Blair says the company's self-inflicted headwinds are getting worse. CureVac falls 14% after abandoning first-generation COVID vax. Frey Battery gains 9% after announcing a joint venture with U.S. Coach. And then we got a couple of more. There's still a couple of big movers here this morning, but before we do anything, baby, you know what it is. It's that time. It's that time. So God bless you all. God bless America. I hope you're ready for another amazing trading day. I hope you're locked and loaded, and shout out to you if you made it up here. And I just really hope you realize the opportunity that you have, and I hope you can recognize the people who have sacrificed a lot for that. So here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, anything of that nature, we must pay homage to the people who've sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact exact same way that I do. We want to give a huge special shout out and thank you to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you do, baby. We love and appreciate you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Arn! Let's go. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I feel it. Do you feel it? Oh, I feel blessed. I feel blessed. Shout out the vets, baby. God bless America. Shout out the Colt. Shout out the people who woke up early in the morning. That's what we need. We need more of that. You know what I'm saying? We need more of that. Oh, did I already close out my other? Damn it. I closed out my watch list. Damn it, but I still feel blessed. Oh, they can't stop it. They can't stop it. So I had a couple of movers here I was going to look at. We still got a couple more on this list. It's going to be exciting. The bonds have already moved a little bit reverse. We are going to be watching to see how China played out yesterday. Yeah, Airbnb got an upgrade. There's a lot of like 10% movers right now. There's 10% movers. There's upgrade stocks. There is a lot. HYG, UNG, Netflix. All right, but Citrix falls 2, CureVac, GM 1% after LG has agreed to reimburse their costs for the Bolt. Ocgen gains 9%. Expert panel in India recommended giving emergency authorization. PAG, Seguro, PAGs 4%. Analysts said the company's recent stock may be overdone. Pandora Therapeutics, Tara, rallies 15% after the biotech firm said FDA cleared its new drug for cell-based therapy for non-muscle invasive bladder cancer. RRD gains 20 after its biggest shareholder is proposing to acquire the outstanding shares. And then QTRX jumps 13. They got approval on a blood testing. Signet rises 5%. Jewelry retail announced buying diamonds direct in U.S. And then airline stocks jump. American posted preliminary adjusted net loss for the quarter. I also like Southwest, so I got a couple that I'm looking at. We only have 10 seconds here, so it's about to open. I'm going to be watching Airbnb, HYG, UNG, Netflix, Abivi, GM, Ford, RRD, and Love. Oh, there it is. Round 1. Fight. So call out any place. God bless you and good morning. Like the video. Stay locked and loaded. Don't go too crazy. And let's see how today picks up. Again, I'm expecting something slower like we talked about yesterday. The smaller the move today, probably the bigger the move tomorrow. So we will find out here because, again, the CPI is still key. But we got a couple of data points here today that are going to come out, as well as you're going to hear from the Fed very, very shortly, or at least some of the Fed members. So keep that in mind. Good morning, homies. Good morning. So there's Love. Airbnb's up 3% on the upgrade. Has it been past 172 yet? What was the highest point we hit recently? Oh, this thing needs to break 178. And then bonds are actually up a lot. This one was a very, very surprising take there. And then Southwest is still down 0.5%. Again, AAL, I think they had an upgrade. I'm surprised they're still down. 8.15 for Fed Clarita. Yeah, so he's going to be coming on very, very shortly. Affirm, MO flying. MO up 2? Oh, wow. That's hype, actually. Because they've been in the gutter there for a little bit. Abivi down 1/4. Drip for Mo. Oh, we got the drip too? No. That's awful. So they only give us the drip when the stock shoots up? That's bullshit. How they gonna play us like that? How they gonna play us like that? Yeah, UUP should be going up. Moderna climbs 3.2, says data supports need for booster shot. GWH up 50. Is that GlaxoSmith? No, that's GSX, I think. Small Green Day, AT&T drip, Abivi. I like Abivi. Abivi is hitting 109 now. And again, they have ex-dividend in a little bit. So the question, Chad, how do you feel? Do you wait for ex-dividend to send the stock lower, or do you go for the dividend? Do you just go for ex-dividend and call it a day? Airbnb up 4. Again, Airbnb got upgraded. I don't know if you guys remember the last time it got upgraded. That's what led us on the first fat run-up. I don't know if you guys remember that after earnings. Where was it? I think it was right here. You had the big run-up, and then you had their earnings, but that was their last upgrade. It doesn't really get hit too much. Oh, they said, wait, get the divvy. Clap, do not clap, buy on the ex-divvy, sell off. That's what I'm thinking, but again, we have seen some that didn't go up or some that didn't go down. It's good, Josh. I start my second day at Bloomberg in 30 minutes. I owe it all to you. Hey, man, baby. That's good for you, bro. That's very, very good. There, so chest to the sun. If you're going to work there, you better give 150% and enjoy it, baby. Got it good. Hey, man, split the cash for divvy and stocks. Well, we already bought, we bought a little bit of Airbnb. The question is, how much does Abivi stock end up moving from here? I mean, let's see. Where was the 109 price this year? I guess I was kind of towards the beginning. What's a large green candle? That's the SPY. Airbnb is holding up. Bonds have came back up here. I would even watch the airlines. They've switched gears. Banks, JP Morgan was down 3% yesterday. So if it's able to come back today, that is very, very key. Wix partners with BitPay to accept crypto payment. Wix. Oh, how's even crypto? Crypto chilled out. Yeah, Wix, they're up. SI, Silvergate is up. Monster. Again, Airbnb still ripping off the upgrade there. Square upgraded $300 price target. That's what Chad's saying. Netflix up 1.6. So big tech is actually doing very, very well. Looks like NASDAQ is up 0.5%. Dow only 0.17, and then SPY a quarter. Facebook. Facebook's down, surprisingly. $88, $105. Our highest we've ever bought Abivi was $90. I've been hella cheap with them. Nike 1.7. I think Nike got something. They got something today. Tesla up 1.5. I think if you're solid today, you're doing about 1.5 again. Netflix is up there too. They're holding it down. They're at 1.8. Amazon's only 0.5%. Go to Ripon. Tesla. SPY's just holding up here again. You're still up a quarter. NASDAQ is the one that's doing very, very good right here. Morning. Yeah, that BNB to the moon. Very good. I think you're $3. Are we $3 off the highs, or is this the high? No, you're like right there. I think like 176. I think we have the momentum. If we break past there, Airbnb starts entering 180 land and then getting ready for earnings. That could be hype. That could be hype. Let me see. EMPH 3.9%. BABA HYG went up a quarter. Palantir, big candle. CRM up 1.7. So that's what I'm saying. I think some of the names doing very good are up above 1%. If they're following the market, they're barely moving. So a lot of big individual names here. But now Dow, SPY, even NASDAQ coming down. This one's going to get interesting. I like Square too. That's up 2%. And then Tesla's still up there. Tesla's above 800 though. That's fire. TTM, UMC flat up 1.5. Sheeby's flat. Citigroup upgrades Levent to buy from neutral. MGM. I like that. I actually really like the MGMs. Remember, we talked about, we had that other play, but I don't even think they're like down like that. Is it? Yeah, the MGMs. Remember those December ones? Those are back up to 15%. Yeah, I like MGM. Next leg here on Airbnb. Uber. I forgot Uber. I've not looked at them. I watch MGM. That one's good. XLNX, AMD 1%. Uber, yeah, Uber really bounced. That was interesting. Is this open in stock? Is this an open in stock market today? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm waiting on a couple plays here. I'm just trying to see again. I like the Airbnb. We have other plays set up for earnings. MGM. A lot of the travel stocks last couple days, and some of those are going to report first. Even watch the airlines but you're seeing a lot of the travel names. MGM's wild. Wynn is wild. So there's a lot of good stuff there. Both ways, HSBC stock is flat. The premiums on HSBC is what I think tells the story. Because yesterday we should have got clapped on those HSBC, but we didn't. And I think it's very tricky with what you got going on in China. And then TLT's up almost 1%. So SPY's barely moving here. I think you got a really, really big move in bonds. So wherever this goes from here, I think it's either going to stay really weird and slow like this today, or there actually could be a big move left in the tank today, because essentially bonds are moving really big, individual names are moving really big, but the index are like barely budging here. So this is interesting. Yeah, Burry's saying that the put premium's high everywhere. I mean, Burry's saying just check the damn break even. But it is true. I mean, a lot of the put premium, when you do look at some of these plays, I mean, the break even, you need the stock to go to zero. It's a very, very interesting take. Love is on the way up. Southwest for leaders and laggers, yes, and even get ready for earnings. I mean, after this next coming days, CPI, depending on what happens, that's why some of the plays we're already in are going, we were talking about Airbnb earnings, MGM, we got enough time for some of these. So it's playing the move as well as just knowing we do have a catalyst right around the corner. That's MGM 52-week highs. So that play came out the graveyard. That play's up 30% now. That one was actually really small. MGM is going crazy, actually. Crazy. There's Uber. Let's see. Microsoft held up very nice yesterday. See, Microsoft's barely up. Very, very weird. This is very opposite. Wind's going wild, probably with all the other lodging stocks. Again, lodging was part of even the Airbnb move, if you really think about it. That Cohen, who upgraded him, said it was alternative lodging. Yeah, economic plays, the reopening, hotels, airlines, casinos, restaurants, they're killing it today. And then some with more specific W's associated with it. It all depends. But yes, that's that reopening trade. GHW soaring. GWH. Bros is still on there. Is that actually still breaking out? Yeah, Bros is still doing its own thing again. That's really key. Nvidia's barely up. Watch this spot here. Market is very, very... Well, the last thing we just need is momentum. We don't want any fast momentum to the downside and kind of knock us in a weird mode. Because look at now, you're getting candles everywhere except for MGM. But if you start noticing correlated candles here, that's not going to look good. SPY's hitting a new low there, still positive. Dow still positive as well, and the Nasdaq, but they're slipping here. Now, and the video wasn't a huge red. I have that up here. Apple's already red. Apple's leading downside. That's a good pick right there. Now Microsoft just flipped too. Netflix was up 1% and some change. Now they're only up. They're at 0.3. Google's leading the way actually. Google's leading down more than even Apple is. Facebook down 1.5%. Ay. SPY's coming down there. Let's see. Materials. How's natural gas? Natural gas still down 1%. DATS. Ethereum. Nice candle. DATS is having a candle right there. Data chat. So SPY's coming down. You're watching one of these small cap names take some steam right there. So I think that's key. DATS is now the most shorted stock with 50% short interest. Wow. From S3 data. I mean, look at the chart. That's from a Will Mead tweet. Will Mead says longs on data. SPY's coming down there. 3 candles. Yeah, it's still up. Uber, fresh sell. Baba red, Tesla coming down. A lot of things flip. So the real question is how much cushion did it have? I mean, you're already down 0.25% now, almost 1/3% on the Dow right there. That was a pretty big sell off. It's still early. It's only been 15 minutes. Tech is now down 0.1%. And then DATS, this was just mentioned by Will Mead. If you want a hype play, I mean, it might work out today. Again, you're getting you're getting stuff about the short as well as you're getting it moving opposite to the market coming down. So we'll see if that holds up. You may have some steam. Oil unaffected 0.45. No news that came out during the SPY. I think there's a lot to balance out today. Again, the way the bonds are moving, getting ready for earnings and everything else, and the data tomorrow. Not to mention the ugly ass close we had yesterday. Don't forget about that. You know, you still have that digestion, and now we're still at that 100-day moving average. It's just going to stick us in this range. I mean, we can move as far down to 427 on the SPY today. I mean, I think this range is all in game, or it's fair game, but we do need we do need the data on Wednesday. So today is the first step. I want to see how that plays. Merck options, yeah, I would actually look at those. Where are they still getting clapped though? If they could wake up a little bit, today, maybe tomorrow would be good. Kind of like it's just how the MGMs were, because those MGMs were in the gutter there before. SPY's still hanging out at a low. Again, only 0.1% on the NASDAQ, 0.25% down S&P. Yeah, CPI monthly expiry. That's one thing I don't think they've done it the what's it called? I just blanked. I read that headline. Boston's looking for someone. AT&T dropping, Tesla up after 1.5. So MGM's moving up there. MCD clapping. Look at AT&T. AT&T savage. No mercy. Bro, Altria, this drip game is so whack. They're hustling us so heavy. The stock is down and then shoots up 2.5% on drip day. How they going to do us like that? How they going to do us like that? TLT popping up here. Retail, it looks like it's still green, but could go negative. Tech is pretty negative. Bigger names, all still down. Apple's down 0.5%. Google is down 1.7%, actually. I think something's going on with Google and Facebook. Again, Facebook made those changes to their... Dude, this is actually wild. Facebook and Google's not showing the hand too much, but Facebook, something's up there. I mean, I'd keep your eye out for any regulatory news. VIX is almost green. It's at 20 now. The actual VIX is. The UVXY may not be, but the VIX is. BA holding up. TLT 1%. Yeah, there's a big gap on the bonds. The gap down, or up in this case. OCGN popping. They got news this morning. My read on the TLT rally, I think just getting a lot of the jitters from yesterday, and then also the dollar. I think you're going to get a weird back and forth demand from the dollar. I mean, yesterday, why do we drop so bad? Like, China was ugly yesterday. The irony of us waking up to like 5% BABA is hilarious, because yesterday you had pretty much 5 other potential defaults in China from other developers. So, and why I'm bringing that up with TLT, because there, certain things that go on like that, it could increase a rush to the dollar, more or less. And the SPY's just hanging out here. Still very early, only 20 minutes, but decent sized move. We already went green to red, and then a lot of other bigger names are down a lot more. So how they play out from here, I think, will be very key. Floki up 20. Ethereum futures ripping. I haven't even looked at crypto all day. I looked at MSTR a little bit. Facebook's still dropping. That thing is sketch. There's something there, my friend. There's something there. Facebook and Google are just getting absolutely wrecked. MSTR switched. SI. Facebook again, painting the low ticker. And then MGM making another push up. Airbnb kind of losing some stem. Airbnb, you had it, bro. If Airbnb was going to go through 176, we would have been, ooh. What banks are ripping? I think all of them, right? Or they're slightly down. But they've been more stable than not. Now, Bank of America is up. Actually, XLF is up. I think JP Morgan's the only one struggling. Gold futures ripping. X. X is popping 1.3. Or 1.5. Again, materials operated a little interesting yesterday, so watch out for that. GM wins appeal ruling over Super Cruise trademark. And then Ford's another killer here. I think Ford is the silent sleeper. I'm telling you, I brought this up on the watch list yesterday. I'm really liking this one, and I'm loving Bradley Frizzle on the beach. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Wow. Did I just have 18 shots of espresso? No, it was a peach. A Bradley Frizzle peach. Oh, man. Good morning, baby. Good morning. That's amazing. That is amazing. I hope you guys feel out. Blessings to all of you. All of you. All of you. All of you. That's amazing. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I have a great positive message for you guys today, too. So I hope you're locked in. But we got lots going on in the market. We're going to have to balance this out. Amen. Amen. My goodness. Funny enough, I'm allergic to peaches. Well, not these type of peaches. See that? Look it. You could get it everywhere in the cold. We got you. We got you. Tesla ripping up again. Young Tesla. I'm ready for the Netflix earnings. I think it's going to be good. I think it'll be exciting. I mean, it doesn't help that they're trying to cancel Chappelle's show now. So that's what happened yesterday with the news. Literally, there was a lot of uproar over. I thought Chappelle did very good. I thought it was really comedic, and he was like, he didn't really spread division, but there was like 3 to 5 employees at Netflix, and they crashed the meeting trying to protest the release of it. So they got fired or they got suspended. But they, a lot of people are going to Twitter and they're doing what they did to what's his name? They're doing what they do to Dave a lot with it. He even talked about it in what he's doing in the actual skit. But so I'm worried about that just because you saw kind of the fallout there from Cuties. I mean, we'll see, but otherwise it was decent. But I'm excited for their earnings. I think Netflix is going to be good. Yeah, how many times will he get canceled? That is true. That is true. But no, it was very good. I think I could respect it highly. I mean, from Netflix, Netflix they stood by him. They said they stand by Chappelle. They said no way would they cut it off. They said they want to protect artistic freedom, especially in comedy. So. It's a large portion of people like, and they said it's the best show. They said Chappelle's specials are some of the number one rated content on their platform. Airbnb coming down. Ford again. Tesla getting hot. 808. 808 in heartbreak. The Kaepernick negative news and then Nike ripped. Yeah. That was a while ago. Very wild. So, again, you see the market. You're right here at open, but I have like 3 different stocks up here that are all up anywhere from like 2 to 7%. So you got a couple of big movers, and then your big tech is actually lagging right now, but the NASDAQ is paired up with the SPY. So I think that's what makes today even more interesting. You're watching the big names sell off, but then everything else is still balanced. So Facebook again on the lows. I mean, I would watch that. Something's happening there. Facebook, Google, bro. Facebook is down 2%. Why? MGN over 7 with the upgrade. I think a lot of people are going to be excited for the reopening stocks here. It will be interesting. No, Facebook, not another whistle. They're changing the advertisement thing, and maybe that's why Google's coming on. We put that on the watch list. It was a big thing this morning. They said they're doing it to shift in the direction of the political regulation. but they're changing. Facebook is changing how they use phone numbers and emails to count people for advertisers, essentially. So if you have multiple accounts, they're going to now count every single one of your account individually for ads versus saying 5 accounts is just one person. So that's going to change their ads. They said it's not going to change their daily active user numbers, but maybe that's it. That would be the only thing. She's testifying again. I think she's going to the Facebook oversight board. I believe that's the news that we got yesterday. But we'll see. We'll see. It's already down a lot though today. I think the move on Google and Facebook is really, really telling. Even Snap's holding up barely. Twitter's down though. What is offsetting NASDAQ? Let's take a look, my friend. Let's take a look. Very good question. So the S&P, 370 names up, 123 names are down. Coming into the Dow Jones, you got 16 names up, 14 names down. Visa, McDonald's are the laggers. CRM and Boeing are the leaders on the upside. And then the NASDAQ, you got 2,000 names up and then 860 down, but then 700 are unchanged. That's very weird. What the hell you mean? So 700 names are just unchanged to break even, right? That's actually a very weird metric. So let's see though. Your laggers are Google, Charter, Facebook, again, communications and social media. And then your leaders are Booking on the NASDAQ, Tesla, MDB, Airbnb, baby. Yeah, but none of the bigger companies, no big tech is leading in the top like 50 right here, or top 30. The whole world is weird right now. All I know, because when you said that, I read it as he got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. That's all I read. That's all. I'm like, I'm chilling, you know? It's good. It's a classic banger, bro. It's a classic banger. I think it answers even the question, too. You know what I'm saying? He got the whole world in his hands. Da. Banger. Banger alert. TLT's coming up here. What a day. What a day. So the correlation continues. I mean, bonds are going up. The market, I guess, bond yields are coming down. The market comes down. This is a very, very interesting move. I think the China stuff, again, just from yesterday, but I always think the China stuff, so, you know, don't mind me. But yesterday you got your five or so companies, 5 or so other property developers now risking default. Airbnb came right back to open and now moving a little bit. Where's Uber? Any idea why they can't pay? It's just that's Contagion. So I don't think it's not a coincidence that the biggest developer can't start paying and then now 5 other people smaller can't pay. Chances are they either did business together and they could be connected, but now the bigger part that a lot of people are looking at is the fact that it could just be a shakeup in the property sector. So if things are slowing down there, and then now after Evergrande, it changed consumer sentiment, and people are a little bit worried, it's shying away investment money as well as people to actually buy homes. So this is literally Contagion. This is what everybody was talking about. And remember, we were looking for how it's going to affect American companies. That's like That's like way further contagion. That's like the next, that's like a couple of levels deep where it spreads, it goes from one country to the next. But on the like basis level of contagion, this is what it looks like where, the same sickness that is affecting Evergrande has now spread to 5 or 6 other companies. So that's the key. And yeah, they couldn't issue any more debt, and that has to do with the sentiment waning as well as some people just not even there. It's a weird event because not only are people not willing to put up investment capital, you have citizens in China not willing to buy real estate. They're also worried. So it's like you have investment and consumer now worried, and then it's just spread. HYG, I said watch out for that on the watch list yesterday. That one's going to be interesting because this one has a lot of demand by hedge funds. We talked about that yesterday. HYG is like it is a fan favorite. High yield bonds in America, and it could relate. People have talked about the exposure of high yield bonds. Some people have even brought up Tether, but who knows where all of these are? You could actually go look at them, but some of them will have more direct link into Asia Pacific. People in China not buying real estate is pretty scary. It is, but this is, scary or not, it's just, this is still what we've been talking about. This is part of that fallout from Evergrande. OCGN 12, SPY coming down again. Ford is chilling. Facebook's at the bottom. It hasn't sold off anymore. The names that are holding up are still doing great. AT&T is dead. Can foreigners buy houses in China? Yeah, but even, well, yes and no. It depends how you look at it. Not like it. If you're like a Hong Kong foreigner, but Americans, it's very, very tricky. You are able to, but not really. Upstart pop. But the question is, why would you? Who would want to right now? Upstart's popping right there. Check news on that. Upstart. Yes, Airbnb upgraded, a good broader upgrade too. The reasons for it are more midterm, long term, as well as even the earnings. Upstart, no news on the wire. Upstart doesn't look like news. I think it's just kind of getting momentum. MU tanking. Again, they're going to report earlier. Keep that in mind. Pretty insane how it's been holding up. Yeah, they actually have held up very nice. SoFi, I'll keep an eye on it, but it hasn't really, it's not one where I'm like, this is my long term I'd want yet. But, it's a good brand name. A lot of people know about it. But, do you use SoFi? What's your experience with them? I think that could actually take you a longer way. When was Abivi's last ex-dividend? January 15th, April 13th. Everyone is ISI. Evercore cuts target price to 60 from 75. Coca-Cola, another leg up. It could be good. Love the video. We love you, baby. Don't worry. I got something for you. I got something for you today. It's an interesting one. I have Sophie and Hood, even though they kind of compete. Some people hold Coke and Pepsi ride the sector. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. You know, don't even be afraid to balance it out. Top of the morning, Cal. Good morning. I'm seeing. I mean, I think today's already trading a little bit weird. But this is what we were looking for yesterday. Like we said, a small move. The smaller the move today is, the bigger Wednesday is going to be. Now the question is, do we wait a little bit or do we take a play? In his hands, you got the whole world. In his hands, SPY's coming down a little bit. Let's see how this plays out. Love drip. Okay, I made one trade. I want to see what that does to the average. It raises it slightly. Not too bad, though. Increases our dividend a little bit. I made a long-term purchase. You got the whole world in his hands. I forgot. We got to get some for, what's her name? We got to get some for the sister's account. So again, this play has X dividend, so you got to be careful of that one. That's the big risk with this play, because pretty much after tomorrow, it could go down. Could go down big. So I grab more AbbVie shares. You should be getting your long-term text here very soon. So do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I decided to go with the X dividend on AbbVie, and we haven't bought AbbVie in a year. So if you look at the actual history, I have not purchased any AbbVie on the big or the small account in like a year. So our last purchase of AbbVie was October 20th. That was the last time. I wish they were under 100 too, but I thought it'd be worth it there. We get it right before the dividend. Our average is now at 93, so it raised it somewhat. But, get more dividend, get things out there. We'll see how it plays out. But I grabbed 18 shares on the long-term account, the big one. Then I grabbed 2 more shares on Airbnb on the small account, or AbbVie, excuse me. I don't know why I keep saying Airbnb. Then I did 2 more shares here on AbbVie on the small account, and then I grabbed a starting position of 2 shares on Colt's sister account. So we use, and then she still has 200 more in cash on there, but this is how we've started out. You can't see? My bad. My bad, my friend. So here's Colt's sister. This is the newest small account. We did 2 shares of AbbVie there. We still want to build out on a couple of these positions here, so I have a little bit more there. But again, I'm liking AbbVie than Airbnb or AbbVie here. On the big account, we're now at like 116 shares. And then the small account now has 10.6 here too. So, God bless. But it could move big tomorrow or in the next 2 days. So after X dividend, AbbVie could drop a lot. So the only reason why I'm buying it here today is so that I could get the X dividend, and I'll be able to get the dividend that comes in next month. Yeah, so small account, sister's account, I bought 2 shares of each one. So both of small account, 2 shares, and then Colt's sister, 2 shares at 190.50, 109.50. Today is the last day before X dividend, yes. So that's why I'm buying it, but then it could also still sell off. That's usually what happens. Remark is that Remark real estate? So usually in the last year, AbbVie is sold off slightly after X dividend, but then it usually continues the streak that it's had. So we will see. I did text you. If you have the long-term holdings, you should have got the update there. Oh, that's AbbVie? No. Okay, and then I got Colt's sister. I got her 5 more shares of Uber because this is a dividend growth there, so I wanted to kind of balance it out. We lowered our average there, but now gave her a decent-sized position. But I grabbed 5 more shares on Uber at 46.60. We last got it for at 40. Damn, they just switched gears on me. Yeah, low ticker just switched. Again, some of these, even like Uber, I'm getting ready for earnings. Abivai is just Abivai getting ready for ex-dividend. So, and then our other long-term pickup with Airbnb is doing good. So I'm kind of viewing it a little separate here from the market because, again, you've heard me talk about it all week. We're going to get a catalyst tomorrow. So, but a lot of bad. That was a nice pump fake, though. That one went up pretty big. Looked like you were getting steam and then just switched gears. Micron looks like it just got destroyed this morning. Again, some of the chip makers, they were doing really good. Nvidia actually held up. Upstart's still on the high. AMC News. AMC's selling off kind of, but it's only 1%. I'll just keep watching Facebook. Facebook and some of those other big tech names. $10 shares of Abivai. Ooh. I'm excited, man. We haven't bought Abivai in a year, so... And then I'm glad to even establish a small position there for my sister. I think she may have gotten Botox in her life, so I think she could, she's actually used the product. So there you go. I think it works for everybody. It only increased our dividend by $14 though on the year. Pretty whack. But it's still yielding 4.7 though. So that's a little bit more of a safer play in that sense compared to some of the other dividend yields we have. Upstart, no, it's old. It said they're doubling their workforce. Will TLT go down tomorrow? I mean, TLT can still do a lot by the end of today. It's already up a lot, 1%. Those are some of the more bigger days, but we will see. We will see. Equity movers, General Motors, Columbia Banking falls 13. MGM gains 7. Credit Suisse upgraded to outperform. Double down on TBT. I think by tomorrow we could add. It's not really doubling down. It's kind of place your final bets coming into the catalyst tomorrow. That's really what it is. So I've looked at my positions. We have a decent exposure because after this next tomorrow and then the follow up, the next catalyst is turning into what's it called? The next catalyst becomes Powell in November. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap in time there. The catalyst tomorrow is going to be the CPI and the Fed minutes. I have calls on TBT. So TBT is an inverse to bond. So that's why people are asking. I haven't looked at the play. I remember they went up. We have 2 of them. One was already down. I'm still up on the $20 call. I'm up on the average down. The other one is just still been down. That one's been in the gutter. And then the Januaries are, I think, Januaries are slightly down now, 15%. The Colt merch gave me super strength at the gym. That's not recommended or nor promised, but I feel you heavy. I was running that yesterday, bro. But I started to smell bad. I was in my small good decisions shirt, bro. I was working out, and then I don't know. I think it had to be me, man. I don't know why. I just smelled so bad. It was bad. Hood break 41. We will see, man. We will see. You always wondered how that was the question yesterday. That was the question yesterday. Man, Airbnb just teased the hell out of us. But I feel like that's how it moved on the other upgrade day. But I like that. We were very close to this thing hitting 180 or just hitting that gas mode, which very, very liked. Let's see, where's the cryptos? Bitcoin's clapped. Bitcoin's at 57,000. It's not clapped. Honestly, I'm just ungrateful. Ethereum's been rocketing, but still negative on the day. X chilled out. It's Facebook. Just watch it. Facebook and Google hit another low, honestly. I think those are having a big effect. Amazon's kind of in the middle. Same thing with Apple. Watch Apple. Microsoft's kind of trailing, but I think Apple, Facebook, Google, mainly Facebook and Google, those could be leaders. Would you still buy Abivi if it's your first share in the position? Well, that's what I was looking at. I mean, we bought it in the 80s and 90s a year ago. 1 year later, there's been inflation. The dividend has gone up on Abivi, and that's the key, too. In the next 3 months, I am expecting a dividend raise on Abivi as well, and a lot of analysts are. So it's by pretty much by 2022. Then that's the next 3 months. So I like it. I mean, I established Colt Sister. That was her first 2 shares that we got. So, we just got it running up there. It just got raised. I think it got raised last year or beginning of this year. Yeah, I think that was the raising. Yeah, so it's just expected to go up every year. So we talked about that. When you buy some of these. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to show it to you. Things like broken. Yeah, so here it is. So here's Abivi's dividend history. So I think they just raised it to 130, I believe. Or what's it at now? What's the current dividend? Yeah, current one is 130, but essentially by January 2022, it's expected to go to 142. So some people are expecting, again, 142, and then same time around 2023. This is the same time they raised their dividend last time. It could be up to 157. So we talked about this. We last time I showed you guys this, we talked about, this is one of the secret parts of dividends that a lot of people fail to realize is that if it is a good company and you do look at the history, remember, there's usually an increase. There's an increase that happens with the dividend over time, and that's where you really could, that's where your drip starts to really work for you, again, or even in 5-10 years, because then you might even be getting double the dividend. I mean, when we bought Abivi, we were getting paid $1 a share. Now it's already, by next month, it should be at like 130 or 140, 142 from 130. So we'll take it. What do I think of Annaly? I don't know what that company is. I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. Market is just chilling. Again, this is, although I don't like it to be boring, I mean, this is what we expected. So this is kind of good though, because that means tomorrow is probably going to be a real doozy. You know, the calmer we are here today, the more likely tomorrow is just going to be on fire after the CPI and minutes. The OPEX action. Well, that's something I didn't hear people talk about it this much. I mean, we're at the middle of the week. I guess we are getting kind of a downturn, but remember, you know, last 4 or 5 months, middle of the month expiration, it has caused some interesting moves. Thanks for pushing the long term. I was ignorant my first 2 years. Blew up accounts left and right. Long term is goated. Amen, baby. Keep letting it grow. Keep letting it grow. Little by little. We're chipping away at it. You guys will even see what we do with this small account, the new one. But it's all about time. Time in the market. CureVac withdraws Myrna COVID application. Yeah, I think that was this morning. Those hood puts make sense because of IPO lockup. Yeah, and they sped it up. So they did, Robinhood did something to speed up the sales of the initial shares. And then remember, everybody on Robinhood had that little mini lockup thing too. Your new small account is my account. Well, let's go, baby. Let's build it. I hope you're patient. I mean, you know, we've already spent a couple months just to get 4 different companies, you know, little by little, but it is nice. It is nice. I like it. I'm a big fan. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is still doing nice. I mean, they're up kind of towards the, it's like a weird medium low. I don't know how to describe it. Coca-Cola. Bro, I can't believe Altria is scamming us. They really just ramped the stock coming into the drip day. So we're going to get another set of drip here today. We'll see what happens. Thinking up or down with the minutes. I'm thinking down. I think it's just going to be, I think tomorrow we could get a 1% move, or probably like a 0.75%. It just all depends. If the CPI data is good, if it doesn't come in hot, I mean, the market, I think the market will get a nice 1% bounce right back to the 100-day moving average and above it. If not, if it comes in super hot, the market will probably test the lows there from the last week or two. And then maybe by end of the week go lower. If it just all depends on the report and the minutes too. So the funny part is the minutes are going to relate to the minutes will relate to the CPI and the whole tapering and all of that. And then after tomorrow, you're 30 days away from it. The Fed and what Powell's going to do. But I think it's going to come in good. I mean, it's hard. It's very hard to say, but the expectations are already high. So a lot of people are expecting that it will come in high. They're not expecting used auto prices. I mean, we've heard a lot about supply chain. We've heard a lot about inflation. I mean, those ships have been on the side of the water, I feel like, or on the shores. We've been talking about that for like 2 months, right? Or I don't know, because the longer we've been talking about that, the more likely the inflation number is going to go up. What's up, everybody? It's my 21st birthday. Mr. Wisdom, baby. God bless you and happy birthday. We remember Mr. Wisdom. That's beautiful. Arn. Happy birthday, G. Happy birthday. We love to see it. Love to see it. You made another day. You made another year. Apple is on the low. HSBC premium is up. Let's see there. Let's see. Huh? The bid went to 0. What the hell was that? Yo, those HSBCs just tripped out. Bond's still funky. Russell dropped last week. Rates rose. As rates are dropping, there's again. Remember the week before that, you had that actual proper correlation on the bonds, and then it finally broke. So we've been watching a lot of dancing back and forth. That's why just if the yields keep climbing higher, if the dollar keeps climbing higher, you can watch the moves day to day. But the key metrics are going somewhere. Remember, I turned 21 in the chat. That was 2.5 years. A lot of y'all turned 21 in the chat. It's beautiful. You're 21st with the count. How's our economy sustainable if the whole philosophy is based on issuing debt to infinity? Because it's incentivized. That's how it works. So I gave that story of the village where, if one guy owes $10 to the next guy, he loans him money. So then the next guy goes and then he loans the next guy money, and they all just keep giving the debt to each other. You could say that you could take the same $10, loan it around to 10 different people, and then one person owes the next guy. But the point is that gets people working and creating production. So literally without debt, you wouldn't have any items. That's the best way to put it. Essentially, that's how it's sustainable. It's sustainable because your debt is backed by human capital or somebody who's saying, okay, I will pay you and I'll pay you back. And it's gonna lead me to go out into society and do something to get that money and give it back to you. Well, it's not necessarily debt slavery. That's only if imagine if you got to pick your master, right? So if you wanted to, it can't be slavery if you come in free and then you pick your master. That's why you must pay yourself first, but it's all up to the level of debt that you want to incur when it's all said and done. Obviously, people's situations make that easier or more difficult to acquire more or less debt, but it is part of that. However, if you did not have debt, people wouldn't do anything. So it may seem unsustainable, but you would be very surprised how motivating of a factor and how debt has been a result of bringing food on tables and making food, here. Is slavery with more steps? I disagree. I mean, I even, there's a report on it. It was saying how like foreign citizens who come into America, they don't experience the same, like a lot of them, you're either, if you have poverty and you're new here, that's going to happen. But most of them will do better than an American-born person simply because it's just how they go about saving or not. So, I mean, it's go save your money. Don't act like a dipshit. And, if you actually are fiscally responsible, you will not feel like it's slavery. You will not feel like it's debt. You will become productive. That's the best way to put it. You'd be surprised. Just stop blowing your money, saving money. I would be very, very surprised if you had any of those feelings. October 29 cost bleeding. TLT coming down. Be wise with your money. Indeed. It's more like indentured servants. Not really. And even like my family, like they grew up in, Egypt is essentially a caste system. So the point is, I mean, anything with some of the words you guys are using, it wouldn't allow people to come in here and then create their destiny, essentially. If that was the case, if it was any sort of bondage or indentured servitude, I would not be where I am, and I would be subject to wherever my parents were. That Tesla car got clapped a long time ago. I think by the second day. Any suggestions for him to pay it off? If he could use like a balance transfer to turn it to zero down, then that, or zero interest, that's the best way to do it. Otherwise, you try to pay it off little by little as much as you can. But the best way to do is just eliminate the interest while if it's really eating you alive. There are no issues with debt rising to infinity as long as the economy is running. I mean, that's arguable. I mean, I don't necessarily think I run in line with modern monetary theory where there's no issue and you just keep printing. There is, there's a limit. That's why they look at debt to GDP. That's why they look at stuff like that where it's like you do need a certain realistic realm of output and productivity that could be created. Otherwise, it's not really it could be negative because again, debt costs money. That's why it's not like it's debt. It has its good, but if you make a business and you have high debt, you could be very profitable. That's what happens with some of these companies. That's what happens to like Evergrande. It's not like Evergrande didn't make money. They had very high interest debt. So if you got to grow and grow and grow, but if you have a lot of debt and you don't pay it down, or the debt just stays very large and you could only produce at a base rate, eventually your debt is going to eat any productivity. That's what happens. Interest will kill equity. That's what we've talked about with house flipping, stocks, anything. When that's even like margin. So if you have interest and you have debt, the productivity it's going to some degree there's a point of marginal returns where it starts to affect you negatively if you can't keep growing. The thing about debt is that it makes you grow, and if you don't grow, the debt will eat you. That's the best way to look at it. That's why some people say, "Oh, debt claps me," and that should make sense, right? Because if you get debt and you don't keep growing and you have debt, you will get eaten alive by interest. That's what happens. Tapering cause stocks to rise or fall. Well, it should make bond yields go up, and that could affect stocks. And then the overall perception is how people take it in the beginning of, oh man, Daddy Powell's not going to help us as much anymore. But any sort of tapering bouts we've seen, there's usually been a little short-term shock, but the market usually does a lot better. It's one of those things where people freak out for a little bit, but it's pretty easy to get over, more or less. Telecom, all telecom, Verizon, AT&T, they just got clapped in the last few days. I wish there was a reason behind it. I don't know what it even. I'm surprised even Verizon got eaten alive. Why is investors going to the dollar when inflation making it weaker? That's part of the weird situation here, because except for China, every other country right now has inflation as well too. So that's what makes this situation so distinct, is that you have people rushing into the dollar right now, but a lot are coming in from overseas, but every currency is weakening. I mean, the euro is expected to weaken about 10%. That's massive. The Japanese yen is weakening. So, if you live in another country that's not the United States and your dollar over there is weakening very, very big, you might just be like, well, shit. I need to get an American dollar. At least there's some level of more stability, depending on where you're at. Telecoms could be the infrastructure deal that could be throwing some of it in a doubt, but it seems like it seems like a pretty weird move, considering that some of the rates and the value, the opportunity for like value and dividend. But I thought it was just AT&T, but looking at Verizon and how yesterday played out, it was all a telecom. They got clapped. And SPY's is chilling right at VWAP. Verizon's still selling off. MGM's a beast. Studies offer mixed view of Moderna vaccine efficacy over time. FDA staff comments. Review of Moderna booster shot. Only some studies suggest declining efficacy of Moderna vaccine. That one's interesting. Mm-mm. Oh, how you feeling? How you feeling, Chad? Oh, I'm talking. I was first going like an airplane. I do that sometimes. Even like, especially when I eat, I'm like, the plane. Okay, anyways. But I hope you're having a wonderful day. Shout out if you're listening right now. God bless you. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. So listen to this. We are at 1,000 like resistance, but I got a message. I got a couple. I could give you a couple messages. I already like the debt talk. You know, I like getting it. I want y'all motivated. I want y'all excited. So if you can hit the like button, I know you're here. I have a special message. I got a special midday, early morning trap in, an hour, 15 minutes. I got a positive message for you. So hit the like button. I just need to know who's going to hear it. See, look at it. So I already had 70 people hit it. I just need to know who is here, who's listening. Just check in with me real quick. Hit the like button so I know that it's you. I know that somebody is going to hear this. I just need somebody to do it, okay? So look at it. That's almost 200 people. Oh, man. Oh, man. We in there, baby. Banks, SEC opens banks tracking a stats digital com inquiries. Oh, here we go. Look at that. That's like 250 people so far. Let's go. So 250 people are hearing it. All right, man, get ready. I need this your final moment to check in. So if you hear me, hit the like button. I just have something for you, and I want you to think about it. And I don't want you to get stuck in the same place. And I don't want anybody. This has a two-part approach. One, I don't want you to get stuck being cold. Okay? Whatever you're looking at in life, however you view certain situations, however you view your prospects, your opportunity, I don't want you to look at it cold. Okay? Don't be too cold. And listen in this. Some people know how to handle the cold better than they can handle the sun. Do you know what I'm trying to tell you? That means sometimes it's easier to deal with the cold and negativity than handling when it actually gets sunny and when you have good opportunity in front of you. So we call this the Queen of Russia. So this is an analogy of the Queen of Russia. One day, she had an ice castle. So she had a castle made out of ice. So in the winter in Russia, if her castle was made out of ice during the winter, guess what? Her castle was perfect. It would stay cold. The foundation, when it would get cold, it would only get stronger. Isn't that crazy? It would only get stronger because it's cold and it's built out of ice. But then when it's the summer, what happens in the summer? It melts. So she could handle it when it's cold, but not when it's sunny. That's kind of ironic. And it says a lot about a lot of us, if you really think about it. Because I know a lot of us, we can't handle it when it's sunny. We get used to the negativity, but then we have something good happens, you don't know how to act. Oh, man, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. So take that. Let's go. Don't live in the ice castle, my friend. Don't live in the ice castle. Just build the normal castle. Amen? Amen. So there you go. Good morning. Feel good, baby. Feel good. He's like, but Elsa eventually learned to control her powers. Okay. All right. You could take that away from that, too. Market looks great. Market looks chill. I'm happy that it's falling in line with our expectations so far, especially compared to yesterday. Yesterday was a doozy out of nowhere, and yesterday dropped real quick. So let's see. Let us see. And there's still a lot of stuff moving again. Facebook, Google, that has probably the most interest here today. Southwest comments on Texas vaccine order and email statement. 434. I think 444. We're still down though. That's the key. I think it was right here yesterday. 440 flat. That was like something we couldn't break, but we're still on the low end, believe it or not. SPY's just bouncing back and forth. Nasdaq's still negative barely, and then Dow is barely up. Southwest to comply with federal vaccine order over Texas ban. So they said they're going to listen to the federal law, not the state law. Coinbase investigating delays with transfers. Anyone talking today? I mean, you're going to get the Fed in very, very shortly. I think Fed Clarita. And then Fed Bostic. And then Pelosi's having a weekly conference. We actually got a couple things today. Then you even have the head of IMF and World Banking. And then we're actually going to get a news briefing today. So we actually got a decent amount of stuff here. I don't know if it'll move the market. I think some Fed comments will be good, but you're also going to hear from like 5 other Fed members this week as well, too. Again, tomorrow, Thursday, all the way into Friday. And then tomorrow we finally get that CPI data. Ooh, anything could happen. Burry tweet. Michael Burry, that is the star. You know, Batman in the movie Big Short, that's Michael Burry, but he's not really Batman in real life. I didn't realize that till recently. Literally, Michael Burry is tweeting about ivermectin. I don't even know how to say it. He's literally tweeting about that. And, bro, I think, yeah, let's go, bro. In the last 10 hours, bro, Michael Burry went full-on Trump supporter today. I think so. That's kind of good. That's kind of good. I don't know how to take this one. He went from yesterday was like, what did he say yesterday, 2 days ago? Today, he's just all politics. Yeah, bro. He put on his red hat today. He said, the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? He said, nah, man. He said, nah. Michael J. Burry blocked you. That's crazy. He didn't even block me. And, like, I hit him up on Bloomberg and shit. So what did you say? Why are you being so mean? At least I'm nice when I hit it. I'm annoying, but, like, I'm nice. And then I gave up. But, damn, that's crazy. Musk threw shade at Bezos. And then Gavin Newsom threw shade at Elon. Or Musk. That's the same guy. Merck to double production of COVID drug. Yeah, he tweeted out, let's go, Brandon, 10 hours ago. And then Ford coming down here a little bit. Or not Ford, excuse me, Facebook. Watch out for that. If that goes down, I think that's been a big leader. Even, what's it called, at the low. Apple's at the low with it. Same thing with Google. So get ready here. I mean, a lot of things are kind of holding up. If that big tech makes another wave down, we might see another low. Again, you're chilling right at VWAP, and things are very, very slow right now. 21 million. First hour and a half, actually, volume's not too bad. What do you think HSBC running up? I think a lot of people are buying a lot of dips on a lot of different stocks, especially with the China names. So I just think it's kind of an effect of when the stock gets so cheap and people are buying it. I mean, look at BABA, JD. There's a lot of volatility between it, but like the premiums are kind of showing, they're still holding up. And even just the situation in China, I'm willing to take the gamble on them. But that's what I'm assuming is bringing the shares up. Yeah, so should we just get you guys out of the dark? So if you guys don't know, the Let's Go Brandon joke When people say let's go Brandon, that is like it's a sneaky way to say F Joe Biden. Because that's what happened at that NASCAR race about a week or two ago. They were chanting F Joe Biden, F Joe. They were saying that, and then the lady on the news, she was trying to, like, she didn't know what they were saying, or she was trying to, not really address it. And then she said, oh, wow, they're saying let's go Brandon, because she was interviewing someone named Brandon, and she thought that's what the crowd was saying. So now people say let's go Brandon as a subtle way to say F Joe Biden. So that's the clean version to say F Joe Biden. So there you go. So no more confusion. Okay, we're just here to inform you. I didn't know this until a couple days ago. That's why, and then I could still see some of y'all hella confused about it. So I feel you. Always learning, yeah. So it's because I feel like I've seen that more and more play. I was thinking I was somewhere at the gas station yesterday, and I saw somebody tag that somewhere. It said "Let's go, Brandon," literally on the gas pump. I was like, huh, interesting. Yeah, and then Burry tweeted, "Let's go, Brandon," 10 hours ago. Oh, Burry's able to get away with it because a San Fran Giants player named Brandon Crawford made an amazing catch. And this story just gets even deeper. Amazon hitting a new low. So big tech is going. You're watching this spot. Give it up a little bit here. Again, we have a couple of names still holding up today. That data stock still holding. This one going to get interesting. GWH. You guys brought that one up earlier. That was up like 80% in the morning. Some people are only good for memes and trolling. Real productive group. And some people are only good at commenting on those people. So it's like they were made for each other. It's a funny world we live in. It's a funny world we live in. We're all very similar. We all do the exact opposite of each other, but it's still the same. No, I wasn't even trying to I didn't even mean it like that. Damn, Chad. Chad took that one aggressively. I was just saying. That's the social. This is, come on, man, bro. This is age-old Buddhism. This is the age-old ego. The age-old ego. Since the beginning of time, we will be the exact same as somebody and look at the next person and say that they are not like us. It's amazing. Have you ever noticed that? Do you know where your nose is? Have you ever thought about that? Like, where is your nose placed? Your nose is right above your mouth. And you don't smell shit all the time. That's wild. Your mouth is hella stinky right now, but you wouldn't even notice. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Yeah, Kohl's is ripping right now. That's a good sign, but Amazon's selling off. SoFi, Yeah, watch if Target's doing good, but so is Kohl's. They usually run in tandem. Hasbro on the low, Riot as well too. I recommend college to the young ones. Yeah, I think college is fun. I think it's an opportunity to even network and do it, but you have to want to be there. That's all. You have to want to be there, and you have to want to do good and make the most at it. You'll learn a lot in college, but above learning, it's for networking. It'll be a good end for you to kind of gain independence, learn to live on your own, learn how to handle stuff, all of that. But I've even in my own family and people I know, we've seen success with and without college degrees. But I think it boils down to who you are and the type of person. And if you're going to do something to make the most out of it, run it up. It's the same thing even with trading. It's the same thing even with trading. And I was even thinking about this the other day, yesterday. This is very, very key because I was talking to somebody about trading for a living, and the basis that I came from. This is what I told them, is that even though I've seen a lot of different stuff, I've seen more of this. Instead of seeing somebody like quit their job and then become a full-time trader, more than seeing that, I've seen somebody with a job learn trading, get good at trading while they were working, and then end up quitting their job. So that's what I was explaining to somebody who wanted to, they wanted to trade for a living and they wanted to stop what they were doing and they just wanted to jump into it. So like I'm saying, it depends on the type of person, and that's where I'm seeing the type of person who kind of got into, they both got into trading, but the one who kind of, thought like the extra step ahead and put in that work and wait, and let it kind of come to them. That's what I've seen. So it's like that even with college. Like, you could go to college for, what's your reason, but it's kind of like how you go about it, the steps and the order, that's where I think will have a big difference on your life and the results you want to see. So barely networking and living at home isn't a great way to go to college. I mean, if you could live at home and save money, that's great. But if you're on like a big college campus, then I would get out there and network. I mean, try to join organizations. I mean, don't be afraid to have some fun too. Go party or something. You'd be surprised, but get out there and use, a college campus has so much resources. Y'all don't even feel me. I'm telling you. Didn't you got a damn Bloomberg terminal from your college? So you know what I'm talking about. You have alumni networks. You have people there. You have clubs. You could network with people, but who you could go and meet. It's a very, very, that's where you could build real estate businesses. You could build a lot of stuff out there. So get there. My cult leader told me to party. I did tell you to party just a little bit, not too crazy, but don't be like a total square, but then don't be like a total bro, you know what I'm saying? But like you should, I mean, when I was 21 years old, like I was living it. I'm telling you, I enjoyed everything I did. That's how, even before that was, I told God, I was like, hey, God, I told God I'll be back in a second. Spy popping. Any news? Not seeing nothing. The numbers out. Nah, there's jobless. I don't think there's any other data right now, is there? 10 a.m. Nah, everything was an hour ago. Fed expectations for inflation 3 years ahead rise to 4.2 from 4. Fed longer-term inflation will be anchored near. That's their consumer expectations. I only made plays on the long term. So we grabbed Abivi and Uber shares. That's it. Tesla plays clapped. And then Target and Kohl's. It looked like a nice pop, but we got pump fake like that earlier. You've seen this twice now. You've seen two 1 2-minute candles running us up to VWAP. So just watch for a follow through here. That'll be key. Your opinion on the 2-year jumping 9% overnight, would that flatten the curve? If it was just the 2-year, no. Even though it would look like an inverted curve, the 2-year, I mean, it would have to have an effect on everything else. But that just, I don't know what would cause that. Boeing booked 6 wide-body jets in September. Why does that sound like a rap line? I booked a wide-body jet. That Boeing got a wide-body. Okay, I'll stop. I don't know. I just feel like I could see Lil Baby flexing about a wide-body Boeing. You know what I'm saying? MGM, where's Southwest? Choppy. It's good, though. This is what we wanted. Because now, and we still got a long day as long as nothing breaks out even crazier, but tomorrow should be at least a hype 1% move, or at least 0.75%. Europe did good today. I'm pretty sure. Europe did good. China did crap. And then the China situation, I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm not even going to, I think I've already said enough on the situation and you're watching it unfold. But no, Europe did pair some of the gains, but now they're negative again. So I think that's probably what gave us some of this. So we'll even see, I'm sure by a European close today, we'll free up. Is that something? The CPI tomorrow is going to be something. That's the catalyst and the minutes. So we should get a bigger move. That's why I wasn't really expecting a big move today. Like I said, the smaller the move today, the bigger the move tomorrow. The bigger the move today, the smaller the move tomorrow. Because usually so far this year, out of any data point except for I even think more than the FOMC, actually, now that I think about it. I think we've moved more on the FOMC. I think we've moved more on CPI than FOMC. Yeah, take a look. It's about the same. So here's the interest rate decision, right? And this is how we play out. This is the average response is just about 0.08. Then a lower bound is 0.75%. The upper bound is just above 0.5%, right? That's for Fed FOMC interest rate decision. Okay, now look at CPI. CPI is bigger on average. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So tomorrow may not seem like a big day, but it really is, especially in context with the tapering and everything else, where it's like, at least in the last 12 months, the last 12 different reportings, whether it's FOMC or not, you get a typically there's a bigger average move created by the CPI release tomorrow than anything else. Yeah, Arena or Afira, AUPH, that's popping. Pharma stock up 3%. Looks like it could be some level of approval. Let us check the news. I'm not seeing any news on that one. I haven't checked Twitter, though. CPI is tomorrow morning. Man, there's been volume is decent right now. It's not high, it's not low. Why do stocks sell at X dividend? Because if you buy a stock before X dividend, so just like we did with Abivai, so Abivai, their X dividend is on the 14th. So if you buy this stock before the 14th, today or tomorrow, that they take recording of the shareholders, and if you own it before that day, you receive the next dividend. So what happens is that if you buy it before X dividend, you're entitled to receive the dividend. But then if afterwards, it doesn't really matter in the next couple of days. So some people will buy it prior to X dividend, and then once they get on the list to receive the dividend, they could sell out. Or in general, a lot of people now, let's say you were planning to trim your position on ABVI anyways, what would you do? You wouldn't, why would you just, if you have a big position and you could get an extra couple percent, you're just going to wait till X dividend to exit your position. How many do you have to, you could buy as many as you want to get the dividend. Doesn't matter. So it's like, as long as you buy before X dividend, you will receive the next dividend. So here in ABVI's case, the X dividend is October 14th, and then the payout is going to be November 14th. So as long as you buy before the 14th, today and tomorrow, you will receive a dividend 1 month from now. Arena takeover chatter on Twitter. There it is. Betaville. It still has not showed up there on the wire, though. I'd be curious where it's coming from. Like, this has to be fake. See, like, when I see this, I'm like, are these bots or what? Because you see Wall Street Jesus and you see this, but, like, look at these first three in a row. So you mean it, like, 3 random people all across the world? They were just like, I think we need to post the ticker in the eyeballs. See, that's like, it's a simulation, bro. It's a simulation. I don't trust them. Isn't that weird? SPY's going up there, so you're getting some follow through on that first little rip here. And then Airbnb, if we break past 176, that's the high. Again, 180 is where things get crazy. Airbnb's heating up. TLT's even bouncing. Facebook. They didn't go. They came off the lows. That could have been it. So big tech is chilled out a little bit there. So that could be positive. AUPH, takeover chatter. We haven't confirmed it. No, yeah. Even the wire, it says Arena shares rise to session high, but no news is attached to it. So be careful on that one. Pep Pop. I just want more Airbnb. Isn't that crazy that I bought that 163 and I thought that was a little high, but it's already $10 higher than that now. So good thing we did use part of the deposit there for Airbnb. She's protected us. She's protected us good. See, that's the crazy part. This has to do with size because you can see this. Look, we bought 5 shares at 146, and then I made more off of I had to buy 15 more at a higher price, but it ended up getting a better return. Interesting. Must I hold ABVI past Friday? Yeah, you have to hold ABVI past the 14th. So I think you could even sell out on X dividend or the day after. It's either on or the day after. If you own ABVI before that and you sell out on the 14th or 15th, you should get the dividend. Chad, you could verify. You could sell day of, I'm pretty sure. It's either day of or day after. Can you explain why you like UWMC so much? I do a lot of real estate, and we have a very large real estate business. So we do both, wholesaling, flipping, all of that. We even have a residential rental portfolio. But one thing we do is a lot of lending. And UWM is, they account for, I'd probably say like 70% of our volume. They fund most of any of our loans, or if we fund an outside loan, they end up buying it. So based on firsthand experience working with UWM, they have a lot of exposure to real estate, and a lot of people we work with, they stand by UWM very well. Doesn't the stock usually drop as much as the dividend payout? It all depends. Yeah, that just all depends on the specific company. So like ABVI has done that a couple times, but sometimes it could actually go up. So like 2 months ago, or the ABVI's last time around, I think it went up after X dividend. It was shocking. RRD. Donley, I think they got news in the morning. Can I mentor you on real estate? Join the Colt Real Estate calls. Tomorrow. It's a free one. I mean, I won't be there all the time, but I think that's a good way to get started and really see. I mean, quite frankly, a lot of people want to do real estate. A lot of people get into it, but as far as the people who stick with it, I mean, it depends. I could give you a full damn philosophy on it, man. It's very simple. It'll work if you work. It'll work if you work it. Very, very simple. But a lot of people, it's very hard to work it. It's not hard, but it takes a lot of consistency and discipline. So, quite frankly, show up to four of those calls in a row and actually make some progress towards it, and we'll talk. Realtors make friendships based upon lies. Nah, you just got bad friends. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that happens. There's two types of that's how you even hit up some clients. Some of them you're just like, hey, you gotta have good friends. You make good friends. You get good friendships. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised. And just be cautious. I mean, I'm telling you, I've heard, we've given a lot. I've been sharing with you guys some of this stuff I'm doing in real estate. And I always see like not one, or at least a couple, but if your mindset is that real estate is like, oh, it's based off of this, and like if you judge, what I'm trying to tell you is that if you judge a lot of people in real estate and you judge them very aggressively, it reflects how you're gonna perform. It makes sense why some people don't get into it, because I'm like, well, yeah, if you judge everybody like that and you view it like so in that sense, it makes sense why it could kind of prevent people from taking advantage of the opportunities. But I could honestly say I'm very proud of all of my real estate agents, and a lot of the Colt agents in the Colt. They're very helpful. They've made money. They even donate to charities. They've helped each other out. A lot of Colt on Colt helping people out. We've seen a lot of people just using their knowledge and information to build a career, but make one that they could be prideful of, where you could actually help people and make a good name for yourself in this industry. And I stand by it, and I think they go to sleep, feeling good about what they're doing. And it's amazing too. If you've seen some of the Colt real estate stuff, it's nuts. There's literally been Chads just like you guys who've just popped in. They've been doing it since last year, and all of a sudden they literally have a job. They have a new whole ass career today. So it's great. The calls, just email coltrealestate@gmail.com. You'll get the code. High Ticker Wild Prince. I think that was just Facebook and Amazon giving us a cooldown, because they had that little pop. It was enough to bring us there, but then other stuff started moving. It's good. I like today though, because now I think even towards close we could even finalize. Really, if you want to bet against the CPI, I mean, I think we're gonna get a move. USFD, didn't they get bought out? I thought US Foods, USFD, or was that the other one? Or we saw that one the other day. Clarita, bar for taper, more than met on inflation. Yeah, Clarita, and then Fed Bostic is at 1220. I think Clarita's on right now. Puts before CPI sounds good. Again, puts would be if it's higher inflation, more likely to taper, and more negative sentiment. Lower CPI, lower inflation, it'll cool down some of the economic slowdown talks, and it would put it may not affect the taper too much. So we'll see. USD, the fund took 30% in options. That was a couple days ago, right? There was one food buyout this morning. One food company got purchased. Clarita says gradual tapering of bond purchases that adds mid-2022 could be warranted. Stronger in the gym. I think it's time to invest in a belt, baby. Ooh. I don't do any like deadlifts. I haven't gotten to big belt yet. Uber, Amazon Web, or user reports indicate Amazon Web Services having problems. Whoop. Looking forward CPI. So a high CPI is going to be bad. If the CPI comes in higher month over month, year over year, that's indicating that prices on the consumer side have risen, and the market won't like that. If it comes in at expectations, the market might be okay. But if it comes in higher than expectations, and the expectations are already kind of high, then that would be worrisome, and then people would start worrying about the tapering because that would warrant a sooner taper or a more. It would solidify the current taper plans, and then people would start talking about, okay, inflation, stagflation, effect on earnings, all of that. But then if CPI comes in low, it would add a little bit of calm there, and it might be enough to let us bounce. If people are worried about it, again, think about it. You saw what happened when we got rid of the debt ceiling stuff. That eased the market a lot. So if CPI comes in and it's not bad, and it comes in a little bit lower, market could, they may like that, or it could take off some pressure. But a high inflation print like we saw in May and even April 2021, it caused a big move in the market, because at that point the market was already talking inflation, and then this data comes in and everyone's like, hold up, that's not good. We didn't get rid of the debt ceiling, we got rid of the situation temporarily. That's a better way to put it. Signify Health holder ARK Invest reports 10% passive stake. In what? Signify Health ARK Invest. What's this? US? SGFY? They either took a stake or somebody took a stake in them. Yeah, isn't that worrisome? Yeah. Oh, so that's what you meant. The 2 years up 9%, like that's basis point. I thought you meant it was at 9%. It's not worrisome just yet, but that's part of the whole curve. And there's a situation you need the long term, but it's not as if the 2 year is at 9%. It's just saying it's up 9%. You're probably looking at it on Trading Economics. No, they delayed it. So today, Biden will be signing the delay. They gave an extension on the debt ceiling till December. Yeah, X is ripping. They're up there now. Man, I can't believe, bro, Netflix is still up, but Netflix is up like 2% almost. Facebook, I think, is surprising the market. I mean, something's going on with Facebook and Google. They made that change today, but even watching them, like Facebook is down 2%. That's big, but our market is literally at break even right now. So, and then even NASDAQ's not down a lot. So it's a very interesting day, more or less, as far as the social media companies are concerned. Can you reprice the energy curve? What odds do you think is happening? You need demand to drop. That's it. As long as that's what we talked about yesterday, demand destruction. So that's what happened in 06, 07. When oil hit 140 a barrel, at one point, if prices get too high on it, and then, people are going to find alternatives. We're already working on alternatives, but it's like you get this big price run up, you would need demand to really just inherently change for the whole curve to get repriced with everything. It's becoming trendy to shit on Facebook. I feel like it always has been, but again, they made a change to their advertising yesterday, but It's just, again, Google's even down as well, too. Just keep your eye on them. Ford on the high. That's one I really like. United Steel is still up there, too. Like, bro, Ford is a beast. I'm telling you, Ford, it's like, I want to call it a sleeper, but, like, it's already, think about it. It's up near these all-time highs, but very, very good one. Ford is just one of those names. What do we have? We have 30% on the equity. So this is a good one. I don't have it in the long term. I have just shares that we got on the Robinhood a while. We've had this for a while ago. Even Ford was actually the first stock the real estate guys purchased, and then they held it for a while. They even got a dividend on it back in the day. So we've held Ford since when it used to pay a dividend, 2019. But there's only a little bit. But then earlier this year, I bought a bigger share purchase in May. May I grabbed 500 shares at like $12.30. But I brought this one up on the watch list yesterday, just like I was saying with everything else. You had a, what's it called? You had a, just like, there's a lot of names to look at, and there's a lot of things you could watch, and like there's so much the market is waiting on, and the correlation between stocks is so high right now, where a lot of things are just moving the same exact way. So that's why I think Ford is just kind of a breakout. They got the EV going for them. They meet the value proposition. They're still kind of low. It's cheaper priced, and then what they could do in the auto industry, I think is it's interesting. I wouldn't sleep on it. And then, have you guys ever heard of Airbnb? Okay, I'm sorry. Sup, dudes? Good day. I'm only down 33 on Josh's calls, not 55. Usually it's 50 or more. And you still haven't learned shit? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's like going to Taco Bell every day, getting massive diarrhea, and you still keep coming to Taco Bell. And then you're going to throw shade at Taco Bell. Like, that's your own personal eating habits, dog. Okay? Get in the gym. Fix up. Okay, I have a different level of discipline, but that means you're going to need your own level of discipline. All right? I got you, man. I'm here for you. So but you got to, we got to make it work. We got to make it work. You got taco-ria. We want to avoid that taco-ria. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Airbnb is kind of acting like a safe haven, like it is like Snap was, and we like it, but just don't underestimate how volatile this could be. And again, their earnings, remember, the best thing we got is that the market didn't really like their earnings last quarter. Remember that. So that's what I think is good. And look at the equilibrium here, just since the stock has been around, and this is now on more shares, which makes it, you could see ever since the beginning of the year, as the more shares hit the market, it's not moving in the big ranges it was, but this is good. So if it does hold that, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it could, if it holds up here and at these levels, it gets good. But, it is still very volatile, but it is kind of having some of that safe haven effect that we've seen in some names. So let's see, though. Let us see. As angry as Josh will get at anyone. I'm not even angry, man. That's something. I've been listening to stuff, and I've been getting, like, excited again with some things, and it's just, we need some discipline. We need some personal accountability on different stuff. I want people to do good. So, I mean, we gotta keep it real. I mean, this is not, you're not here to copy all of the trades. It's not there's no guarantee of it turning into this and that, but I'm fully confident in the ability for people to learn and get something out of this. But if some people are walking around like what's the I don't know what to call it. It's just like I said, you got to work. I mean, I see people complain about debt. I see people complain about this and that, but it's like there's decisions that we can make that are good, and now you got to find out what it is, my decisions versus yours. You're here to learn stuff, so it's different. Entitled, kind of, maybe, but again, I want to help, so it's not like I'm not even here to throw any shade or judgment at it, but You know, if I'll keep it real, you know, you'll keep it real. You'll keep it real and say I'm down on plays. That's awesome. I will keep it real with you and let you know you are never advised to do anything like that. And if you really notice something about my plays, you go and do the opposite. You're making money. Or if there's something on there with the budget, you could do a lot on it. Michael, it's fun to piss me off from time to time. Well, it's fun to ban you from time to time. So now we're even. You see what I'm saying? So now that's how the playing field gets balanced. Because then I have a lot of fun with it. You see, like it puts me on a power trip. And then I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, I showed him. You know what I'm saying? That's just what happens. So we got to watch out sometimes. Got to watch out sometimes. But yeah, we'll increase. I want more. I'll talk. I could give. I have a couple different PHILOs. We'll see how it feels with it. But higher accountability, both on everybody. You know, myself included. That's why I'm saying. You know, where you're seeing. You know, you're gonna see the losses, and I want to even highlight more of the losses. I want the reality to come to light. And I want it in the sense so people can make better decisions. And when it comes down to it, long term, there is going to be plays and opportunities. I want you to know what to really expect. But like again, if your expectations are all over the place, it's on you to be mature about it. That's why again I had to talk with somebody about trading for a living, and I said it. You know, the people I've noticed who've done very, very well. It's just like it's a different decision making process and what they're expecting out of the market. Instead of dropping something and, you know, dropping everything completely to, you know, dropping a line of work and income to start trading and then becoming a full-time trader, I've seen less of that than people who have found a way to take on both until they said, okay, I have this in the bag. I'm leaving my job. I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. Baba intraday, I mean, you're getting 4 or 5% moves every other day. How do you afford the Bloomberg terminal? I've invested long-term like I show you guys, just like we made a long-term purchase today. I've been doing that for over 15 years, and you probably hear me talk about a real estate deal at least a couple every quarter. So I'm working even after the stream. I have my stocks working for me, and they've been working for almost 2 decades now. The long-term play I grabbed, Abivi and Uber. We grabbed, and then, yeah, that's the only ones. We grabbed small account, sister account, and big account. Clarita, I don't think there's a live feed of Clarita, believe it or not. I don't think Clarita, we have access to that one. Top 2 holdings, I think it's an interesting balance we have now, especially after buying more Abivi. I kind of like balanced the tide a little bit. But Snapchat's the biggest position, and then Abivi and Airbnb are about the same size, $200 difference. That's why, so I like this deposit on Abivi. I increase my dividends, you know, a little bit more of a stable stock. Think about it. We've spent all of the last couple months buying Airbnb. So this kind of balances it out. And that's what I really, really like about it. I like Uber to start. You know, I started it for my sister, a new position in the 40s. And that's where I like it. I think it's at a decent price. And then I decided, you know, I want to build her out a position and make sure we have something decently sized. So I like it. I mean, I'm not fully opposed to it. Again, I'm looking into it's for the long term. It's little by little. I mean, some prices are going to be high. Some prices are going to be low. I mean, that's what look at Airbnb. We bought it at low prices. We bought it at high prices. Even Abivi, I bought some shares at $80. I even have some shares at Abivi at $60. But then, you know, even like today, you know, time goes on. We want to build out these positions. So I'm going to get some overall. How many Snap shares? We have 600 on this account and then another 2 something on the other. So like just under like 900 or 1,000. But then like look at the Abivi here. I only have 10 shares on this account, but I bought some at $5 or $72. Excuse me, 72, 88, 79. But then, you know, I'm buying it on the way up as well. It's about building it out. My average on Snap is like $17 or $18 on all of those shares. We bought some at 13, we bought some at 20, but the average comes into around like $18, $19. BBIG still going. Spies is holding on here. GWH, that's been a runner here. A lot of pumping on that one today. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Indeed. Follow it. Say what's up, man. Don't be shy. I was going to do it, when I post the next long-term picture. Follow me on Instagram, and I'm gonna show some love. I'm trying to get social on the social media. You know what I'm saying? Social on the social media. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation: stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful. What if you still smoke? Now, this is, listen, you asked a great question because you didn't make it sound like shade. If you still smoke, that's fine. But that's why we could try to balance it out with a push-up or two. Just get your body moving. I appreciate that. So do it. At the very least, relax your eyeballs. At the very least, drop your shoulders. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, just drop your shoulders because your shoulders right now are scrunched up. Do you realize that? I know you hear me. You're listening to my voice right now, and I know your shoulders are scrunched up. I know you're the cool kid in the chat, and you try to be all cool when it comes to this moment. I get it, but just drop your shoulders, okay? Just drop your shoulders, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, boom. Look at that. Just like that, you're done. Look at good posture, legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. I see the other half of you. You're kicking your nuts with one of your legs, and then your other leg is sticking out, and then you're leaning towards your mouse or away from it. Kind of weird posture, my guy. If you're going to be here for 7 hours, we got to make some changes. You know what I'm saying? So just chest to the sun, a little correction right there. Boom. That's what I'm talking about with discipline. How do you tuck the hips in? Just like thrust. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. Don't make it awkward. Just thrust a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Tuck them hips in. Just give it a little, lean back and then thrust. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. It's not, we're here for you. We want you to look good. It's okay. There you go. You got it. It's simple. It's simple. So do that. You already relaxed the jaw. Did I say relax the jaw? Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Woo! Just like that. Look how easy that is. Look how easy that is. Real quick. Spies coming down. You're feeling refreshed. Look at that. Boom. 2 hours in. You moved around a little bit. It's like the day just started over, but now you're more awake and it's less cold. Ain't that amazing? Now look at what you could do anything. You could do anything. Listen, if you could hear me, you could do anything. Look at that's coming through your ears right now. You can do anything. You got to accept it. Don't block the blessing. Just accept it. Don't fight it. Okay? That's it. It's beautiful. It feels different. I mean, you got moving. So I'm going to get moving now. I'm going to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to be right back. Y'all can listen to me with it. Say something in the chat, man. Show some love. Type someone's name out. Say hello. It's like church. Greet someone. Tell somebody on the way to their seat to get a long term. You know what I'm saying? Just do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. I need to go pee. I need to go pee. Woo. I really need to go pee, man. I've been holding this one in. I just looked and I can't believe the time. You know what I'm saying? It's very good. Shout out to Chad. that. Oh. We good, baby. We good. Pelosi's live. Are you sure? Are you sure? In his hand. She's having her weekly thing. It disappeared from my calendar.
He is the president of it, so
oh,
he
bro, we ain't
over
never seen her in
presentations
blue.
by the president
Oh my
of
God,
Portugal, the prime minister,
Nancy,
the speaker,
you doing it
and of
out
course
there?
the
We've never seen her in
Secretary
blue.
General
It's a good
of
color on
the,
her. I like
of
Nancy.
NATO, it was, and I had the privilege once again to address them and talk about women in security, and I was honored to receive their first award in that regard, because women in security are one of the answers to it. And so in any event, if you want, I can talk to you more about that. The whole time, though, we were all focused on building back better. The Europeans and others from all over the world, the G20, were interested in what was happening here. And of course, these discussions went into the nights because of the time difference. We have some important decisions to make in the next few days so that we can proceed. I'm very disappointed that we're not going with the original $3.5 trillion, which was very transformative. But in the whatever we do, we'll make decisions that will continue to be transformative about women in the workplace. So transformed because of childcare and universal pre-K, which sort of go together, the child tax credit, home health care workers. Men benefit too, but largely women, and women are those caregivers as well. So not only to free up women to go into the workplace for their own professions and interest, but also to recognize the work that women do in providing that health care, issues that relate to family and medical leave and the rest. The Build Back Better is three baskets. It's climate, which we spent some time talking about already, health, jobs, security, and moral responsibility. It's healthcare, the issues that relate to the Affordable Care Act, Medicare and Medicaid, and family care. I mentioned some of those issues already. And so whatever we do, it will be transformative, it will produce results, and we are very grateful to our president for saying, I want to pass the bipartisan legislation on infrastructure, but I will not confine my vision for the future to what can be in that bill. Hence, we need the Build Back Better. In addition to that, of course, and that, again, let me just say, that's really a very important jobs bill. It's a jobs bill, and it's a bill about our children, and it is about our values. So I'm pretty excited about the prospect that we have to make some difficult decisions, of course, because we have fewer resources, but nonetheless, no diminishing of our commitment to a transformative agenda for the children. As you know, we're back today to do the debt ceiling, and this will go until nearly $500 billion until December 3rd. In the meantime, we'll be working to try to have bipartisanship, as we always have had on legislation. I just want to, let me just say some of the things that could happen if we do not achieve that. We could, if we don't lift the ceiling, it could be a loss of 6 million jobs, $15 trillion in household wealth, and drastically increase the cost. Do you have a credit card? Do you have a car loan? Car loans, mortgages, student loans, credit cards, and other borrowing. So domestically, and when I say domestically, I don't just mean within the United States, I mean at the kitchen table domestically. It will have a tremendous impact. And it's about the economy, bigger, preventing decline in the GDP of up to 4%. The GDP could go down, and a surge in the unemployment rate as the economy. Right now, we're recovering from a pandemic. We don't need that. And then, just to say what it does globally, a default would send shockwaves through global financial markets and would likely cause credit markets worldwide to freeze up and stock markets to plunge. Employers around the world would likely have to begin laying off workers. Again, this is a report from the White House on that, so I refer you to that. And again, it's about kitchen table, it's about our economy, global economy, but it's also about our Constitution, which says the full faith and credit of the United States shall not be in doubt. 14th Amendment, Section 4. So it's the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law shall not be questioned. Okay? Got any questions? Let me see how to reward those who are here the most. That's the way it goes. Well, let me talk to some of the women first, and I'll come back to you, ma'am.
The supply chain that we're seeing right now, the disruptions that are going on. Right now, we're seeing our American ports that are running at 60% capacity. But the problem is right now that we're closing at night and on Sundays. And do you think that the president right now should be talking to the unions and perhaps asking them to loosen up some of their worker regulations as to when they should be working so they can be working more often and we should be able to start our supply chain?
Well, the supply chain issue is not just an issue of what happens here. The supply chain is an issue globally, and that was something that we talked about at the meeting because there are obstructions in other countries of product even making it to the ships to come to our country. Yeah, we've got to address that issue because it has a direct impact on everything because we are so dependent on global trade and our trade going out as well. Yes, sir.
Speaking of your letter last night to the caucus, you said that you need to do fewer things well. That was the guidance you got from the members. So are you suggesting that this package may ultimately drop either universal pre-K, child tax credit expansion, tuition-free community college, paid family leave, or even the Medicare expansion?
Well, let me just say that at $3.5 trillion, we were doing everything well. So not a question of now we're doing it well because it's less money. But the fact is that if there are fewer dollars to spend, there are choices to be made. And members have said, let's get the results that we need, but we will not diminish the transformative nature of what it is. And it is, some members have written back to me and said, I want to do everything. So we'll have that discussion. But again, in the family section of it, the transformative nature of the Biden child tax credit, child care and universal pre-K really go together. That's sort of they go together. They're part of the same, meeting the same need. Issues that relate to home health care. There's certain things that we're still talking about a couple $1 trillion, but it's not, it's more, it's much less. So mostly we would be cutting back on years and something like that. But those are decisions that we have to. Excuse me?
Would you have to drop one of those programs?
Well, we hope not. We hope not. But we have to make sure we have a bill, which I also said is that we have to have something that will pass the House and pass the Senate. Pass the House and pass the Senate. And I'm not asking members to vote for something that has no chance to pass in the Senate. I'm optimistic that we will get to where we need to be in timely fashion. Yes.
Do you think, two-part question, do you think...
Two parts allowed? I mean, there are a lot of questions here.
Do you believe you'll get this done this month still? And also on the debt limit, are you still of the view that you should not do this as part of reconciliation?
Yeah, I did tell you that, didn't I?
No, I don't think you did, actually. I think you said...
Well, you asked me, and you forgot. You said, are you going to do it in reconciliation? And I said, no.
Well, it's only extended for about a month.
Maybe I didn't recognize you with the name.
Bro, it's this guy.
Yeah, no, I'm optimistic that
It's this reporter.
These decisions have to be made. There's been a lot of discussion, and we are a Democratic Party. We are not a rubber stamp or a lockstep party. We have our discussions, and I'm very proud of the values that all the members have brought to the table, the knowledge of the issues that they're advancing, that they bring, and the realization that even at 3.5, you have to make decisions. So again, we have to make tighter decisions. Now, in my last letter previous to this one, I said, everybody sharpen your pencil. I mean, it's an old phrase. Nobody uses a pencil anymore, I guess, but sharpen your pencil, literally, figuratively, in any other way. But I'm optimistic, yeah. In terms of the debt ceiling, well, we're just hoping that we can do this in a bipartisan way. There are all kinds of suggestions that members have. One that really was endorsed a while back by Mitch McConnell, but who knows? Who knows? But it was the manifestation of it now. Mr. Yarmouth and Mr. Boyle have put forth, puts the responsibility on the Secretary of the Treasury to make the determination to lift the debt ceiling. That decision could be overruled by the Congress. It would take 60 votes under the present custom, but nonetheless, Congress would have to overrule that. That seems to have some appeal to both sides of the aisle because of the consequences to people of not lifting it. But why would many Democrats and Republicans have voted against lifting the debt ceiling, but never to the extent of jeopardizing it. This is the first time.
Are you for that idea? Are you in favor of that idea?
I think it has merit, yes, I do think it has merit. But in the meantime, we're going to pass a bill today to take us to December with the hope that when people realize what the implications of it, this is not a technical thing. This has ramifications, as I say, from the kitchen table to our economy to global and constitutional. Yeah.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
Pelosi, one of the pay-fors in the Build Back Better bill that's been proposed is IRS cracking down on some unpaid taxes. Banks are starting to get calls from customers, and they're reporting these calls. They're concerned about this tracking of transactions that is greater than $600. So Americans are starting to be worried about this. Do you think that this pay-for of giving the IRS more money to crack down on unpaid taxes is
She knows they about
going
to ask
stay
her
in the
about her
reconciliation
stocks.
bill? And what do you say
Yes.
to Americans who are concerned
Yes.
about that?
Yes. Well, I mean, with all due respect,
She don't like this one.
the plural of anecdote is not data. I've said that before here. Yes, there are concerns that some people have, but if people are breaking the law and not paying their taxes, one way to track them is through the banking measure. I think 600, but that's a negotiation that will go on as to what the amount is. But yes. Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker.
Well, these people in the front row have an advantage here. You go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our latest CBS News poll shows that only about 10% of Americans describe themselves as knowing a lot of specific things that are in the reconciliation package, and that the majority don't know anything at all. So do you think you need to do a better job at messaging, and going forward, how do you sell this if ultimately you have to?
Well, I think you all could do a better job of selling it, to be very frank with you, because every time I come here, I go through the list. Family and medical leave, climate, the issues that are in there. And, but it is true, it is hard to break through when you have such a comprehensive package. But as we narrow it down and put it out there, I think that it will. For example, one of the things in the bill is the continuation of the Biden tax credit, that is child tax credit, that is in the was in the rescue package. That has great appeal. Do people know where it springs from? No, but it is a vast bill. It has a lot in it, and we'll have to continue to make sure the public does. But whether they know it or not, they overwhelmingly support it. And by the way, women much more than men. Men like the infrastructure, this one here.
What would be the first to go to get the price down, to the price of the package down?
Excuse me?
What would be the first to go to get the price of the package down?
You must be kidding. That's a negotiation. That's not something that I would be announcing here, and I don't even know what that would be. No, what would be the first go? What would be probably in timing, that the timing would be reduced. in many cases to make the cost lower. But it only would be in such a way that does not undermine the transformative nature of it, because some of it has to have enough money in order to have sustainability that can be counted on. So again, the first thing would be timing. Thank you. Thank you all.
Reconciliation
Oh, by the way, I have to go. I have a Foreign Minister Lapid coming to my office now. He's in Washington for meetings with the administration, and I will have a bipartisan meeting with him, and perhaps some of you will even attend our press availability in a short period. But it's pretty exciting to welcome him here to once again take great pride in the relationship between Israel and the United States.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. Appreciate it. There was actually something in there. I don't know if you guys got it. There's a hint of something. There's actually something that I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect from that, but she did say something, or there was you could tell by the line of logic. Anybody know what it is? Not your infrastructure bill for men. Well, not that. You guys picked up on that one pretty quick. The 600, don't even get me started with the 600. But the debt ceiling. So they're like, remember, they're signing the extension today, but I don't know. How she was kind of talking about it, it seems like we are literally circling back to the same issue again, where, again, the reconciliation question, what they're going to be doing or not. It's seeming like I would love to see the credit default swaps after today. I don't know if it had too big of an effect, but I feel like it's still I feel like we're back kind of in the same situation. Even though the can was kicked, you're going to see the same exact argument 2 months from now. That's what it's starting to look like. But again, we'll see any other developments in the meantime. And then as far as the $600 thing, I mean, you know how I am on that one. Imagine buying like $1.5 million of like NVIDIA in the money calls, right? And then advocating to monitor $600 transactions. Yeah, this is awkward. That's it. Other than that, I'm just focused on the debt ceiling. That's it. Penn weekly 75 calls. She didn't like that question. I didn't like that question either. I was just, it always just like, ugh. Because I saw something, like, think about it. Do you realize, like, all of the young, like, high school kids who, like, do landscaping and then they get paid by Venmo? I'm laughing because it's so dirty. They're gonna have to pay taxes now. All the like little kids are like, man, your lemonade stand, if you accept Square, bro, we taxing you on that, son. That's it. Pay your fair share. I agree with that, but you know, if somebody's making less than $20,000 a year, I mean, how would you? Coming from me, I don't think you should. If somebody makes less than $50,000 a year, I don't think you should tax them a dime. I agree with that. I could stand by that. Even for pay your fair share. So this is all having those accounts tracked. All of those people making that much money or less they're gonna get a piece of their pie taken out. And I don't think that's their fair share. I think we should make it easier for them, because I grew up in a household where taxation was actually, you know, not understanding it and then being taxed. It really slows your progress down, or it can make you feel like you're in a hole forever. But that's funny. She did not like that question. But debt ceiling, I want to see if everything goes up in terms of the credit default swaps, because it seems like they're gonna have that effect. Why $50,000? Just given the fact that things cost a lot of money now, and you know, if you're at $50,000 and you pay 30% of your income to taxes, you're left with not much. And then if you're spending half of that on housing, and then now the price of food, it makes things pretty difficult. That's 140 of the poverty line. That's just me being progressive. You know what I'm saying? So like small businesses are tough. Remember, 1 year started, you made 20K and had to pay 3.3. So yeah, it even, and the crazy part is it gets higher and higher as you go. And then if you wanted to set it up so where you could qualify for loans and everything else, it turns into a nightmare. So create businesses and buy assets. Well, yeah, your new business will probably get taxed until we figure out the SALT deductions. And then buying assets, I'm a big fan of it. But like we talked about with inflation, I mean, if you're buying assets trying to play inflation, but then you're responding to the price swings, you're going to lose, because inflation brings about heavy confusion and big price swings. So what eventually happens is a lot of people end up buying into the highs of inflation, and then it comes down during one of the waves, and then they feel weird about it. So, if you're buying assets with the plan of evaluating their performance in 5 years, you'll be golden. If not, then you're going to be in a weird middle ground, or it could really be destroying to a lot of people. Because again, some people are like, oh, I'm playing for inflation. Then you get caught buying lumber at the highs, and then it drops like we saw in May, and then it shoots right back up 40%. So it's the cycle and the heat of the economy, and the timing of it really messes things up. If you buy something, it goes down, hold or buy more. And you have to also think about quality of it too. That's why, really, I'm thinking real estate. So real estate, I don't think you could really go wrong. Like if you bought, imagine, I think even Uncle Answers was talking about real estate back in 2018, 2019, that was one way to do it. Or if you got in early 2020, beginning of this year, you made money. But now that prices are high, people ask me, and they're like, well, is that a good inflation bet? I still believe so, but it's not going to be the same like this year where you buy a house in 2021 and then it goes up 20% in 2022. But I'm thinking, 3-4 years from now, if you buy any house, you will be able to sell it for profit, but you have to be able to hold it for that long. And SPY is coming back up here. We're towards the higher end of today. Very, very interesting bounce, more or less. Again, I think it was just the pressure eased up. Again, look at Facebook, look at Amazon. They chilled out. They're already green. Apple. So I think big tech was really, really down. We're back up to 0.25% on every index. So that's nice. That is nice. We chilled out there. So now we're getting some steam that burned about 2.5 hours or hour and a half? No, 2.5 hours. Gets us right here. We already had European close. Things did good after European close, believe it or not. We're slightly above the gap here. I wonder how much we'll move. Now the question is, if we do get upside, does it turn into a bigger rally here? And again, that will set us up for tomorrow. The Lucid Dream event, you guys want to watch it? I mean, the market's going up. Today is a pretty chill day. I'd be down to put it on for a couple minutes. Let me see. I searched for it. All I find is deep sleep music. Damn, they're doing the OG premiere. All right, Chad. Make your name known. Hola, Chad. Oh, they got the Korean gang. Is this it? Let's see what 160 gets
This
you.
is Lucid Air.
Oh, yeah?
And this is Dream Drive,
Okay.
our ultra-intuitive advanced driver assistance system.
What the hell did I just
Think
do?
of Dream Drive as your invisible co-pilot. Dream Drive Pro, the most comprehensive version of Dream Drive, has over 30 features that enhance your driving experience, with many more coming soon. The first thing you'll notice about Dream Drive is that you'll hardly notice it at all. It's so smooth and sleek that the learning curve to unlock its incredible features is virtually non-existent. Thanks to its Sirius camera suite, surround view monitoring offers a full 360-degree view of your car, giving you eyes on all sides. It has an impressive 32 sensors, all seamlessly integrated into the design that see things the human eye cannot. And with a fully comprehensive vision package, short and long-range radars, an array of ultrasonic sensors, and state-of-the-art LiDAR technology, Dream Drive's ability to precisely scan and pinpoint everything around you is uncanny. On the highway, Dream Drive really shines. Because Lucid Air is one of the only EVs with LiDAR, a high-resolution laser scanner, Dream Drive's sensing capabilities are remarkable. With LiDAR and the rest of the sensor suite working together, Dream Drive is among the most advanced ADAS systems when it comes to object detection, display accuracy, and safety. All of this technology enables highway driving features designed to help keep you safe, while making Lucid Air even more delightful to drive. Highway Assist helps you maintain optimal positioning on the freeway. Lane centering control specifically takes care of your in-lane positioning, while Adaptive Cruise Control helps you effortlessly maintain a consistent and safe distance from the vehicle in front of you. And with driver monitoring, Dream Drive can identify and alert you when your eyes are off the road. It will even suggest the closest rest stop should you need to recharge or grab a quick cup of coffee. Dream Drive's HMI, or human-machine interface, elevates the highway driving experience. At all times, you'll know exactly which driving mode you're in. Its clear and natural HMI utilizes visual, audio, and text cues. Dream Drive also uses Surreal Sound, Lucid Air's fully immersive 21-speaker system, to deliver clear directional alerts. This enhances safety features like front and rear cross-traffic protection and autonomous emergency braking. And when it comes to connectivity,
all right. So I wanted to see it. I wanted to see how that was. It wasn't. It reminds me of the first version of the Tesla, but it's not like it reminds me of like it looked old when I first saw it. I don't know what it is. Like, I want to see the car, like, moving in, like, real IRL shit. But that was disappointing. I mean, I haven't watched the whole thing, clearly. That's my first time seeing it. And that was, it looked old. I don't know. It looked like, it reminded me of when Tesla's, like, it looks dated. Yeah, like, it looks like the first generation Tesla, if you ever noticed it. Like, go look at a first-gen Tesla, and you'll see, like, that's why I think it's gonna have some work to do on there. But that's cool to see. I mean, again, I've always wanted I'm not the biggest fan of Lucid, but ever since they outlined their plan to be having deliveries and production by the end of this month, I think it's gonna be I want to see. That's at least the closest real life EV that we've seen, besides like Solo. Solo I saw at the mall, and that one's like real. You could actually see those drive. But this one's interesting. Yeah, the 520-mile range is dope. Between Tesla, Lucid, and Polestar, which would you prefer to own? Honestly, I would go with Tesla at this point. I mean, still, I have Teslas, and they're cool cars, and it seems like everything that was explained there, I mean, was in the Tesla, and at least I know I'm not getting, like, the first gen Tesla. I wouldn't want to be in the first gen. Yeah, AT&T, Telecom, very, very clapped. Very, very clapped. And then Big Tech was able to chill. LiDAR, that's been doing decent. I just saw another one up there. If they don't have cars on the street, I don't want... Well, that's why I was saying Lucid is finally able to get it. Oh, they're dropping now off of it. I don't know. There's probably some news there. Apple to hold special event October 18th. Or Apple's popping there, so it's popping off that news. Special event October 18th. Apple is popping. Is it the MacBook event? Yeah. Is it Mac? It could be if it's a MacBook again. They haven't announced one that could be decent. Earnings are going to be. I think earnings might be decent for Apple, or at least towards the end of the year. Again, new iPhone. The iPhone 12 wasn't even like the biggest like shift, and so like iPhone 13 enough time. I mean, it's going to be interesting, but they haven't. Remember, Apple's been doing very good on iPads, so I think a MacBook would be pretty decent for them right now. Another one. The latest one was the M1 chip. Yeah, the iPhone, it's the same thing as the 12, and that's what I'm saying. The 12 was the 5G drop. Some people got in just for the 5G, but now you give it another couple years. It's like there's some people who are kind of in the middle. It's just like continued iPhone 12 demand, or it gives like a little push. Snap. Twitter bounced. Nice. So did Snap. Snap is the leader in social media stocks today. They're doing, man, isn't that Snap literally just has earnings, bounces around, and then holds up until the next earnings. Literally, except a little bit in January, went crazy. Do I have an iPad? Nah, I don't have an iPad. My mom lives on an iPad. Like, that's all Mama Answers knows how to. Like, I even bought Mama Answers a MacBook. She still has never used it. She just uses an iPad. Like, she lives off of that. But I don't have a use for an iPad. I just use a phone. Yeah, I feel like iPad is good for the stream. Just put a little stream up on the iPad, and then you could have your other setup. Yeah, the iPad did really good though. Remember their latest numbers on it. They've been killing it. So Lucid got clapped a little bit. Match.com. Apple came back. Always match up 2%. I pay for a level 2 order book on the terminal. I have access. I paid for a bunch of stuff, like the extra subscriptions, because you have to register, so I believe so. Like, it took me, like, I had to pay for, like, 4 extra things and, like, set it up to just get non-delayed data. So you have to look into. It's pretty easy though. You could go into like your permissions and stuff. Can you show Rivian? I think we've seen the Rivian before. It's cool. Again, the difference is, I mean, it's just all about production and production facility and you know, being able to get a car on the road. That's always been the hardest step. So that's why like I'm looking out for. That's why Lucid has caught my attention recently. Again, I know some people don't like it. Some people think a lot about it. I've talked a lot of shit on it. I'm not a big fan of all these random new companies out of nowhere, but that news on Lucid, it's interesting. That's why we put that on there for a little bit, but that it does. I don't know if I would pay 160 for that. You're just doing what everyone did with Snap. No biggie. Nah, the difference was when I bought Snap, there was I'm pretty sure there's over 100 million people on it. So, yeah, big difference. GWH still pumping. I think it's 160 for the first model. Yeah, GWH 150. That's been running all day. Rivian, can you buy a Rivian right now? And when would it get delivered? Learn more. Rivian deliveries are already happening. How come I've never seen one? I've never seen one yet. The thing that Lucid has going for it is the range. A 500-mile range on any sort of EV is ridiculous. That's 2 Tesla batteries. Like Teslas get like 220, 250. Is that confirmed though? I think so. You get 356. Oh, you have a Model 3. You have Model 3 dual motor. Apple event will include Apple car news. That's the rumor. You're popping up a little bit there. Lucid's coming down. Again, that was the thing we were just watching. Where's TLT? TLT up 1% today. It's chilling though. Everyone making EVs. Well, the demand for EVs has increased. So, like, even in America and Europe, for the first time ever this year, electric vehicles have sold more than diesel vehicles. So that's like a very, very big deal. It's showing you kind of the demand. Like, you're finally getting demand ticking up. Like, if you, like, think about, like, 2019 even. Like, 2019, 2020, Teslas were pretty well known at that point, but you know, they were not getting, you know, other vehicles. The demand just wasn't there. The other vehicles, people were buying them hand over fist. ASON, Derulo, DNA pop. DNA's up 15. ASON up 5. Back to 110. I remember, bro, they dropped 20% in 3 days. That was scary. But ASON is looking good. When did they report? That would be an interesting one for earnings. They have 13. They have 1.2. Yeah, Lucid has a lot of cash on hand, and that is a very, very big a big thing. Like I said, I like it. I like Lucid in the sense of I'll keep my eye on it, but I'm not really I'm not fully sold just yet. I mean, you barely got me sold on Tesla, and even then, at that point, I'm like, with the shares, I wasn't too down with it. Airbnb 917. EA renewed 5th Pro partnership. Is that with soccer? FIFA? ASON December for earnings. Oh, wow. So they come in a little bit different. Let's see. We got a couple of market wraps and a couple of things. Options shows market pros and newbies divide on S&P route. One of the few remarkable things about this recent sell-off is how differently market professionals and amateur traders appear to have reacted to it. As the S&P 500 streak of turbulence extended into the 6th week, option traders are seeking index-wide protection. Usually, institutional players unwound some of their hedges as the stock market sold off. On a single stock level, the opposite happened, with demand for bearish contracts relative to call options continuing to go up. The single stock put-to-call ratio rose to the highest level since early August. On a 10-day rolling basis, Monday, as the net volume of call options continued to decline, a feature that Deutsche Bank strategists attribute to declining volumes for large cap momentum stocks. So this is where it's at. So this is put the call ratio and then CBO index. So this is on the indexes versus individual stocks, I believe. Interesting. And then let's see where we're at. What time is it? 9:19. Stocks rise as traders await corporate earnings. Stocks rose as investors awaited the start of the earnings season while weighing the risk of inflation against prospects for an economic recovery. The S&P 500 rebounded from earlier losses. West Texas Intermediate crude held above $80 a barrel on speculation that the global energy crunch will continue to boost demand. Treasury 10 years and the dollar were little changed. Traders have been concerned that price pressures spurred by a power crisis and supply chain snarls will sap corporate profits and growth. The International Monetary Fund warned of the risk of sudden and steep declines in global equities and home values as central banks withdraw stimulus, aka China. The next key test of market confidence will be the start of earnings season Wednesday with results from JP Morgan Chase. Earnings season is going to give us a really good clue of where we're going on some of these supply chain issues. Alicia Levine, head of equities at capital markets at BNY Mellon, she told Bloomberg TV, the two sectors we worry about are the industrials and retail because that's where the companies are not able to pass along price as easily. The conditions required to begin tapering the Fed's bond buying program have all but been met amid high inflation and ongoing rehiring in the job market, Fed Clarita said. U.S. consumers' expectations for inflation continue to rise in September, according to a Federal Reserve Bank of New York survey. For Karen Carnell, co-investment officer at sustainability at Bridgewater, most portfolios are insufficiently hedged for inflation. One of the easiest things investors could do is switch up their nominal bond holdings to inflation-linked bonds, told Bloomberg TV. It's very simple. You're literally going to get paid whatever CPI is. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. So you got FOMC minutes on Wednesday, as well as the CPI, China PPI, and CPI on Thursday. Need prayers for a roofer that fell through our skylight at the warehouse. He's alive but fell 20 feet on a rack. Oh, my God. Jeez, Tim. We will pray for him. That's crazy. I saw that. I thought I was going to give like a high porn or something. That's awful. Pray. That's wild, man. That's wild. And you be safe out there. You be safe out there too, man. Brooklyn banned Kyrie Irving from playing until he gets the vaccine. Kyrie. Laser pop on press release. That's a LiDAR company. Luminar. But funny, it's today is seems like a lot of people are talking earnings and everything else. Laser's popping now off that. It kind of delayed there. You got the move. Small caps might do well. Even just coming in, I mean, it's funny how earnings, inflation is key, but it seems a lot of people are focused on the earnings there with JP Morgan, but I do think that will be key. Laser Arm and PACCAR executives join Luminar. What will be key? I think I think it'll be a lot better with or CPI. I think CPI is going to bring a bigger move. ban the sale of new gas-powered cars and trucks starting 2035. Sold that date to be zero emission. They also banned gas leaf blowers and lawnmowers. So I'll never be woken up by a lawnmower. That's dope. I feel like back in the day that used to happen a lot more. I feel like growing up I would get woken up by lawnmowers. I don't know. Does that sound accurate? It seems too accurate. IMF adds pressure on Fed to taper quickly. Fed minutes come out tomorrow, and so does the U.S. CPI print. So interesting that the IMF has just downgraded its global growth forecast with a stark warning about inflation. It'll be interesting to see what the Fed minute says, but concerns over inflation have evolved so quickly that the Fed's reaction function may have changed since then. Case in point is IMF's call today on central banks to be very, very vigilant and to move early to tighten monetary policy if pressures persist. The IMF is towing the line on calling price pressures temporary, but it is clear that the concern this assessment will prove wrong has increased. Overall, the IMF report reinforces the view that stagflation is a risk and that the Fed will have to move to taper asset purchases as soon as possible, simply to have the flexibility on policy rates if price pressures continue into 2022. LAC new IBD pick. And the SPY came down a little bit. We're literally all day to go right where we were, but I mean almost halfway through the day. At least our prediction kind of came to light here. So, again, all in all, I think tomorrow is going to be a pretty big move. Those inflation-linked bonds might actually be a pretty solid play if there's an ETF. There's like tip and tip X. This one's interesting. That and then SPIP. Probably going to look the same. IVOL. There's VTIP. There's a bunch of these actually. I don't know why this one dropped so much. Uber pop. Uber everywhere. Oh. Dude, Uber is insane. I'm telling you, all of the moves that we've seen it make is just ridiculous the last couple days. Yeah, Uber's popping right now. It has volume. I don't know if there's news on it. That one's interesting. New MacBook Pro, let me confirm. Yeah, a couple of you guys are posting it. It's coming through Twitter now. Again, Uber's popping. Check Apple. You saw a little bit. You remember they had Apple Car News, special event news, October 18th. And now MacBook Pro is coming around there, it looks like. Palantir taking off. 23. You need it back at that 26 level. That's what really got exciting. Apple earnings 10/28. Whew. Right around the corner. defends himself from insider trading allegations. Moderna has no plans to share COVID vaccine technology. They're like, nah, G. Nah. The store I get my smokes at is low on cigarettes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, then that's it. We might have real supply chain issues. It's not fake anymore. That's it. If y'all run out of cigarettes, that's crazy. Maxine Waters' Twitter account hacked? She said, I've been hacked and my Twitter account has been erased. I know who has done this. I will take care of this ASAP. That was 30 minutes ago. Maxine Waters. I know who has done this. How would she know? It doesn't seem like her account got hacked. Abby Vibe, big sell. Think we lost like another, like what, 0.5%? Womp, womp, womp. Dangerous man, Powell. Let's see, where's Myrna? Where's Merck? TLT pop. Yeah, a little bit there. It's interesting, especially as we're coming here towards the VWAP. Very, very minimal, a lot of individual moves, but very minimal moves here on the indexes, especially with how big TLT is. Do we panic sell Abivi? Nah, man. I've held Abivi for a really long time. So that's something you guys got to realize here, too. Abivi, I mean, we've made good on our promises. I mean, we've been buying it since October 2019. It was actually one of the first stocks we bought in the long term. So we've built around it. I mean, I've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be our 8th drip, I believe. And then on this account, we've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're about to get our 2nd year of drip on this play. So I'm not really concerned with the price as much as I am taking my my dividend on it and, you know, owning a very quality company. So the price moves are essentially, price moves will not affect us. I mean, one day if Abivi does go even lower from here, it could be a nice one that we could start building up even more. Fed Bostic, inflation expected to continue over 2% in the future. Is MGM at a new high? That could be good. Watch TLT there. Yeah, MGM's breaking out now. Okay, we have 70% on that play. That play was in the gutter. That one is very, very surprising. And then Uber had that. No, nothing on that thing. Oh, MGM IBD pick, Investor Business Daily. Bro, there's a $7 spread on that Uber leap. My goodness. Apple CEO's anti-leak edict broke the law, ex-employee alleges. Ex-Apple employee Ashley files new NLRB complaints. Hold on, someone's filing a claim against Apple. It doesn't look like it's having an effect just yet. But the CEO's anti-leak edict broke the law, ex-employee alleges. No, so now they're saying, one employee is saying that Apple's anti-leak stuff is a violation to the law. That's coming out now. You're seeing this stock. I don't know what sort of effect. I think that we're getting that early. We're getting that early. People aren't reacting yet. You're even seeing Chad post it. Yeah, SPY's coming down. Now SPY's selling off big. Again, I don't know if it's the Apple news or what you got going, but again, bonds are already high here. SEC opens inquiry into Wall Street Bank's employee communications. So that could be it. You had that. You just had two. You had like Apple employee news, and then oil's dropping right now too with XOM. Something just snapped right there a little bit. But again, I mean, we still got enough time that we just made that big climb up just to come right back here. Just watch the correlation in stocks. So if you notice these big moves on the SPY, watch for a lot of companies to do the same thing, essentially. So, like, if you start seeing everything happen, that will be key. Like, if you start seeing a lot of things just get the same red candle, that's highlighting more broader market, like something's going on. See CXI's on the low, but oil's hitting the low. SPY just had that little cheek lay there. XOM technical sell-off. That's what Poll is saying. Yeah, oil didn't move on that. Good call. XOM is just down. But that just hit the low. Netflix is now selling off. Big tech, I think, hitting new lows. Except for Amazon and all the other ones. Remember, those ones had some... Those were the ones that were killed. Slavic prosecutors filed charges against ECB's Casimir. Bro, what just happened? So somebody on the European Central Bank just had charges filed? In the last 3 minutes, you had an Apple employee suing for the anti-leak. United States, what was that other news there? The investigation into some of our banks right there. And then now that ECB news. And then Fed Bostic is talking about inflation as we're trading right now. Yeah, that got ugly real fast. That was weird. That Apple news we got very, very early there too, but I don't know if this is gonna turn into like a Facebook whistleblower thing. Then they just made those 3 other announcements. But SPY's now coming back to the low of the day. Where's the doll hair? Oh, dollar's still up today? Ay, ay, ay. So watch, I mean, because bonds are kind of doing their thing, but we'll see if the dollar breaks out any more from here. Call it out. That won't be good. But the bonds are making a big move. SPY's coming right down. That was a real switch gears right there. CCXI is dropping. It's not the big tech companies though. They're not dropping the same. This has to be something else individually. $206. Yeah, I think it's a lot of the intermediate names that flipped. Yeah, I think 200 names shifted down to down on the NASDAQ as well. That was a weird move. Yeah, JP Morgan's getting clapped off that. Goldman, I think the banks are getting hit more. I think it's more related to that banking stuff. Again, JP Morgan was down 3% yesterday. So even coming into their earnings, that's just not a good look. What happened, there was something, regulators in regards to the banking, then Apple got sued by somebody, and then also ECB. Somebody, I don't think the ECB one's that important, but there were just like 3 different things there. It caused the move. This was a very big move, but it's not like panic driven yet because you saw a different move than earlier this morning. You didn't watch big tech get drawn down with it. This was kind of more middle market move down there, but I think financials had a bigger effect on it. Yeah, VIX didn't move too much. What about weed? I'm trading right now, man. I don't got any on me. But there's still a couple things here today. Maybe after. BNGO pop. Is it this? Fed Bostic says inflation is broadening. It's not transitory. Yeah, he's all again. That's another thing I forgot to mention. He is also talking right now too. I mean, do you guys want to listen to him?
Is echoed by the San Francisco Fed's personal consumption expenditures, or PCE, price dispersion measures.
Keep him up for a couple minutes.
One particularly striking statistic.
I think he's going ham on inflation and stagflation.
Market basket, weighted by expenditure, posted year-over-year growth rates that outpaced their trailing 5-year averages by at least 2 standard deviations. Now, for those joining us who are not statisticians, when we're in a stable inflation environment, we should see growth rates of these magnitudes quite rarely. So, one important takeaway is that an exclusive focus on aggregate core inflation misses the clear and somewhat troubling evidence of broadening price pressures. Further, this broad-based price pressure is seen in many alternative measures of underlying inflation, a topic I'll revisit in a moment. The second issue, and in my view, the real danger, is that the longer the supply bottlenecks and attendant price pressures last, the more likely they will shape the expectations of consumers and business people, shifting their views on pricing and wages in particular. Inflation expectations among businesses and consumers have, in fact, risen this year. Short-run expectations are sharply higher. Indeed, the Atlanta Fed's 1 year ahead business inflation expectations measure has hit the highest level in the survey's 10-year history. More importantly, longer-run inflation expectations measures have climbed as well, with many reaching levels we haven't seen in about a decade. These upside risks to the inflation outlook bear watching closely. Evidence from the Atlanta Fed surveys and regional economic intelligence gathering programs suggests that many businesses anticipate supply chain challenges to linger into the middle of 2022. And the evidence further shows that many firms are already reacting to supply chain challenges in a more structural way. Rather than just waiting out the current supply and production problems, many executives are seeking new or redundant suppliers, changing their inventory systems from just-in-time to just-in-case, and taking other steps to insulate themselves from future disruptions of this magnitude. Now,
watch for another move here again if bonds keep moving up here, or watch if we come back to VWAP. No other news developments just yet, but keep listening.
But the key point is that we are seeing that some business leaders' expectations about the resilience of their business models have shifted, which introduces the risk that their expectations for other things could shift as well. Now, we have not seen this sort of broad-based and sudden surge in inflation readings since the great inflation of the 1970s. Now, before I go further, let me make it very clear that I think the conditions and risks today are quite different from that episode. But that era is relevant for today's discussion because monetary policy makers learned a lot from it. And today we have better tools to understand inflation expectations. Economists only began to appreciate the critical role of expectations in the 1960s and early 70s. In those days, the best data came from a twice-a-year survey of economists, not actual price setters. The University of Michigan's survey of consumers' inflation expectations, as we know them today, didn't come along until the late 1970s. On the business side, today we similarly have the Atlanta Fed's Business Inflation Expectations Survey. But even here, let me emphasize that we're still learning. Indeed, our BIE survey is only 10 years old and is just now beginning to yield enough data for us to identify meaningful historical patterns and wrestle with what they tell us. My key takeaway for you here is that we at the Atlanta Fed and in the Federal Reserve System are intently monitoring data and anecdotal evidence to get an early sense of when trends along important dimensions are emerging. At my bank, we have a variety of surveys, metrics, tools, and intelligence gathered from price setters across the Southeast to keep tabs on threats to underlying price stability. And one tool I'd like to highlight is our underlying inflation dashboard. It is a collection of 9 alternative price statistics that broaden our view and hopefully the views of others, ensuring that we do not get too wedded to conclusions based on any one inflation metric. I encourage you to check it out on our website if you haven't already done so. Now, I mentioned the dashboard because I'm going to use it here in a discussion of our monetary policy framework. One of the overarching themes in my time on the FOMC has been data dependence. This theme is top of mind, in part because the past decade taught us that preemptive, model-based actions may have prevented many potential workers from participating robustly in the economy. And it is through this lens that I view flexible average inflation targeting, whose acronym is FAIT, and which I pronounce as FATE. You all know the FOMC's statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy commits us to achieving, and I quote, inflation that averages 2% over time. The statement continues that following periods when inflation has been running persistently below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. The committee left average and some time loosely defined. In my opinion, it was appropriate to provide a loose definition because it would be unwise to lock the committee into a rigid policy approach, knowing that the economy will likely encounter volatile environments over time, such as the one we're living through. That said, it's obviously important that we think hard and debate precisely how the committee's metrics should be interpreted. And one place to look to inform that debate would be the analytical work that preceded the policy framework discussions, particularly a working paper written by several Fed economists titled Alternative Strategies, How Do They Work? How Might They Help? This working paper explores several possible strategies for implementing a FATE policy. Now, this paper and other work by economists within and outside the Fed indicate that windows ranging from 4 years to 8 years can make sense. And my staff ran the numbers for various scenarios through our underlying inflation dashboard and got interesting results. Now let's start on the long end. So if you can bring up the first slide or the second slide of the packet, what you'll see is a table. And this table, so that we'll go one more. No, that's good. So this table shows the 8-year annualized growth rate for the core PCE and CPI, trimmed mean inflation statistics, the Atlanta Fed sticky price CPI, and other measures tied to the cycle sensitivity of price changes. The two columns display the most recent data, August 2021, and averages calculated as of a year ago, August 2020.
Next slide, please.
No, so you can stay right there. Go back one. Each cell is color-coded to show how close it is to signaling price stability over that horizon. And for each measure, the color green corresponds to being within a 1/4 percentage point of a reading consistent with core PCE inflation of 2%. Blue and yellow are 25 to 50 basis points below and above target, respectively, while red is more than 50 basis points above target and purple is 50 basis points below. As of August 2021, all but one of the measures of underlying inflation we track were green, within 25 basis points of the 2% target over an 8-year average. And core PCE inflation snuggled up to within 10 basis points of 2% over that horizon, up from 1.6% a year prior. So even by the 8-year standard, the longer of the relevant time windows, underlying inflation is close to averaging 2%. Now, at the shorter end of the proposed FATE averaging window at 4 years, and you can now go to the next slide, we see that indeed we have met or exceeded the FATE standards for this year. Now, if you want to quibble with 4 or 8-year windows, then let's split the difference. And if you go to the next slide, we show you the 6-year window, and we draw the same conclusion whether we look at a 4-year or a 6-year window. Now, closing in on the more recent time periods, 2 years, which is on the next slide, or 1 year, which is in the next slide again, or 6 months, which is on the next slide, what you see here is more red. In essence, all of these underlying inflation measures are pointing to growing, broad-based inflation essentially at or above our target. And that's about all the slides we got. So you can take that down if you want. But what I will say is the upshot for me
So short-term inflation is going through the roof.
If highly accommodative monetary policy is meant to correct past inflation shortfalls, then we have accomplished that mission. But that conclusion then gives rise to another important question. What constitutes an overshoot of the 2% target? Put another way, what is moderately above 2%? Now, personally, I'm not terribly worried if we are
This one's actually
averaging
really good. I'd be
2.25%,
listening.
even over a longer period, say a 6-year window. As I've noted before, where I get concerned is if the trajectory of inflation is steep and appears likely to be persistent enough to risk unanchoring long-run inflation expectations. Now, however we choose to analyze the data, I've seen enough to conclude that underlying inflation is indeed above the committee's 2% objective. And upward price pressures are expanding beyond a handful of relative prices elevated by idiosyncratic forces. Now, the food services industry is illustrative of price and wage pressures. Inflation in the food away from home category shows signs of persistence, while employee compensation has climbed sharply as a result, as restaurant operators struggle to fill open positions. However, the category is representative of broader measures suggesting wages, while rising more briskly, are lagging prices. Now, certainly, it's too early to proclaim that we are witnessing a wage price spiral like the one that led to the Great Inflation. But conditions do merit watching, and my staff and I are doing just that. So to wrap up, I continue to believe that currently elevated inflation is episodic, driven by pandemic conditions such as disruptions in supply chains and labor markets. A major caveat, though, is that the severe and pervasive supply chain issues will probably last longer than most of us initially expected. Up to now, indicators do not suggest long-run inflation expectations are dangerously untethered, but the episodic pressures could grind on long enough to unanchor expectations. We will be watching carefully. In my view, then, the fate, and this is the real fate, not to be confused with the FAIT fate, the real fate of price stability could be on the line in coming months. I think inflation is likely to remain above 2% going forward, but how far forward, I can't say precisely. But I will say that upside risks are salient. And in terms of policy, I believe the conditions I've described argue for a removal of the committee's emergency monetary policy stance, starting with the reduction of monthly asset purchases, as we discussed in last month's meeting. Now let me close by noting that this is our first inflationary cycle under the FOMC's new policy framework. So it is clear to me there's value in communicating how we gauge progress toward our inflation goals and what we view as the appropriate inflation signal on which consumers, business people, and markets should focus. I hope I've shed light on my thinking along these dimensions today. So thank you very much. And Adam, let's have a nice conversation.
Thank you very much, Raphael. And sorry for my false trigger. I didn't realize how your chart was going to fill in.
So I think they're going to have questions, but pretty much he's staying by transitory, but he's saying they need to taper. That's what he just threw in there at the end. But then he was also touching upon, he's saying that it looks like they're admitting short-term inflation is going to be high, but everything is supposed to be leveled out in the, after 2023. But then he's kind of how he's describing it. It's like he's saying that I think they're kind of admitting that they may have been behind the inflation curve. I don't know if I'm getting too aggressive with that, but this is very interesting so far.
Of potential labor market gains left on the table in the past is one reason. Given that inflation has outpaced wage increases on some measures, And given that the overshoot was arguably due in large part to a supply shock, does this mean that we should be ignoring this year's inflation and looking for more overshoots or pushing further? I mean, you seem to be saying we should not.
Good
I guess I'm
question.
just
Good
asking you to
question.
flesh out a bit more what constitutes the right kind of overshoot in flexible average inflation terms.
Yeah, I agree, Nicholas. I think they are hinting towards
That's a
it.
very good question. And, Adam, what I will say is this. What we're trying to do is walk that fine line. We know that inflation is elevated relative to where we had seen it pre-pandemic. And the question really is, how much longer is this elevated inflation going to run? And to what extent is this elevated inflation going to do harm to the economy? Right now, what I would say is I'm not seeing signs that this elevated inflation is doing the kind of harm to the economy, which would really call into question our policy stance in terms of interest rates. But I will say, one of the reasons why I'm spending so much time talking to business leaders and following with consumers is that I need to understand to what extent are the current conditions disrupting expectations and leading businesses to start to make decisions and families to make decisions that could undermine the robust growth that we've seen today. So I still have in my head that we're going to take a lower for longer approach, because what we've seen over the last decade is that we can see significant labor market growth and attachment to jobs with inflation not showing high levels of pressure. But we're in a different time now. We're in a very odd time that's unprecedented, with a one-time shock, which is a very big shock, that we really don't have a lot of experience in terms of how people are going to respond to it. So for me, I think we're going to keep the framework. I'm going to stay true to it, but I'm also going to be concerned and nervous as we go through these next several months to make sure that there aren't developments that move in ways that I didn't expect and that could undermine, as I said, our ability to hit our full employment targets.
Thank you. Just continuing along that line.
Bro, you just said he's nervous. You can't say that.
Makers like yourself talk a lot.
You can't say the nervous or worry word.
There is a school of thought that suggests perhaps inflation expectations in Europe, in the US, and Japan have been too anchored. That they're at a very low level, and even now, when we've had very large surges, they don't go up. I mean, is part of the goal of flexible average inflation targeting to make it seem like there's a two-sided risk around the target, or is it just the level to keep things anchored in a literal sense?
So when I think about the average inflation target, I actually think about it in two ways. So one is that I definitely need there to be a belief in the markets and in consumers that risk goes in two ways, because it actually does. And we need to be comfortable with that and not be so tied to a one-sided perspective. And I have a concern that we were in that space pre-pandemic, such that movements to the other side either result in an overreaction or no reaction whatsoever. So I think that two-sided balanced approach to inflation is quite important. But the second thing I do think is that for me, it's really important that we all recognize that monetary policy is not that precise in terms of being able to facilitate and to calibrate to exactly a 2.1 or a 2.255 or whatever it's going to be. And I think that the range for me gives me some comfort in signaling exactly how we think about our policy working, and that we are going to be comfortable with a bit more volatility in terms of what we see in the precise point estimates of inflation, and that range and that variation from the precise 2% level that we have doesn't necessarily mean that the economy is operating inconsistent with our objectives and goals. And I think that's an important thing for folks to keep in mind as well.
Great. Fighting against perceptions of excessive precision is definitely part of your remit as an FOMC member. Pardon me. So just continuing with that, I mean, we have what are now the famous DOTs or SEP projections from individual members, and what gets focused on is essentially the mean of the means of various forecasts. Do you feel like these dots and these very precise seeming forecasts are a good way to be conveying this information? Should the FOMC be couching things differently? And to be more practical, if your forecast comes true, and I won't use the bad word, the episodic inflation persists for longer than the FOMC members, mean FOMC
Is the
members
bad
seem
word
to say,
hyperinflation?
how do you think the Fed should communicate about the fact that the previous forecasts seem to have been overshot?
Well, first of all, if you want to use that word,
He's going to say, what are you going to do if the Fed loses
You
credibility?
can put some money in there as well. Here's what I think about the dots. So, the dots I think are instructive in giving a view to the public of the range of perspectives and views that prevail on the committee. And I think it does send a useful message that there is a diversity of perspectives and a diversity of views, and that we are really debating what's happening in the economy. And that's an important thing for people to understand, that we are not in lockstep. We don't have groupthink. We wrestle with the issues and together come to a consensus view, and that's critical. One thing I also hope that people take into consideration when they see the dot plots is that there's a sequence of them. And over time, as we get more information, their character changes. And so that's one way that we communicate how we're internalizing new piece of information about how the economy is performing and what we think that information means for how our policies should evolve. What I'll say is, through this pandemic, the economy, from my perspective, has continually surprised to the upside in the United States. My initial forecasts were for unemployment to be high for much longer than it has turned out to be, and that the recovery in jobs was going to be much lower or much slower than it has turned out to be. And both of those have just proven not to be right. So as we've gone through time, I've adjusted my dot plot submissions to reflect much greater growth, much more in terms of jobs, and also higher inflation. And it's also caused me to pull forward some of my thinking about when inflation liftoff will be now, or interest rate liftoff will be. Now, I will say right now, that's still more than a year off in my forecast, and I'm an optimist by nature in this. So there's still a lot to happen, but we do adjust and adapt. And I think that the dot plots are helpful in that, but also things like this are helpful too, because I think there are many, different people process information and hear things at different levels of intensity, depending on the venue. So being out and talking in as many different ways as possible, I think is in our interest, so there's not uncertainty as to how we're approaching our jobs.
I appreciate you're including the Peterson Institute audience as part of that engagement. Continuing on this idea of precision in management, you've been very clear about that you think it may well be time to remove the emergency accommodation, but it's a long way off before rate hikes. What do you expect to be the impact of removing the emergency accommodation? Is this like a small rate hike? Is this a signal of future rate hikes? Does it have a direct effect on the economy? How do you think about what a tapering adjustment means for the economy and for inflation?
So I think about the taper really in two ways. The first, when we started with our asset purchases right at the very beginning of the pandemic, a key consideration was to maintain smooth market functioning, to make sure that there was sufficient liquidity in our capital markets so that businesses could do the things that they needed to do, because there was evidence to suggest that that was not happening. The second thing is, and for me was a secondary issue at the time, was around the stimulative effect of the purchases. And so when I think about what the impact is likely to be, I think about it in those two contexts. When we think about market functioning, I think the markets are functioning fine now. There's evidence to suggest there's plenty of liquidity, And so I'm not expecting that there'll be a significant adverse impact from our tapering in that regard. And in terms of the economic performance, what we've seen and what I'm seeing is very, very strong, robust demand for product. And the constraints on this economy are mainly on the supply side, as you noted, and as so many have noted. So I'm actually not expecting this taper to do a lot in terms of adversely affecting the speed of the recovery. I actually think the economy has a lot of positive momentum. And the more important factor will be the trajectory of the virus and our pandemic response. Because if you look at what is keeping people on the sidelines, if you look at what is sparking the supply chain disruptions, a lot of it are shutdowns because of the COVID infections or uncertainty and fear about what's going to happen with children. So parents are going to stay home until the school situation is resolved, or childcare, and others who are thinking, I don't want to go to work because I could become exposed to the virus and bring that home to my family. So until those things are resolved, I think that there are going to remain challenges in terms of response, but I don't think the taper is going to really feed into those in a very significant way.
Thank you. You mentioned people, pardon me again, you mentioned people sitting on the sidelines, and there is, of course, a great deal of attention to labor market supply, people's behavior right now, issues of extended unemployment benefits, issues of people's perception of risk, issues, as you mentioned, about child and family care, as well as the stance of monetary policy. Could you say a bit more than you did in your speech about where you see labor force participation ending up, and how much you think the FOMC and certainly your own vote should be taking into account labor force participation rather than measures of unemployment when you're deciding have you met the labor goals?
Well, I think labor force participation is a very, very important issue. If you think about today's environment, we have a lot of job vacancies. We have a lot of positions that employers want to have filled, and they're struggling. So it's about individuals and workers getting back into the economy and working to fill these jobs. So the speed of our recovery is very much going to be tied to labor force participation, and it's something I'm going to pay attention to. But I will say this, we are very much, I think, in a transitional period. The pandemic has caused a lot of disruption. It's put stress on families and in businesses in ways that nobody imagined. And it's causing everyone, I think, to take a step back and think about, what their attachment to the labor force is going to look like and whether they should have it at all. So as one example, an employee, one of my research economists, has been doing research to really study, like, who's not coming back. And one group that she's found is that women with young children under age 6, which accounted for a segment which accounted for about 10% of the workforce pre-pandemic, accounts for fully 25% of the unexplained gap in terms of employment. And if you think about that group, young under 6, you have to have childcare. You're not going to go back to work if you don't know where those kids are going to be. You need to know what's going to happen with kindergarten and schools. And what we've seen is very much a lot of uncertainty in that. We know that the childcare sector has been hit extremely hard through the pandemic. Many of those providers are small businesses that didn't have a lot of wealth. So there's a lot of unresolved clarity in that space that I think is really an answer for why we're not seeing that participation come back as robustly as possible. My hope, and I'm going to be completely frank on this, my hope was that September was going to be when we had that clarity. Once the schools reopened, everybody had figured out sort of how that new steady state was going to be. I was hoping that people would just know what the rules of the road were going to be and then could make decisions about how much they were going to get back in. But that hasn't happened, as clearly hasn't happened. As has happened so much in this pandemic, the time horizons are just longer than what anybody's initial expectations have been. So I'm hopeful that we get to that place where that clarity happens sooner rather than later, so that we can start to see people come back and really fill those jobs and get our economy humming at the speed that the potential suggests it could be.
You know, this is one of the highest stake calls that you and your colleagues in the FOMC have to make is how much room there is to pull people back into employment. Recently, our common colleague Larry Summers has argued that the U.S. economy is actually below the natural rate of unemployment right now, which presumes we are not going to see much return to labor force participation. Whether or not you want to address that specific characterization, how do you go about thinking about what is the right U star or what is the right level of labor force participation, or what warning signs are there for you that you got it wrong if you overshoot or undershoot?
Yeah, so there are a couple of ways that I look at this. You know, the first is to just check with employers and to talk to them and see what their hopes are in terms of filling needs to meet the demand that's in the marketplace. And what every employer I've spoken to has told me is that we still think that there is space for us to hire workers, which to me suggests that
big tech is starting to give up. So watch here as we're entering the low of the day here on the S&P.
Another thing that we know is that many families are wrestling with this. And you know, I have teams out in the field talking to folks and trying to get insights as to sort of how people are thinking. And what is clear is that a lot of folks are still trying to figure this out, and that's important. And one of the things that I think is really a challenge here, and this is one of the reasons why I love our structure in Atlanta, is that most of the aggregate data that you're going to get from the federal government or national governments in general is going to be very backward looking, and it's not going to give us insights as to where people's minds are today. And if we're going to really be on top of this and have a clear sense of what's going on, we're going to need to have that kind of information. So the surveys that we do, the direct outreach to families, to small businesses, and to leaders and communities across my district, that's a way for us to get real-time intelligence so that we will hopefully, and I think we're seeing this now, we'll start to see trends before they emerge. Emerge in the aggregate data. And that will allow us to make sure our policy is calibrated appropriately. But we are in a churn period. And I do want to say that I don't know if there's going to be one magic bullet of data that's going to answer this question. We're going to have to look at multiple sources and see sort of how the tide turns for many families and many businesses. And I'd say the next 6 to 12 months.
Thank you. We're covering a lot of ground, and I appreciate your bearing with us and taking us through your thinking. One of the things you mentioned in your earlier speech was some of the comparisons apt and not apt to the 1970s. Obviously, starting with the difference in inflation expectations anchoring. Could you say a bit more about how we should see or not see parallels? People are starting to use the word, or at least ask the word, in stagflation more recently, and obviously the persistent rise in energy prices is drawing some attention to that. So how do you is that a useful concept for today?
Well, as I said in my remarks, I think the conditions are actually quite different between now and that great inflationary period of the 1970s. You know, if you think about unemployment is much lower than it was in that time. And if you think about the source of weakness, today the weakness in our economy is not for a lack of demand. There's plenty of energy in our economy, and there's evidence that's clear that there is potential for growth in the economy. Our challenge, and you know, employer after employer tells me this, is I wish I could get more inputs so I could meet that demand. So the challenge is really on the supply side. And it's driven, you know, in large extent to issues around the pandemic. This is where it kind of flows back to that episodic term that I mentioned before. And if we can get past the episode, and we're making strides there, it's going slower than I'd like, frankly. I think that we will see that demand start to be met, and then growth will accelerate. So I actually don't think that the analogy is quite right. And then the other thing I would just say is we have a much better handle on the need to understand inflation expectations and monitor how they are evolving as people are experiencing the world that we have today. We do that far more regularly, and I think with a bit more accuracy than we have in the past. And that gives me every confidence that when it's time to act as we move forward, we'll have really good information that will allow us to shepherd the economy moving forward in a way that allows for growth.
Thank you. You focus primarily in your remarks and in our discussion so far, we focus primarily on the big picture real side of the economy, particularly labor markets. Obviously, the Federal Reserve has mandate for financial stability as well. And some members have spoken in the past about the risks of financial instability from overly loose or loose for too long, especially given your distinguished background on real estate and housing. I was wondering how you see risks to the housing market and how that should play into the FOMC's decisions at this point.
Well, as you know, I spent a lot of time dealing with the aftermath of the last housing crisis. And so I have no interest in seeing us repeat that. So as I go around and talk to business leaders and get a sense of the pulse of the economy, I ask a lot about housing. And I ask about sort of the exposure that families might have and whether the bankers and others think that there are challenges that could suggest that we might return to those issues. And I'm not hearing any concerns in that regard. The credit quality of borrowers who are buying homes is higher than it has been before. There's a lot more equity in the market. And we don't have the same sort of penetration of higher risk loans like subprime lending into the marketplace. The one area.
Sorry, is everything okay?
Can you guys see me?
Yes.
What just happened, bro?
Right,
He didn't even
so
he
I
just
wanted to make
stopped.
sure. So the one area where I do worry in terms of housing,
He's
is
very
really
very
around
aware.
Affordability of housing for those who are trying to get into the first market, the market for the first time. There are real challenges that they're going to face moving forward. So what I'm hopeful for is that much of the dynamics, many of the pandemic dynamics that we've seen will abate. And as the episode sort of falls back, we will see the economy and housing markets return to the dynamics that they had pre-pandemic. What I know is that there are, in my neighborhood, I actually talked to people who wanted to move. I said, well, I'm not going to move in the middle of a pandemic or right at the beginning of one. So we do know that in particular markets, and especially hot markets, the supply-demand dynamics kind of got out of kilter. And my hope is that as we get returned to a more normalized economic trajectory, minus the uncertainty associated with pandemic, some of those dynamics will return, and we will start to see prices return to sort of a more normalized trajectory. But to answer your direct question, right now, I'm not getting signals that significant risks are building in housing markets to suggest that we have any financial stability issues on the near-term horizon.
Thank you, President Bostic. We're getting towards the end of our time, but if you're willing, I'd like to just pose a couple more broader questions to you as a longstanding member of the committee. Sure. First, you mentioned some of these equity issues, including just now the idea of first-time borrowers, first-time mortgagers not being able to get into the housing market. There was a great deal of attention focused over the last few years about the Federal Reserve's role in dealing with inequality, whether it was in somehow promoting inequality by its quantitative easing or aggressive policies, promoting inequality by insufficient easing and keeping people out of work. Obviously, there's both serious arguments and plain old conspiracy theories out there. I know you've spoken on this before, but given the febrile nature of our politics right now and the clearly unequal incidence of the pandemic on different groups in society. I'd just like you to say a bit about your current views on how the Fed should be taking inequities in our society into account.
Well, thank you for the question. And I wanted to start where you just ended, which is the pandemic has exacerbated a lot of the stresses and the inequities that we've seen in the economy. This pandemic has found every weak point of our society and pressed through it to make those challenges even more difficult. And in terms of economic access to opportunity, this is certainly true here. When I think about the Federal Reserve policy, I really think about it in two pieces. One is that our mission, our mandate to fulfill maximum employment says that we actually need to see that how employment is evolving in all segments of our society. And to the extent that it's evolving in slower rates in certain parts, that should be a concern, and we should try to understand that and do the things that we can in our policy domain to try to promote that. And I think the long run framework and its objective of staying lower for longer, letting evidence guide us in terms of when the economy is overheating, holds the promise to get more people who have often not benefited from the fruits of economic growth to be engaged, to get good jobs, and to start to participate more fulsomely with the economy. But the second thing I think that the Fed can do, and the Fed has a long history of this second thing as well, is use its analytical heft to really identify those places where we're seeing constraints in economic performance and calling them out. And to the extent that these constraints fall more heavily on ethnic minorities or on women or on the disabled, those who we know have been less attached to the labor force, then we should do that and encourage policymakers that have the ability to use resources to address them, to consider doing so. Because if that happens, we wind up with systems and infrastructure that will really unleash the potential of people who have not really been contributing to our economy nearly as much as they could. And one thing I've learned in my time in this role is that you never know where a good idea is going to come from. And you never know who has talent and who has that insider innovation. And so I want to make sure that in my circles, but also that we collectively give every person an opportunity to be that person, to be the difference maker, and to help us grow to be a more robust and more resilient economy.
Thank you very much for that. Of course, we're all aware of the work of Lisa Cook and her co-authors in showing the foregone opportunities of overlooking potentially innovative people, as well as the injustice of it. And so it's great to hear you putting that into context and practice. Yeah, we agree on that. The final thing I would just say, I would just ask, I apologize, this isn't about me saying, this is about you saying, is on the international side. As usual, I can have a conversation with a distinguished Federal Reserve official, and the international sphere never comes up once. And notwithstanding the fact that we're the Peterson Institute for International Economics, we do think the US does exist in an interconnected world. So how much do you see the inflation developments around the world, in the other high income economies in China, influencing how you see the inflation effects here and how you understand them? And also just how much do you feel that developments abroad are a potential risk, either upside or downside, for the inflation outlook in the US?
Well, sure. And I would just say for the record, I believe that the US is in a global context as well, and its economy, and that's an important thing for all of us to keep in mind. When I look at the inflation dynamics, and let me step back and say, first of all, the pandemic was a global pandemic, and it affected every economy and it has affected every country on the planet. And as a consequence, some of the dynamics that we're going to see are going to be exactly the same or very comparable in the United States relative to other places. So if you look at wholesale prices, or if you look at producer prices, they've basically shot up at comparable levels pretty much across the board. There's some more dispersion when it comes to consumer prices. In part, I think that's really how the economies of very different countries fit together. But even there, among some of the richer countries, we're starting to see them have the same elevated dynamic, which would suggest that this is truly a global issue. I also think about the supply chain disruptions. So you mentioned China and East Asia. Many of the disruptions that are occurring there are because of breakouts of COVID and plants having to shut down or ports having to shut down. And those realities are also important for understanding the trajectory of the US economy. So we have to understand those things if we're going to figure out what the next stage for America is likely to be. Now, in terms of the risks, I actually think the risks are real. I think this is one reason why it's important that we try to promote vaccine distribution worldwide so that we minimize the disruptions that are happening in terms of our supply chain and that overseas demand for products remains strong and gets stronger. Because, as I said earlier, the longer that we have these disruptions, the longer that we have these challenges, the greater the risk that expectations shift. And if those expectations shift, they may indeed become unanchored, and then our job becomes a whole lot more difficult. So if we can get the global situation under control collectively, I think that bodes well for the country that I pay most attention to in terms of trying to manage its economic trajectory. But I think will also bode well for the rest of our global economy.
Thank you so much, Raphael. This has been a great tour and a set of insights into how you see inflation and your important views.
That was really good. I liked it. That was Raphael Bostic, the head of the Atlanta Fed. And really, the biggest thing I got from that, and I think you got it all around the world today. I mean, it could explain some things except for the bonds here. But that was Raphael Bostic, Atlanta Fed. But that had a lot packed into it in the sense that, his what he was talking about with both the next 1 year, 2 year, and then leading out for the next like 3 or 4. It seems like the Fed is worried. And again, he doesn't represent the Fed in the sense that he's not Powell, and he even answered the question. He even said that, it highlights that all of them all have like different, they all have competing ideas, and they're not all on the same, it's not groupthink, and that's a big deal. But, he was asked about literally, I don't know if I pointed it out to you guys. He literally said, if you guys are saying all of these expectations and then now you're raising them and now it looks like the short run you're missing that, he's saying, what are you going to do if the Fed loses credibility? So that was a very, very good question, and that's why Bostic's answer was essentially saying that we're all different and we all are, competing. It's better that it's better to be wrong than, I guess, all on the same page. But I will say, all I got out of that meeting there is it seems like the Fed may be worried about an overshoot in terms of their inflation stuff. And again, even in general, with today, we heard from the IMF, we've heard from the ECB at the start of the week, and then now to hear somebody at the Fed and even show some of these expectations about, this next 2 years, pretty much the short-term inflation expectations have shot in above everybody. So literally beyond even what the Fed was expecting, now consumer demand or consumer inflation expectations, those have all shot up as well too. So he's they undershot, excuse me. Yes, they undershot it, and that everything is a lot higher. And he found a way. That's why Bostic was very honest about it in the sense that he still stuck to transitory. That's why he brought up those that little Excel sheet showing you 2023, 2024, 2025. And he's saying that the next 2 years, and especially in the short run, that's where the undershoots and now the overshoots of inflation are going to occur. But it did seem like they were a little bit, he seemed again, he said worry. They said don't use that word. He was either talking stagflation or hyperinflation. But it was very, very interesting in the sense that this is what I'm picking up from the market here over this last couple days. I will tell you now, inflation expectations are high. We're going to find that tomorrow, but it seems like now this idea that the Fed kind of, I think he was hinting that they were behind. It looks like, and now some obviously, I know there's going to be the smart ass comment in the chat. They're going to be like, obviously the Fed was behind. They always are. But if that was the case, the market wouldn't look like how it looks like today. So it seems like they're kind of giving that hint in there. And it seems like this is this next coming months. He even said it himself. He said that it's going to be spooky. So I think that one is that was very, very cool. Very, very cool to see. It was a very different than what we've seen in the last couple Fed meetings. Again, we this is what I was assuming from why Powell would want to taper. Remember, I kept telling you runaway inflation, but now it seems like the Fed as well as the general consumer may be picking up on that as well now, and that could be the next shift here in the market, or the next thing the market is going to have to start to address. So that was crazy. That was very, I got hint vibes from that one. That one seemed crazy, actually. That was crazy. Am I still in Starbucks? Yeah, we made that one play, that $100 play. I think that one got clapped last week. Starbucks. Man. But then we're chilling here at the bottom. Market's kind of chilled out again. I got a little bit worried there as Apple and Microsoft, they all started to come down here. Some held up a little bit better. Then you got some of that Coinbase news there with there were statements about designating some securities or not, but it seemed positive. Upstart moving millions. CrowdStrike joins forces with SaaS cloud and securities leader. And woo, that's a coin NFT news. Yeah, that too. That one's hype. I would love to use a Coinbase NFT platform. Good vibes means spy calls. Maybe not. Maybe not. You know what good vibes could mean? You think the market will react on that? I think it has a little bit today. Again, you had that IMF statement, and even from the beginning of the week yesterday, the ECB, they even stepped in and said stuff about, raising rates soon and a lot of this stuff. But it seems like over the last 48 hours, heightened inflation worries have really, really crept in here. And that, I think, is what's causing us some of these moves. But now I think it gives more clarity into the Fed in the next month. But I think it is going to be, I think November meeting, I think we're most certainly getting tapering at this point. And again, they have taken steps to recent years to carefully management, HSBC and Standard. I think HSBC risk is both direct and indirect exposure to Evergrande, and the fact that they have what's it called? They have access to the Chinese consumer to a degree, and even Hong Kong. So if, just like you saw Evergrande spread into 5 different companies already. So it's not about, and then that's the contagion, and it goes to more companies, then it starts affecting the consumer, and that's where I think you could get some of the effect there. But we will see. We will see. That's good vibes. What are you bullish on? You're bullish on PHILO? What's money sign PHILO? That's crazy. Oh, man. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for PHILO. So whether you're new or old, strap in. You might get something. I have something to start this off with, okay? I had a plan for PHILO like I told you, but, more things kept coming up. So I kind of had to adjust it a little bit. So let me, and even the market, I kind of wanted to hold off, but I said, we can't wait. We can't wait. We need to get this in here. So I got something for you, and this is how I'm going to start it out, okay? And after I say this, I really want you to think about it. And at the end of the day here, too, it's like if you don't vibe with this, I need you to vibe with it. And if you don't and you're going to keep fighting it, this might be the big barrier. And I need you to open your mind and believe this as much as possible, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready? This is and it relates to a lot. I'll give you a little bit of the backstory, but it's very simple, man. You can take control of your future today. Anybody in here, if you're listening to this right now, you have the ability to take control of your future today, right now, wherever you want to end up and be. You have that in your control. And why I'm saying this is because now a man with vision cannot be stopped, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? I need you to get that. I need some of y'all to get some vision, get some ideas. The point is, it does not matter what you have done or where you are right now. What you have or haven't done is not applicable. We live in a world, and we speak PHILO, all of this. We're dealing with a God of multiple opportunities. It's not just one. So if you thought you came close to something and fell back, it does not mean you cannot alter the future right now and go where you need to go. If you have not done shit in your whole entire life and you're like, I can't do this, or every time it doesn't matter, you can start today. But it's all about that vision. Wherever you envision yourself is a very, very big key to all of this. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. That's how I have to start off this PHILO. Because if you don't vibe with that, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you've never vibed with it up until right now. If you just make that decision to start envisioning yourself a little differently and envisioning a future and say, I have an idea. I got an idea, and get an idea and act on it, you would be surprised. But I'm saying if you haven't vibed with that, you need to. And if you want to fight it, go ahead. I know it. Like I'm saying, just like with the comments, you could be a smart ass chat about it. You could do whatever, say, well, this and this. And you're right. I don't know your life. I don't. But I've seen, and I know my story, and I know a lot of other people who have, it's just simple what has happened in their mind when they've just changed their mind and they've started to open their eyes with that vision. So that's hype, right? That's what I had to start it off with. And it led to a lot of things. That wasn't even the PHILO I was going to give you. But I found a way to work it in here. And it does relate what I wanted to really talk about with you guys today. And I'm going to connect it to another PHILO probably later this week. But I really hope everybody could get on the same page with that. And I really want you to understand how it makes you feel when you have a vision and when you are ready to go and you are just have this idea that, I'm going to change my future. If you do not like where you are and you do not like where it is going, all it takes is a simple decision. And you would be, do I know the plan? No. Do I know where it's going to go? No. But it will work into there. But you can't get a plan without the vision. So we need that. We need that. So that's the first part. And it's kind of related to it in the second part. City's on the low. Hold on. City's selling off a little aggressively there. But I was just thinking about this yesterday. Yesterday, I fell in love with something. I fell in love yesterday, and I was so hyped on it. And I think I've told you this before, but it happened again. It just happened again. I got to go through something where it happened again. And what I fell in love with was discipline. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel. You want me to end this right now? We could just call it a day right here. Honestly, if I didn't love the discipline, we could just end it right here, right now. We could end it right here, right now. Just a different type of. I had a different feeling about discipline the other day. Yesterday, I was just chilling. Like I did get to eat that Chipotle. I didn't eat anything after that. I was like, I need to get disciplined with my diet a little bit more. I need to be disciplined even with more of my trades. I got to be disciplined with how I talk to people and not for anybody else but me. I don't think y'all feel me on this. I fell in love with this. Is when it reminded me of a younger Josh. It reminded me of a younger Josh because I remember I have different times in my life where I fell in love with discipline, where I liked the feeling of like low key starving myself. Not like physically, but I mean like there was something about thinking about a bigger goal and just turning down everything that wasn't that goal. Do y'all feel me? Do y'all feel me? Have you ever fell in love with discipline? You know what I'm saying? Where it just feels good. Now you have a goal on top of some things. You're like, I need to do that. That's what it comes down to. I felt it everywhere. I felt like I was saying all across the board, down to what I'm eating. Even in the gym, I had a new level. I was like, I was in the gym and I was feeling tired and I was like, this is what I wanted to feel. Y'all don't feel me. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's crazy. So this is part of it too. I want you to get a little bit more of that discipline, and I want you to really realize why. You know why? Because a lot of you fell in love with discipline. Why the fuck do you got a long term? Huh? Why? Why do you show up every day? You have it in you. But guess what has happened? It is easy to get distracted. And that's what I realized. That's what I was like, I said, where did this love for discipline? Because I love it. Once I got back into this mindset, I realized like, oh my gosh, I love this. I love aiming for it bigger. I love, again, foregoing other options. It's just something about it. But then once you get knocked out of it once, or once you start feeling something about this and that, and there's many things to focus on, I realized I was focusing on different things and not the discipline. Let me tell you this real quick. Discipline, right, is never going out of style. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Discipline is never going out of style. That's it. So you could worry about inflation. You could worry about the market. What am I going to do with my finances? What am I going to do next? Oh, you see this person make money, this person lose money. You're watching all these people, right? And you're seeing everybody, and you're seeing people rush to buy this, rush to buy houses, all of that, and you're focused on that. You were so focused on the other thing and whatever else was going on that you lost focus of the discipline. Now, I may not be talking to you, but I could be talking to myself right now. Amen. Y'all don't feel me. Oh, but it got me excited because that's what I realized. When you start focusing on all the other stuff, it's very, very easy to stop focusing on the discipline. And that's where I realized, I was like, wow, discipline ain't never going out of style. It's always going to be there. It's always going to work. It may, sometimes we look back at history, right, recently, and you would have thought your discipline may have hurted you at some degree. You'd be like, oh, I was being too conservative. I was being too conservative here, and I was doing, but nah, you were disciplined. But what happened? You started focusing on something else. You were focusing on a different result. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. That's at least what I've done. So I could at least speak to it. That's the best part about it. I could at least speak to it from my own life. Oh, man. But I fell in love again. I fell in love again. And that's something I hope we could talk about this a lot more. But I just hope some of y'all could really just find something to get disciplined in and realize that that is not what is hurting you. And that will never hurt you. And it will never be out of style. And you are never going to plant seeds of discipline and be disappointed by what they reap. I promise you. You will get distracted, yes. You may doubt it, yes. But the reality of it, that discipline is never going anywhere. And that's going to be something you wish you always had. So, whatever it is, I hope it could wake you up with it. Whatever it is, I hope it could wake you up with it. And like we said, man, you could do anything. But that's where the discipline comes into play and all of it. And now this is the PHILO I really wanted to talk to you about, believe it or not. I just had to share that with you because I'm excited. I'm excited about the discipline. I'm excited about loving it. It's not being disciplined. Nobody likes being disciplined. But I'm saying you're going to learn to love it. It just hits totally different when you could do that. All right? But that wasn't even the PHILO. You know that? That wasn't even the PHILO. Woo! I was going to tell you about imagination. And it's funny how all of it blends into here. And that's the first part. You know, there's so many parts to it, honestly. And with all of this, I think I could end it with this. Because with your discipline, with what you want to accomplish, my friend, you will need an imagination. You need to envision yourself where you want to be. That discipline, whatever you wanted to be disciplined, I need you to imagine it. So if you have bad discipline with food, I need you to imagine yourself turning down food. If you have bad discipline with trades and this, I need you to imagine yourself turning down trades and being on top of your game. If you're saying, I can't imagine myself owning a business, I need you to imagine yourself as a CEO. But without imagination, it cannot happen. So I heard this. I listened to a different pastor. It was one of the first times, like second or third, and I really like him, Michael Todd. And that's what he was taught. He was talking about this with imagination. And he says someone came up to him and saw where he is at now in life. And he said, wow, I could never imagine. I could have never imagined that you would be here or be there. I never imagined you would be this type of person. Has anybody ever said that to you? Anybody? Have any of you ever done something and then you had a random person from high school or someone randomly just come up to you and be like, oh, wow, I would have never imagined. I would have never imagined. I get that a lot. I get that one a lot. I know. Oh, it's funny how we all have dealt with it. But think about that. You couldn't imagine? What do you mean you can't imagine? It's like you want to get offended when you hear that. But I'll give you the simple part of it. There should never be nothing you can't imagine. That doesn't make sense. You know that? That doesn't make sense. So anything I told you right now and what you could accomplish and this and that, you're saying, no, I can't imagine that. That's impossible. You can't imagine it. Why? You're the only fucking creature with imagination. You have no other animal competes with you on that level. You can imagine. You do realize how much in the Bible is actually talking about imagination? God created the world with what he imagined, and he spoke it into existence. He said, don't trust the heart of humans because of what the heart imagines. It's funny how the heart can imagine things. Literally, devil was an angel, and no longer. He had a different imagination of what he thought something was going to be. I'm telling you, there's a lot of imagination even throughout Scripture if you really want to look into it. But you have to have this imagination. So I need y'all to really start imagining what it is you want to be doing. And start getting up on this and start imagining yourself with that discipline. Imagine yourself with what you want to actually accomplish. Whew. I don't think y'all feel me, man. I don't think y'all feel me. The point is, imagination is everywhere. But now how many of us are imagining the opposite? This part blew my mind if you really think about it. How much of us, we could say we can't imagine things, right? Oh, yeah, it's called manifestation. Get ready for this because you have to listen to tomorrow's PHILO. I forgot to give you the warning. This PHILO is going to get you hyped. Tomorrow I'm going to punch you in the face. I'm going to give you there is a reality check involved with this PHILO. I know some of you is going to get you hyped. It's going to get you excited, all of that. Oh, but there is a big reality check following this. So please, don't play me on that. This isn't manifestation. This isn't, oh, if I write this down 30 times, God's going to make me rich. Oh, but we do have to start with something. The point is, you can't imagine. And a lot of people don't believe that. And you know what sucks? We are using our imagination to keep us down. I don't think y'all feel me. Let me say that one more time, and I really want you to think about it. How many of you are using your imagination to keep you down and to keep you in the same spot? That's why every time you hear a story about something, every time you hear something about an opportunity, and yeah, some of them are MLM, some of them are scammy. I get that. But anytime you hear, you imagine it a little different. You hear something about a real estate deal, you imagine it bad. You say, this is all bad. I can't ever know. That's bad. Is that keeping you in the same spot? That keeping you from growing, expanding, whatever it may be? Okay, what about the real stuff in life? Fuck the money. I don't care. What about the real stuff? Right? You're like, oh, if I said, yeah, go fix the relationship with your family. Yeah, go do that. Go get your health in order. Go get all of the meaningful stuff. And how many people can't even imagine that? If I told you the biggest problem in your life, if I said, yeah, can you imagine yourself fixing it? That's why family's a good issue sometimes. Because I'll tell people, I'm like, can you imagine yourself with your family living a good life? And guess what people will tell me? They'll tell me every reason why it can't happen. Y'all don't feel me. If I told some of you some things to imagine, you would tell me every reason why it couldn't happen before imagining it actually happening yourself. Come on. Come on. Y'all have to really be able to feel. That's why I'm saying our imagination can keep us down sometimes. Because again, you saying I can't imagine. Y'all would tell me you can't imagine success. But I tell you, something in your life could turn around and you're saying that you can't even imagine that. I get it. To say you're going to get all this, that's fine. But you can imagine negative, but you can't imagine positive? Huh? Think about that. That's what I'm trying to say. Because that's what, and then again, go through this scripture. That's what it says. The human heart can imagine. That's good or bad. There's a lot of imagination. But a lot of us will imagine the negative, but we can't imagine the positive. Interesting. Interesting. So that's what I'm trying to tell you today. I need you to imagine. I need you to imagine that discipline too. Imagine loving it. But you got to take that first step. And I hope this gives you enough vision to do it, because I'm telling you, a man with vision can accomplish anything. That's why I'm going to give you a gut check tomorrow, but I need you hyped on this. Because do you not realize you start talking to some people and you show them what's possible and you tell them what is really there, and y'all get hyped on it, and you just get a little idea. That's all it takes. I hope you really realize that. That's it. If your eyes open just a little bit and you see a little bit of opportunity, that's all it takes. That's why it's so important. But you got to imagine. Stop using the imagination for negativity. And now, on the final point I will say, when it comes down to imagination, we really can't imagine everything. I get that. But we need to make sure that imagination is big. Because quite frankly, most things that happened in my life that were good, I hate to say this, because I learned this early on until I changed it. A lot of the things that were good that happened to me, I didn't imagine it. You know why? Because I imagined too small. And again, another warning, my friends. Another warning. Please come to tomorrow's PHILO. Otherwise, you're going to walk away on some fantasy bullshit. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm trying to do. So, it's just this imagination, man. I just lost track of what I was saying. I was too high. I was too caught up in it. What was I saying before the warning? Somebody, I need Chad to get me back on track. I was getting too hyped up in it. Because I want to make sure, too, a lot of people don't walk away, you know. I want this to be a reality check at this tomorrow, but not today. Oh, too small. Yes. Like I'm saying, everything I imagine everything good in my life that happened, in the beginning, I couldn't imagine it because I imagined too small. And usually, God is going to work within our imagination, and then he will also beat expectations. Just like stocks. But that's the final part of imagination. That's why this is the problem with negativity imagination. The scope is too small. So I need you to imagine. And I need you to imagine the discipline. I need you to realize your potential so you can wake up and start. But we got to make the imagination bigger. That's why I gave you that warning. I'm not here to give you some unrealistic expectation and have you waste your life chasing something that's never really going to happen. So I'm not saying be stupid with how big your imagination is, but at the end of the day, chances are I'm speaking to a lot of people where the imagination is just still too small. Even that thing you're imagining, we need to make it bigger. And let me tell you something. You know why? Because when your imagination stops, you're going to stop. I don't think you get it. If your imagination is small and all you imagine is this, 3 things, you keep it small, great. That's a box. You got to imagine bigger than that. Because that's where you're going to keep growing. That's what I'm saying. Most of us, myself included, I have done this many, many times. Chances are I under-imagined what was really possible and what really happened. It's crazy how it works. So we need big imaginations. Y'all need to imagine and understand what you imagine is going to shift your heart. It will put you in that direction based on your imagination. If you're going to imagine negative, then at least imagine positive. And, you know, one thing I want to give y'all is discipline. Y'all don't have to, but that's just how I started with it. And me imagining discipline, it makes me feel something different. And I hope you could do that. But above all else, I hope you realize somebody with vision and somebody who just imagines their future differently and has the capability, and you all do, to imagine yourself in a better spot, in a better place. That right there is enough in the gas tank to get you going and get you to where you need to be. So I hope this helps. And I hope you are as excited as I am about this. Because it's good. Some of you should feel like you fell in love. Watch, go pick up something today with discipline and stick to it. Start imagining the future and bigger than what you thought it is. You think it's all you're like, you doing the math on your dividend calculator. You're doing this. You're like, well, I could only imagine a life like this. Bullshit. It's bigger. Watch. But it's not going to, none of it happens if you can't imagine it. None of it's going to happen until you start imagining it. It's very simple. So let's go. Because I hope you are as excited about it. I'm excited because I realize the truth with it. So that's where I'm hyped. And I hope you are too. And I hope in the next 24 hours, I will be able to give you a reality check. But I hope you come to it with a bigger imagination and with more discipline. You know what I'm talking about? That sounds like a plan, right? I love it. Amen. Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scramble Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. Woo! Woo! Which one? The money happens to be distracting, and a lot of people that have them always acting. Know the answer. Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Ay, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, it's no I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the plan that we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit claps. Yeah, they talking but let broke do what broke do. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clapping. Uncle answers, baby. Uncle answers, I don't want this, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I hope you're ready, man. I need y'all excited. Tomorrow, too. I mean, if you like today's PHILO, I need you here tomorrow. Otherwise, you're going to get a 50% on the test. Okay? Yeah, just trust me. Trust me. I'm hyped, though. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. That's it. It's it, baby. UWMC futures. Future. The future. But we got about 2 hours left. 2 hours left. We had that nice Bostic thing. Again, I was still thinking about that. That got me hyped as well, too. Looks like we're getting a little bit more market signals as far as inflation. Tomorrow's going to be very, very important. Our prediction for today is playing out pretty accurately. So, and then we got a little bit of Airbnb, bonus on top of it. But how this plays out, I mean, as long as we don't get a big move at close, I mean, I'm all eyes on a big move tomorrow. I think the next question really should be, do we take a play for it or not? Do we take a play pre-market? Do you take the play post-market today or before after hours, and then where do you go from there? That's going to be the question. That's going to be the question. Or do you wait till pre-release tomorrow? Because tomorrow it is coming back out. News on a firm. It's up. It's again still at 140. Pre-market, wait, it comes out tomorrow at 8:30. Oh, so it's before market open. So you have to trade it. You have to make it by end of close. You can't wait. 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So you have to, if you want to make a play on it, you have to by end of close today. But then there will be a move in the morning. So usually there's like a post-market or there's the pre-market move. And then by the time the hour before market opens, it'll probably bounce back up or it'll continue or flip. And then there'll be a move in the first 30 minutes and then it'll carry on for the rest of the day. But there will be a premium move probably after by tomorrow morning. Ooh, this one's an interesting one. Treasury auctions bring a flattening vibe. Today's Treasury auctions had a flattening vibe, at least judging by the demand stats. The 10-year reopening stopped at 1.58, clearly through the 1.59 when issued yield, with bid to cover coming in at 2.58, more than a standard deviation above the one-year average of 2.45. Indirects were notable buyers. They were down 71% of the sale, identical ratio to last month, as well as above the 1 year. Hold on. He says something that doesn't sound so technical. Small wonder, but pretty much it's very like it's talking about the bond auction, but the curve has flattened today a little bit. Lots of vibes today, baby. Watch, it says February 2020, most underrated channel. Learn so much. God bless you. God bless you forever. Oh, yeah, they don't feel me. Oh, no. Amen. I love it. I'll take it. God bless you. I'll take it. Fully accept. I accept those vibes. You know that? I will take those vibes. Hey, you got good vibes my way? I will take it. I'm totally like, I'm a buyer. I'm a receiver, supply chain, a port, whatever you want. I accept all of that. Accept it everywhere. Visa, PayPal, Square, Cash App, Bitcoin too. I'll even take it in Shiba if you want. Any way you want it. That we could take those good vibes all day. Amen. Amen. Y'all don't feel me. I'm just too hyped. I'm too hyped and the market's doing nothing. But we are going to have a good day tomorrow. Even the rest of the day. Should we do it? I kind of want to make a play. But we got to be a little bit disciplined about it. We could either experiment. We could show you what $100 does playing before CPI. Should we make... Oh, my God. Should we make another account? Should we make an event? Should we make an event account? Oof. I know. I don't want to make another account, but, like, that's a good idea. Should we make, an event account? So, like, literally CPI, non-farm payrolls, FOMC, I don't know, debt ceiling. That's a kind of good. That one just came to me. That one just, you guys saw that naturally. We naturally worked our way into that one. That's it. Because I was like, I do, I want to make a play on it, but it is, that's why I was like, I'll keep it small, but then we gotta be disciplined on everything. I don't know how but then I was like, another separate account that is a little more organized. The vibes account. You have to record all the events though. We will have to, and I think it'll naturally be recorded. I mean, through the stream, and like most dates, like you could. I think pretty much most of the trades are going to happen on the second week of the month, and then the Fridays for the jobs reports, and then the every other month for the Fed. Let's say history repeats itself. SPY puts. Well, let's see. I mean. I love this. Don't you love this thing and hate it at the same time? I love and hate this data. If you don't really have a bias, you should hate this chart, to be honest with you. Every time we do this, you should hate it. Because now if you have a bias, this chart is telling you exactly what you want to see. But if you have no bias, all it does is make you think, well, shit. In reality, it's probably... we're going to get a lot of action just to end up in the same place where we pretty much were. It's not wrong. It's just, it highlights that you have up and down. It doesn't really, so it's like coming into tomorrow's meeting with the CPI. If you think it's going to go up, I'm going to show you all of these data points and you're going to be like, well, you see like this, you know what I'm saying? But then on the vice versa, if you think it's going to go down, the ones that go down are really going to highlight it. But that's why there's stats on it. This is the average. So if you're not familiar with this, I don't know. Do we want SPY? Let's put SPY up here so we can still use the high-low ticker. Didn't Burry say the Fed is lying on numbers? Burry said a lot of things. I mean, he did, but I think a lot of people assume that the Fed is lying. I don't even think they lie anymore when they could just confuse the shit out of you. Like, why would you lie on record And like in a world where everybody, when you could just confuse the shit out of everybody. And then you'd be like, yeah, well, we have CPI, then we have core CPI, then we have the core CPI. But then if we really just exclude everything and look at the other core of that and then compare it to the PCE, they're like, it's fine. So, and that's what they've been doing. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm hopelessly maybe optimistic. Saki Bomb live. We'll put her on after this. We'll see again. I think she'll probably give more catalyst to the market here unless anything comes out. But this is the market impact analysis for tomorrow. So I may go over this on the watch list or not so you could see. But this is how the market trades the first 6 hours after the CPI report. Okay, so this is 6 hours. This is instantly on the first hour, and if it's a negative response within one standard deviation bad, so if the biggest average negative response on the lower bound is the market goes down 0.8. On the positive end, it's about 0.6, and then the average response is on the dot 0.08. So on average, over the last 12 CPI reports, the market has closed on average 0.08% negative the following 6 hours. So from time of release, 8:30 to 6 hours later, just right before market close, essentially, that is telling you that, and we could even go beyond the 6 hours if we really wanted to, into like the next day. But can we take it past 6 hours? No, I want to see how I could show that. Because, again, this is pretty much showing you the most of the day. Don't turn on Saki, never anything useful, insight, just fucking lies. Well, let's assume you're right. And I just do it so that all of those who agree with that can learn how to listen to something and not just, it's because it's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt you. You know, I hate to, you guys are going to disown me, some of you. She's kind of grown on me. She's kind of grown on me. Do I agree with fucking tracking your $600 Venmo account? Fuck no. But but you know, she's grown on me. She's grown on me, and you know, like I think in the beginning I was more like we weren't really getting anything, but now that there's been more, I think there's just more information. I mean, and she's the source, but she's grown on me a little bit. I don't even know that. Take that with what I can't measure this on a metric scale. It's better than what it was. That's all. And I don't think we started from too crazy of a spot. But essentially, I just had to address that because we're going to listen to her after this. But like we're saying, on average, the stock market is going to close about 0.08% negative following a CPI report. So this is what happened last CPI. So if history is a repeater, right? If we want to see to make a play right now, if you want to copy last month's report and similar situation to today, the number came in high. I mean, let's see. CPI. So here's the chart to get an idea. So last time, I think it came in a little bit below expectations, but CPI moderated. And do you guys see now, looking at this chart with CPI, do you see why tomorrow is so important? Yes, you also have the Fed minutes, which will give us insight into the tapering. But do you see why tomorrow's CPI is important? I mean, does this picture show you anything? What do you see, my friend? Like, come on, technicals, non-technical, what do you see? You have to see something, especially with, like, what we're talking about. This is where, like, again, I'm not the most technical trader type of person, but this is where, like, I encourage you to really view this report that we're looking at. What is this chart showing you? This is showing you consumer price inflation, or, excuse me, consumer price, is it inflation? Index. Consumer price index. But, like, understand that. This is showing you inflation, but it's the CPI. But this is showing you a chart that recently is very, very high. This is at a 13-year high as of right now. So like even if we want to pull this out, like I'm saying, this number, we're looking at it the short term, but like just understand what this is representing. And to the whole situation. This is why we listen to, Bostic, and why we actually get a kick out of it. You're at a very key point. This is why I've been saying tomorrow is so important, because the last CPI, the last two CPIs, they have moderated. So they have not continued this massive ramp up. This is like when you go to the gym for the first 2 weeks and you've never gone to the gym, and then you start looking at yourself in the mirror and you're like, damn, I'm actually like, you start looking at you, it's the newbie gains, right? Right off the bat, it's you got to that stage for the last 2 months where you're not gaining at the same pace as you were in the beginning, but you're still making progress. But now you could pretty much go any way from here. You might quit, or you might go, you might just get shredded after here. And that same thing applies for inflation. This is why this data point is so important, because you're already at a 13-year high. You already had this big run up. So now if inflation does come down, that trend is chilling out, and that would calm a lot of people down more or less. It's better to peak. Remember, inflation is hard to use, even or to ignite. That's what even Bostic was talking about. The Fed for a long time has really never gotten inflation. So all of my Fed critics out there, you got to be fair with that. The Fed for the last decade before this, they fought to get inflation and barely saw it. And it's, again, some would argue that, but when you're looking at it, this is where if inflation can slow down, it's hard to get it started. So if the chart starts to calm down and inflation numbers don't keep increasing at the pace that we saw earlier this year, then that would be very, very chill. That's why the last CPIs, we did pretty decent if you really think about it. But now coming into tomorrow, the chart is either going to rocket up from here or not. And even if it doesn't shoot up at a high pace, if it eclipses this first high at 5.3 and we go any higher than that, and then check the month over month too, that will be important. I'm looking at the year over year, but if that eclipses it, this chart's showing you a little bit different, again, month to month. But if that does, it's pretty much going to show you that inflation set one peak, or you could even argue that it hasn't even set the first real peak to begin with. So this is where tomorrow gets very, very important. So again, whatever that number comes in tomorrow, here is the expectations. Last time, September, we moved about 0.5% down. SPY's gassing right there. Got some steam. We get a firm. Let me get an Airbnb. A little bit of Fibonacci BNB there with a little bit of upgrade, huh? So 0.15, that was September. So if we repeat what we did last month, and again, last month would be comparable because you got a month of moderating. It finally chilled out. It was setting that level. That's what people liked, but we still dropped 0.5%. August, before that, and inflation actually hit a high. I think this was the 5.3, if I'm correct. That was June, so that would have been July. July report, July report, inflation was really high. We moved down 0.08. August, you actually ended up about 0.25% positive. And then that one was moderating inflation, or it chilled out for 2 months in a row, where it was still elevated at 5.3, but it didn't drop. But best part was it didn't rise. Again, that's what I mean by moderation. When the inflation shoots up and then stays at the same level for a couple months, it's not going up, it's not going down, but it's just moderately high. Well, actually really high. And then June, before that, you had a positive result of what? 0.5%? 0.49? May, you dropped 1.5%. And so May result was the numbers from April. I mean, look at May, we're breaking. That's when we started breaking every record. You see that? So even April, you had a positive result of 0.5%. So inflation was actually high in April. That means the March report. So you were actually hitting you're getting close to the 5-year high, the 2018 level. We moved down 1.5 when we broke 2018 or 2008. I'm pretty sure. So, again, you could keep going into earlier in the year. Earlier in the year, we had a little bit bigger moves and some on the positive, but what do you think, Chad? I could give you, I already have a conclusion to it even after going through this, but Chad, so what do you think? How do you think history will repeat? Do you think it'll be like last meeting, or what is your expectation, or what is there a reason, or what would cause a big move essentially? SPY down, SPY moving. It's moving, but it's not. It's moving, but it's not. So that's why good. Hopefully a good preparation coming into tomorrow. We're expecting it by puts, but how much? How much do you think the market's going to move? Needs more lines to tell. Just like last meeting, 0.5%. You think we'll hit the 200-day moving average tomorrow? Ooh, that'd be bad. Bad estimate, 6 to 7% inflation. You think 0.25% tomorrow? You think 0.8? You're going with the average. $1, Bob. I'm going with the. It's like Price is Right. We're literally playing CPI market move. Price is Right. That's it. Just don't go over. But like, what do you think the market average move will be? Again, average is 0.8. Do we think we're going to get a big market move or not? And then my question is, what would cause a big market move that's bigger than 1%, essentially? %, 0.8 at most. History repeats itself. It isn't above 6%. Market will move negative, but not dramatic. Okay. I feel you. Slightly under expectations. That would question if taper is needed. If that was the case, market would probably move positive. Psychology of the uninformed, 6% year over year. Not buying puts now for Josh fucking up your head. I didn't do it. I'm just giving you the info, bro. My bad. China, big bad move down. But do you think the market, I think our market might ignore China to a degree, depending on how big the report is. Market reactions aren't correlated with expectations on CPI. That's a good take. Big market move because we have more volatility right now in the last few months. 10-year, 1.7, game over. Well, we're talking about the CPI for tomorrow. McDoubles are 239, up 20%. I love these answers in between. Don't swap the case. Buy calls. How about the PPI? No, PPI will be important, but I think CPI is like as I said in that video, it's like the first line of defense. That's like your pawn in chess. Market price inflation, much pain later. Correction, 20%. Depends on what the Fed statement is afterwards. That's a very good point. If the CPI is high or remain high at those levels for the foreseeable future, was already negatively risk off. You sound like Powell. McChick is not on the dollar menu. So, there it is. So, my take on it is that the only way we get a 1.5% move is if, like May, is if what happens on the May report for like June, where the number just comes in just shitting on expectations. So the expectation is 5.3. I think if we came like 6 is pretty high. Again, it's harder to get in the 6% range, but I think 6 all the way to like 7. If it comes in at 7, then we'll move big. Otherwise, I think the Fed and everything else going on, I think that will affect it. And I think on average, I think we'll stay. It'll be an average response unless if it's a huge miss, then I think we can move 1.5 tomorrow. But I think we are going to move to. I think we're going to get. Especially looking at the last meeting, though, too, I will throw this into my expectation. I think you're going to test both ends of this range very early on in the morning. So I think you're going to get a big round trip move, but it's going to end up closing small. So I think we're going to get big movement just to kind of end up at a level. But then if we get anything above 6% inflation, CPI year over year, I think it's going to just go absolutely bonkers. 7%. I think people would shit themselves, low key. And then I wouldn't shut up. If it's 7% CPI, I would be like, yo, man, Yo, you guys wouldn't hear. I would show you fucking historical charts for days, bro. I would spend the like last 3 hours of market just like yeah. It would be terrible for you, honestly, and pretty bad for the economy. But I would just, you have no idea. That would be crazy, crazy. They wouldn't release those numbers. I think they would. I mean, again, you don't like. Do you realize? I've showed you even that market analysis of inflation coming in at 5.3, which is stupid high. And how many people in America will say anything like, you are firmly adjusted to it? They did good in the last 12 months. They've found a way to get us. They've done a good job. Whoever the Fed, I don't care who it is, but they've got all of us accepting a lot of shit in terms of inflation and prices. So I don't think a 7% they have to hide from. If it's maybe 20%, maybe, but I feel like they could find a way to convince us it's not that bad. I feel like we live in I feel we are in the educated era of time, but that could also be our fatal downfall, is that we always have a workaround for everything instantly. Or it's like we always find a way to justify through like something why we're like, well, even though it's at 20%, we could do this. And since now it's 20%.
Issues as it relates to lumber, as it relates to chips. There are different solutions for different industries, and we're looking to address all of them at the same time.
There are some people who say that the president should be pressuring unions to loosen work restrictions that are keeping, for instance, truck drivers limited on their hours behind the wheel, or these ports operating at a less than full capacity. What's the White House answer to that?
I would say we have taken steps at times, when warranted, to loosen restrictions, as you saw in reaction to some natural disasters we've had over the course of the year. Ultimately, the president's focus is addressing the needs, the challenges, and the threats to the American people to their well-being, to their economic well-being, and he'll consider a range of options. But again, the Supply Chain Task Force has been working for months to address these issues.
One last one. What's his answer? What's the White House response to people who say vaccine mandates have reduced the workforce and contributed to this problem?
Well, I know world-renowned business, travel, and health expert Senator Ted Cruz has made that point, but I wouldn't say that that is widely acknowledged or echoed by business leaders who have implemented these mandates, by health experts who have conveyed the way to get out of the pandemic is to ensure that we are doing exactly the steps the president has announced and we are working to implement. It doesn't mean this isn't hard and challenging. Of course it is. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. But ultimately, the job of the President of the United States is to lead, is to follow the advice of health experts, is to ensure that he is protecting the lives of people across the country. So I know there was a little hubbub over the course of the last few days about Southwest Airlines. We now know that some of those claims were absolutely false, and actually the issues were completely unrelated to vaccine mandates. But again, what we've seen business to business across the country is this is the way to save lives, create more certainty, it's good for the economy, and it's something we're looking forward to implementing.
Given how important the vaccine mandate policy is for the administration, why is it taking so long to get that rulemaking in place? And it seems like a fairly discrete set of issues and I know there's an interagency process, but hasn't there been a vacuum left that gets filled by actions by governors or by dissent among union workers or whatever, by not having the clarity of that rulemaking that we were told was coming weeks ago?
Well, I think at the time, just last month, we said it was coming in weeks. That remains the case, and when it's out, that will be accurate. But also, there isn't a big historic precedent for this, and we want to get it right. And the team at OSHA, the team at the Department of Labor, wants to get it right, wants to be able to create some clarity for businesses around the country. I would say that requiring and mandating for businesses of 100 people or over vaccines is not a small task. that is a big, bold proposal, idea, and something that we want to implement with as much clarity as we can.
Yes, it
There
is.
will be
Very
questions
bold.
even after these rules are put out. We understand that, but that's why we wanted to take a little bit of time, not too much time, to get it done.
Can you describe what's happening behind the scenes? Are there a group of people who are, this is the only thing they're working on each day, or where does this fall in the priorities getting those answers?
It's it's a good question, because I think it's important for people to understand that OSHA, under the Department of Labor, is working on these regulations. This is not something that is being done out of the White House. They are the ones working through this, as they should. And I can't give you any expectation of when that will be finalized. There'll be a public rulemaking. They'll be made public so everybody can see them. There'll be a comment period, as there always are for regulations.
The president has a long relationship with labor unions of various types, and in that community, whether they're professional athletes in a labor union or law enforcement, there are some people who are speaking out against the vaccine mandates, and one of the things they're saying is it should be a part of collective bargaining. How does the president view that when it comes to these requirements?
Look, as you know, the president is a huge supporter throughout his lifetime in public office for labor unions, the roles they play, for collective bargaining, for the role they play in standing up for workers' rights. I would note, though, we're in the middle of a pandemic here, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to save more lives without delay. Understanding there is a process for rulemaking, as there should be, but we're working to implement these as quickly as we can, so that businesses can have certainty, so that workers can have certainty, so that people can return to the workplace who are fearful, so that we can work to return to a period of closer to normal. So he always welcomes the input, the views of labor unions, and certainly has heard their concerns in this regard. But I think it's also important to remember we're in the middle of a pandemic. Go ahead.
2 questions on diplomacy. On the G20 call this morning, it was reported that neither Vladimir Putin nor Xi Jinping were on the call. Was the president disappointed by that, and does he feel it was a fruitful meeting without them?
It was a meeting organized by the Italians, so I would certainly point you to them for confirmation of who may or may not have attended. But I would note that it is still fruitful, of course, to have an opportunity, or this is how the president views it, to discuss the efforts to work together on counterterrorism work, including against threats from ISIS-K, to ensure safe passage for those foreign nationals and Afghan partners with documentation seeking to depart Afghanistan. And during this call, the leaders who did attend reaffirmed their collective commitment to provide humanitarian assistance directly to the Afghan people, something that was noted earlier through independent international organizations. And we are committed to working with our partners to do exactly that. So again, it was a call, or it was a meeting organized by the Italians. They can confirm the list of attendees, but the president did see it as an opportunity and a constructive opportunity to discuss counterterrorism efforts and efforts to provide international humanitarian assistance.
Victoria Nuland is now in Moscow for meetings with the Russians. What's the White House's assessment of how those talks are proceeding?
I'd really point you to the State Department on that, Steve. I would guess that she's having quite constructive, productive meetings on the ground while she's there. I know she's meeting with a range of leaders on the ground, but I don't have more details from here. I'd point you to the State Department for that.
And Joe Donnelly has been picked by the president to be the next ambassador to the Holy See, the Vatican. Why Mr. Donnelly?
Mr. Donnelly is someone who has a long record in public service. He's somebody who has, the president feels, will represent the United States and our interests quite well as ambassador to the Holy See, and he's looking forward to his confirmation.
And when the president meets with the Pope later this month, what does he hope to discuss with the Pope?
I don't have any more details on the trip. I'm sure we'll have some soon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a climate question. What is the minimum that the president wants Congress to do or give him before he goes to these important international climate meetings? And if they can't pass Build Back Better by the time he has to go, does going to these meetings empty-handed undermine U.S. leadership on climate?
Well, I would say first, I don't have a new deadline to convey from here. What is clear, but what you're asking about, I think, is how the international community will react to what's happening domestically, just to kind of break down the question. What I think is very clear to the international community, and they can all speak for themselves too, is that President Biden came into office absolutely committed to regaining America's seat at the table in international diplomacy, including in climate. One of the first steps he took was to rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement. He has taken steps that he could take of his own accord here, working with car companies and auto manufacturers to ensure we are reducing greenhouse gas emissions even without congressional action. And he has proposed a bold, ambitious climate agenda here in the United States that he's working to move through Congress. So his commitment to these issues, his dedication to taking action here domestically so that the United States can be a leader internationally should be unquestionable on the international stage, and I think that's the message he'll convey, regardless of where the package stands.
Even if he doesn't get it.
We intend to get it, but I'm not going to set a new timeline. Go ahead.
Sure. The White House announced that Joe Biden's headed to Virginia to campaign for Terry McAuliffe. Can you give a sense of what Joe Biden will be doing over the next couple of weeks in Virginia or to campaign for McAuliffe? Has he been asked to come?
I don't have any updates on travel. I would expect we will have more to convey soon about his plans to support the election of former Governor McAuliffe.
And one more just on the G20 this morning. I wonder if there was any sense of frustration on the part of our allies or a sense that the U.S. has an obligation to do more because of our withdrawal from Afghanistan. Can you give any more on that?
More than being far and away the largest provider of humanitarian assistance?
No, I'm asking you.
I would point you to our allies. I haven't heard them have that complaint. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. As the price tag comes down on the reconciliation package, are there certain pay-fors that you are also becoming more amenable to negotiating on then? For instance, staying at the corporate tax rate now, for instance? Are there policies like that you all are coming down on?
Well, I would say that because the package will not be $3.5 trillion, as you all know, it will be smaller, as everyone has acknowledged. You won't need the same number of paid-fors, obviously. It doesn't require a mathematician. I think that's why you're asking the question. But in terms of what those look like, there have been a range of proposals the president has conveyed he supports as it relates to pay-fors. Ultimately, he wants to make the tax system more fair, raising the corporate rate, asking the highest income Americans to pay more is certainly part of what he has proposed, but that's all part of the discussion as we speak.
Earlier you just said that if you all don't act on some of this social spending, you're not going to have the opportunity to do it for some time. Was that a speculation on the midterms, or what did you mean by that?
No, it was not. It was conveying that this is a moment coming out of a pandemic to change fundamentally how we invest in our workforce, how we invest in American families, how we think about what our priorities are in the United States. Is our priority making sure that people can afford childcare so that they can join the workforce? Is it or is it not? Is our priority doing more to address the climate crisis? Is it or is it not? And coming out of a pandemic is exactly a moment to do that. It was not a political assessment. It was more about the moment we're coming out of now. Go ahead.
Hi. So it's been 6 weeks since the drone strike in Kabul, and the administration said that they would consider giving compensation to the family who lost people. The LA Times reported today that no one has reached out to them. Can you say why?
It's really under the purview of the Department of Defense. I would point you to them. I'm happy to check with them too and see if there's an update. Go ahead.
Boston Marathon bomber Johar Tsarnaev's case is before the Supreme Court this week, and the Justice Department is seeking to reinstate the death penalty in his case. Does the president support that approach, and if so, how does that square with the current federal death penalty moratorium and his campaign promise to try to outright eliminate the death penalty at the federal level?
I don't have anything more on this case. I'm happy to talk to the president and see if there's more we can convey. I'd really point you to the Department of Justice. Go ahead.
Is the White House considering any options outside of Congress before December to deal with the debt limit, such as invoking the 14th Amendment?
We had, as had been reported, there had been a look at a range of options that had been and the decision or evaluation been made that there was not a viable option beyond working through Congress. That has not changed. So that will continue to be our focus. We will work, of course, with Leader Schumer, with Speaker Pelosi about what the path forward looks like. The good news is that last week we saw that we could pass raise the debt limit through regular order. That could happen in a bipartisan manner, something that's happened 80 times prior to last week, but that is what we plan on pursuing.
Just a quick follow-up, because Pelosi said today that she thinks a bill that would change the debt ceiling process by giving power to Treasury to lift it has, quote, has merit. So does the administration think that Congress should pursue a bill like that?
Well, we have just a couple of weeks left before we need to raise the debt limit. So that's what our focus is on now. There's plenty of time after that to have a discussion about what it looks like moving forward. There's no question that we don't want it to be a political football any more in the future. But right now we're focused on working with Congress to raise the debt limit. Go ahead, Jenny.
Thanks. On inflation and the supply chain disruptions that you just mentioned, Federal Reserve official Raphael Bostic said today that inflation may not be transitory and that it's becoming increasingly clear, this is a quote, that the future of this episode that has animated price pressures will not be brief, and by this definition, the forces are not transitory. Does the White House still believe that inflation is a transitory problem?
Well, I know the Federal Reserve I understand he's a representative of the Federal Reserve, though,
She kind of took
and it is under
Bostic
their
out of
purview.
context.
But they
This is
do have
interesting.
regular updates on predictions of inflation and what it looks like in the coming year. I don't think they have revised that unless you tell me otherwise officially. The OECD has also predicted that it would come down in the next year. But bottom line is our focus is on preventing inflationary pressures from being an issue in the future. And that's why the president is committed to moving forward with his Build Back Better agenda, with his bipartisan infrastructure plan, investments and proposals that outside economists have said will help address this over the long term.
And then one more, do you have any update for us on President Biden's meeting with President Xi of China?
I don't have any update at this point. It's just something that we're working through and in discussions about at a staff level. Go ahead.
Minister of Israel showed concern about that to Jack Sullivan, National Security Advisor, that Iran is getting closer and closer to obtain a nuclear weapon. Do you think that President Biden will discuss a military operation on the table if Iran did not follow through with the negotiation with your diplomatic that is taking place in Geneva?
Well, our objective continues to be moving forward on a diplomatic path. And there's no question that we're in the position we're in now because the prior administration pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, taking away that visibility into what their capacity, what their capabilities were. But our focus is on working to see if we can return to another round of talks in Vienna. Beyond that, I'm not going to get into a hypothetical.
What is the take, sorry, quick question. What is the take of the White House on the Iraqi election? There's a lot of changes. Some pro-Iran groups are saying that this is not a fair election. So what is the take of the White House?
Sure. So we congratulate the Iraqi government on having fulfilled its promise to hold earlier elections. We are pleased that the election days were largely conducted peacefully. We've seen the preliminary results announced by the Iraqi Independent High Electoral Commission yesterday and are waiting for the final certified results. These elections included hundreds of international monitors and observers from the UN and EU, in addition to thousands of domestic observers. We look forward to reviewing their reports. Once the final results are certified, we hope that the new Council of Representative members will form a government that reflects the will of the Iraqi people and which can work to address Iraq's governance, security, and economic challenges. Go ahead.
Jen, can you confirm that U.S. personnel in Colombia have reported anomalous health incidents that's being investigated as Savannah syndrome?
We don't confirm individual reports. What we do is take every report that comes through our interagency quite seriously. As we've talked about in here prior, this administration has made addressing Havana syndrome or anomalous health incidents, whatever you want to call them. We have refocused the efforts on it after they had not been focused on for some time. That includes ensuring that the president signed a law last week ensuring that that assistance, medical assistance, funding for medical assistance was provided to anyone who needed it, that we have a process within key agencies to ensure we're addressing it and making sure people get the assistance they need. But we are still in the attribution phase. That is still being considered, and we don't confirm individual incidents.
Follow up on Texas, unrelated issue.
Sure.
You talked about continuing on with implementation. Should we expect the administration to make legal filings in Texas challenging Governor Abbott's order as the administration moves forward with implementation of the OSHA rule and of the mandate for federal employees?
Well, the next step is the regulations coming from OSHA. In terms of legal action, I'd point you to the Department of Justice. I don't have anything to predict on that front.
Thank you, Jen. It's been a bit, so I hope to ask you quickly about 3 different subject areas, if that's all right. The first subject area is we at the New York Post reported on Friday that the first son had sold 5 prints of his artworks for $75,000 each, and that a team of lawyers is reviewing the prospective buyers who are going to be allowed into an upcoming New York show. That seems to suggest a departure from the White House brokered agreement where the purchasers would be anonymous. I was hoping you could say if the White House knows who purchased the 5 prints and whether there is indeed a departure to the arrangement that there would be an anonymity here.
I know this is your favorite topic, but it still is the purview of the gallerist. We still do not know and will not know who purchases any paintings, and the president remains proud of his son.
White House.
Did you have another question on something else? Otherwise, we're going to move on to some other topics. Lots going on in the world.
Yes, so about Build Back Better and tax policy, I'd like to ask you about proposed tax increases and proposed tighter tax enforcement. President Biden often describes raising taxes on higher incomes as a matter of fairness and enforcing current tax policy as a matter of people paying their fair share. But Republicans in Congress, led by Representative Jim Banks, are pointing to a recent Congressional Research Service report, which they say underscores that President Biden allegedly owes $500,000 in Medicare taxes that he didn't pay by allegedly improperly categorizing $13 million in income routed through S corporations in 2017 and 2018. Tax law expert Robert Willens, who teaches at Columbia University, said, quote, in my view, the case can easily be made, end quote, by the IRS that President Biden owes back taxes under current law. So as he campaigns for...
This is a very long question. I think I know where you're getting at. This has been debunked, as you probably know. Also, he's released many, many years of his tax returns, so people can check them out. Okay, go ahead, George. Go ahead. Go ahead. I think we're going to move on to some more topics. Go ahead, George.
Come on your answer about the challenges.
Dog, he had the best questions.
There are 50 days between now and December 3rd.
I was like, is there a calendar up here? Okay. I was surprised. I was like thrilled to hear it, but go ahead.
There are 50 days between now and December 3rd. You lose a week to foreign travel.
Yeah.
You lose a week to Thanksgiving. That's not a lot of time for funding government, raising the debt limit in your 2 bills. Can you talk for a second about the time pressure and the calendar challenge of getting this done?
Sure. Well, George, I think it's going to be quite a busy week after Thanksgiving. So everybody get ready, get your rest during that period of time. Look, I think Congress can get things done quickly and rapidly. Often they do it under time pressure. We certainly understand that. You are right that time is not unlimited, and we want to move not just, of course, keeping the government open and funding the government as we should, but also raising the debt limit and also getting the president's agenda move forward and across the finish line. And so that is going to require a lot between now and the end of the year. We recognize the challenge of timing. That's why there's so much work happening behind the scenes. Even when Congress isn't in session, there's calls, there's video conferences, and we're constantly working here to move all of these parts of the agenda forward. There are some things that could happen quickly. Congress could just vote to raise the debt limit, an up or down vote would just be really quick. That's possible. Same on funding the government. All of that can happen. And then we can move forward on key components of the president's agenda that will fundamentally change the economy and make the lives of so many people in this country better. Yamiche, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Jen. First question is, what role does President Biden see for himself in helping Democrats figure out what to take out of the bill? If I understand that you don't want to say whether or not he agrees with Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, saying fewer things should be done well, but I wonder, what does he want? Is he actively giving people, here's what I want to see in this bill? Does he see that as his role?
Well, he sees his role as doing what the American people sent him to the White House to do, which is to find common ground so that we can move forward with an agenda that the American people demand we pass. And, his view is also that building a real tangible package is what our focus is on right now. It is not about dismantling a hypothetical package. It is about how we build the best package based on the ideas he's proposed that can fundamentally change people's lives and make them better. So he's going to be, of course, actively involved in the discussions, as has been at every point in this discussion. But again, his view is that an alternative to a deal isn't a hypothetical bigger plan. It's nothing. And we can't afford to do nothing. So what he's trying to do is move everybody forward toward a unified path so that we can make some big changes for the American people.
It is inappropriate then to say, I want climate change and child care definitely and other things might need to be cut in the way that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi essentially said today? Or does he think that it has to be the lawmakers that decide what comes out of this bill?
Well, that's not what I heard her say today. But again, she can, of course, more than capable of speaking for herself. But what I heard her say today is that a bill that doesn't pass means nothing. It's nothing. So what you need to do, if you want to get all those things done, make a historic investment in climate change. If you want to address some fundamental inequalities in this country, if you want to cut costs for the American people, you need to find common ground. It doesn't mean you're going to get everything you want. The president knows that. Speaker knows that. That can be, you can have a moment of disappointment on that as well. But ultimately, his role is to work to bring people together, to find a unified path forward so that we can get something historic done.
And a quick follow-up or a quick other question, which is, this weekend we saw former President Trump go to a rally in Iowa, make all sorts of claims that are clearly not true, but we saw high-profile GOP officials there, including Chuck Grassley, who was the longest-serving senator in Congress. What does the president make of not only what former President Trump is saying, but the fact that there are GOP lawmakers, elected officials who are willing to still stand by him and go up in front of these crowds with these claims that are clearly false?
The president's focus is on working to deliver for the American people. He didn't watch the rally, I can assure you of that. I'm not sure he's even seen clips of the rally. He looks for a way. Of course he's worried about the threat. I think he's talked about what we saw on January 6th, the threat of one of the darkest days in our democracy, what we've seen in the blind people blindly following what we know are debunked, sometimes conspiracy theories, the spreading of misinformation, whether it's about democracy or COVID. Of course he's concerned about that. But the best role he can play, the most important thing he can do, is to work to lead the country, to bring people together in areas where we agree, to get things done, to deliver, to show the American people that government can work for them. And that's what he's going to spend his time and energy focused on. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. So you said June, the supply chain disruption task force was assembled. I'm just curious why it took so long for the president to get together the two port heads as well as all the shipping companies to figure out what's wrong with the supply chain since it's been an issue for most of the year.
Well, I would say that the president has, the supply chain task force has been working around the clock for months and months now to address a range of different issues that we see in the supply chain. And as you know, because you cover this pretty closely, there are issues at the ports and addressing the bottlenecks at the ports. Those have been on the rise recently, but it's something that he's been working on and his team has been working on. There are also a range of different issues in the supply chain. It's not just domestically, it's globally as well. It's one of the reasons we've been, of course, it's morally right too, but such a huge contributor to the global effort to get the pandemic under control, to ensure we're making sure manufacturing facilities are staying open. It's why he's pressed so hard for the CHIPS legislation to ensure that the semiconductor shortage is something that doesn't halt production for the auto industry. So it's not just one issue in the supply chain, as you well know. It's multiple issues. That's why the team has been working for several months to address it. And tomorrow's another opportunity. We've done several supply chain events to lift this up and tell the American people what we're doing to help address the bottlenecks.
But are we behind the curve? Is the president behind the curve rather than trying to get in front of this issue?
He's been working on these issues for months. I mean, I know it's been up in front in the news in the last few weeks, but these are issues the president's been focused on since he took office, and that's why he had a dedicated team, both in the NEC, in the Department of Treasury, across the interagency to help address these issues. It's a fundamental challenge as the economy is turning back on, and one he's been focused on from the first day. Go ahead.
Jen, I just had a couple of quick timing questions. On the FDA commissioner, I know we keep asking you about this.
Yeah.
One, do you have any update, and can you address concerns about morale and stability at the agency since this is taking so long to get a nominee?
Have you heard there's morale and stability issues?
There has been reporting that, just the lack of a permanent commissioner, people feel there is non-stability there. Obviously, we saw concerns come to surface about morale when it came to the decision over the boosters, with 2 of the vaccine officials resigning. There has been reporting for a few months around concerns.
Well, I would just, to quote Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Nancy Pelosi again, an anecdote is not the basis of data. So I would say, one, we are very focused on ensuring there's an FDA commissioner in place, nominating exactly the right person. I don't have an update on the timing. I understand why you all are asking about that, but I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I will also note that the FDA and any of our agencies are full of career employees, talented officials, many of them who've worked at these agencies for years, if not decades, who have moved forward on the approval of vaccines, the approval of boosters, the approval of a range of treatments that can help save lives in the public. So they also deserve credit for what they've done. But I would say the overemphasis on a nominee takes away in some ways unintentionally from the fact that there are people who are doing their jobs every day, and we have an acting FDA commissioner doing that as well.
And another thing we keep asking about, the president's physical. Last month, you said it would be soon. We're now in October. Do you have any update? And why is it taking so long? Is the president just very busy? Does he, not?
He is very busy, but it is standard for every president to get a physical. He will get a physical too. When he gets a physical, we will make all of that information available to all of you.
Still plan on
Okay,
it
thanks,
being
everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, everyone.
I love today was different. Today she had a different. I like it. I like my Jen. Thank you. Any of the good questions I didn't get an answer. She said she would have answered the good ones. She didn't answer the good ones. It's very good though. It's very good, man. You guys even made some memes towards it. I mean, maybe we should. I think that should be how you guys should. I guess. Express yourself. Feel free to make memes, but try to make them appropriate, I guess. Like here was a meme I got sent by chat. The one and only Alexander. Reporters when Jen Psaki decides to move on. Someone made a question. It's true, man. That one, I don't know. They got Peter. It was Peter. I like Peter's questions, but Peter did it. She didn't mess with him. But it seems like debt ceiling stuff again. They talked about that a little bit. I don't know the other issues that she brought up. The supply chains. That's that meeting tomorrow. We'll see how that one plays out. But other than that, nothing too crazy. I mean, inflation. Someone brought up the Fed question with Quarles or excuse me, Bostic. But they kind of, Bostic was addressing. Bostic didn't say inflation isn't transitory. He looked at both sides of the coin during the thing. We got to listen to that, but. The inflation, supply chain stuff, it was kind of mentioned in there, but nothing too crazy. Other than that, though, just very excited. Why you laugh? I don't get it. You put on Psaki for another 30 minutes just to hear bullshit, skip all the good questions. This is like your second comment like this today. All I have to say is Elon badge. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. It's a very tumultuous time. I understand. But just, it's all just relax, dude. It's because there is a chance that she could say something informational And not to mention, on top of it, I mean, with what you've seen with this administration, have you heard anything about the current state of policy without Jen Psaki saying it first? We have gotten more information about what is going on in our country right now as it relates to policy and everything else. We've gotten it more from Jen Psaki than the actual president. So, given the current nature of our politics, I mean, I feel like Jen Psaki is actually she's more important than we think, and I do also think she might be more prone to give us information or hint at something than not. So there is a reason, and I have a way to have fun, and this is entertaining to me. I've done this for years. Like, legitimately, you watch me do this with all the other stuff. We listen to a lot of different political, and not even political, anything related to the market, because we definitely know what news is and how we could, you could pull a dollar out of anything, believe it or not. But it is very entertaining in and of itself, and I will always love it. So I hope that you can see why we listen to it, but I encourage you not to get too mad about anything. It's just not, again, I think if you learn to not take it too seriously and have the discipline to not be knocked out of, let your emotion or feelings towards somebody or something, again, to think that I would even that I don't like to hear certain stuff, but it's the world we live in. But I'm ready to. I have to take in the information before I could react. And like I'm saying, the biggest point I can make is that we are going to get more information from Psaki than the damn president. So she's the first in line. She's the first in line. Discipline creates equilibrium in my life. Amen. 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 Nothing against her voice is whiny. Well, I mean, I don't think her voice is whiny. I laugh because it is quite humorous how some questions get answered a certain way and some don't. RDW, Redwire Corporation, 10%, single candle pop. RDW, it's not showing. What is it? Redwire. Excuse me. Why doesn't this company show up? It doesn't show up on the wires. Redwire providing critical navigation to guide NASA's first mission to the Trojan steroids or asteroids. Why did I read that? I read that as steroids. I had too much protein today. I was like, what do you mean Trojan steroids in NASA? I was literally lost for a second there. But a little pop again. There's that one company, Rocket Labs. They keep getting NASA approval type stuff, but they do a lot of pop and drops. NASA's been giving out a lot of contracts, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like NASA's been running up that salary cap. It's the new flavor. Bro, I really thought that said Trojan steroids. I was like, that's crazy news. They're working on a lot of stuff. Nah, the company doesn't show up, but it says Redwire option volume rises 4 signals. Interesting. Looks like a SPAC. I need quickly get to the Trojan steroids. What are you talking about? Get to the yields. Come with me if you want to yield. Hurry. You must go now. Trojan steroids, new jet fuel flavor. No, don't get the chat started with the naming. Remember, Chad is good at the name. I remember that. Y'all had Kamala Cola. Y'all, nah, don't get it started. That was too aggressive last time. I had a kick out of that. Lifetime outlook revised stable from negative. Let's see. So SPY's coming down. What a very, very weird day, but Thankfully we had some general idea and expectation of this. A lot of different things moved. There's still a lot of big winners, but it seems like getting ready for earnings tomorrow is still also on the radar, but mainly we're going to get our CPI. Oh yeah, we didn't decide, are we going to make a play or not? We went through that whole analysis. We said I guess the real question for the play, if we're going to get a big 1% move, how many of you think inflation CPI is going to come in at above 6%? The current expectation is 5.3, and we are at 5.3 right now. So expectation is that it comes in the same. So who thinks it's coming in above 6%? Above, over 6, 5.5. 5.5 is a good number. That's like high, but it's not too high and still above expectations. 5.6. 5.3, Bob. Come on, we're just playing Price is Right. Price is Right with our future. With inflation. Below, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm feeling blessed. Feeling locked and loaded. Feeling imaginative. You guys got some anticipation. 5.6, 4.3, 5.7. A lot of sixes, though. I'm just trying to, we're taking into consideration. Some people, I don't know. I'm excluding the outliers. Anybody saying, does anybody genuinely think, like, come on, like, I listen, and if you say it, I'm going to hold it against you for the rest of your life. I want a genuine assessment. Like, I'm not going to judge you too heavy, but, how many of you think how many do you really think it'll come in above 10%? Does anybody believe that 10% is that a real assessment? 10%. Do you genuinely think you were going to get 10% tomorrow? Too high. No way, Bob. No way. That's too much. Okay, good. Because I know I have to exclude some of the outliers. I'm like, come on, please. If you really believe it, state your case. Like, state your case. I want to hear it if that's the case. Like state the case. Okay, so we got that out the way. So it's not coming in at 10. I think, what do you think is the highest? I think 7 is ridiculous, low key. That's 50% higher than where we're at now. So I think 7% might be the top end of the range. I wonder, actually, let me see if I could pull up the distribution. Let's see. ECFC. Hold on, 6 point. No, higher. I think 7 is like the highest, but I think we're gonna come slightly above, but it seems like this will be the quarter, or I totally wouldn't underestimate this quarter coming in at like 5.3, a little higher, and then the real big surge happening in the next month. I guess. Well, this is going to be for September. Actually, no, maybe September, because people didn't pick up on the inflation till like the last week of September, realistically, if you think, or maybe the last like 2 weeks of September, and it wasn't even as like loud. I'm trying to see if I could get the estimates. This one's weird. It says it shows you the private actual versus forecast. This right here. This, what the hell is that? Oh, that's 2020. Well, this is on the year. Let's see. These estimates don't even look right. I'm trying to see if you could get a distribution to see, because again, I want to see what the highest economic, or who's the economist with the highest estimate. $1, Bob. So how do I want to play it? I mean, I don't know if I'm as confident in the surprise for this one. I feel like this market, I mean, if it was going to give us a surprise, now would be a good time to do it. But like I'm saying, I feel like November would be more of a chance of a, I feel like November would be the time when we, you know, the November CPI will reflect this month. And I think this month, now that it's been talked about so much, I think that's going to be the one where CPI goes up. But again, this report is going to be for September CPI. So I don't know if it's going to be, I think it'll be elevated, but I don't know how elevated. I think November could be the big one where you start hitting above 6, 7. I wanted to be early on I wanted to be with the bonds. I like what the bonds are doing. And that's the thing though, at the end of the day, when we are looking at it, we do have actually, where was it? That was the May. Holy shit. No, never mind. Yo, low key, it might be this surpriser. So I have an idea. This is just a theory. BTI pop, British American tobacco. Altria's popping with it too. Man, just give me my damn drip before you stocks start moving. Why are they playing us like this? Oh, there it is. They gave me my drip at $47. $47.81. How did I get $47.81? Look at, they scammed me on my drip, bro. They damn scammed me on my drip. Nobody paid $47.81. Scammers. I got 160 though. That's good. 2.9. 2.9. That drip. That's actually nice. It's almost the same price. Can I get extra? I'll take it. I'll take it. No, that's a messed up, bro. You're telling me the stock just is down up until drip day and then it's magically up 2%? Come on. Like, why? Bats RJ Reynolds submitted VUS data to FDA. Is that for that little e-cigarette thing? That little, like, where you put a cigarette in it, but it's electric and then it's like weird. It's like a vape for it's just weird. China actions towards Taiwan are destabilizing. Bats VUS cartridges can be marketed. It's a big deal. Didn't they get some negative stuff on that? BTI is going up off. I want to watch to see if they all benefit off of it, or if there's kind of a sympathy, but I think they all should do good with it. My surprise theory. So take a look. If we really want to understand here, this could be it, low key. If the bonds might be the answer. So the bonds, I remember I said TLT is snitching. It could be snitching the CPI. Essentially what I'm trying to say is look at where the bonds were leading into to the May CPI. They're at the same price. So remember, we've had a decline here. So the decline in bonds signals some inflation, right? Higher yields means the market did digest inflation. But like I'm saying, that didn't occur till September, though. Do you guys see what I'm saying, though? But then again, June was the May report. So the bonds are actually quoting a similar price to the last time that we actually saw a run-up that led the market to go down about 1.5. That one's... But then again, this is what I mean to tell you. Like, I feel like inflation expectations, bonds can front run. Again, it can front run CPI, but remember, this is data for last month compared to, or I think this is this August? Which one is the last CPI we got? 9/14. Details. Yeah, so September. Oh, and here's the survey. Here's the low and the high. So that's going to be for September. Yeah, we already got August. So again, 1 month back, but then bonds didn't start reacting to inflation until end of September. So that's what makes this difficult, is because there probably was inflation, but I think you only saw it in the final week of September. And then now, as we got into this first 2 weeks here in October, you really felt it carrying in from end of September. And then here are the expectations. The median is 5.3, average is 5.3. The highest estimate is 5.5, but now this is pretty telling. The lowest estimate is 5.0. So out of 48 estimates, the lowest is 5%, the highest is 5.5, and then the consensus and median 5.3. So maybe I don't know if I'm willing to bet on it. Like I said, we could go make a private account or an account for events. But this is quite telling, because this was I believe when we got the other one. June 10th is when the May report came in. And bonds were touching the same level. They moved around a little bit and then carried off. But this was following the report, though, too, as it... Bond yields are going to do... No, I'm saying that the bond yields can be reflecting where inflation is. So we're going to get an inflation report tomorrow, but we don't know where it is. And we've just said that the basis, if we want to make a play or not, is determining if that number is going to come in higher or lower. So I'm looking at the bonds because clearly TLT is snitched. TLT made a move before everything, and TLT did make a big move, and this is highlighting you what big money thinks. So what does big money think? Since the end of September till now, more inflation. That's why the yields have, the real yields have almost doubled. So that's why they're thinking that. So this is where I'm saying, based on the bonds moving early, I could be expecting that, compared to where it has been, it could be highlighting that where the market really thinks inflation is going to be at. But by this time, it's interesting, though, because the market was kind of used to it. But then that's the thing. We already have a play, low key. Because even if you have to think about it, if there's high inflation tomorrow, what the hell is going to happen? If CPI is high and if it does go 5.5 or 5.5 is the top print. If it goes higher than 5.5, what's going to happen? Yeah, TBT is going to rock it up. The bonds should keep shooting down. So it's not like we have exposure to tomorrow to a degree. So it's not like, but the question is where is there any signals or clues to what that report could be tomorrow? I think 5.5 is the top. I feel like that's a tight range. So now think about what everybody in the chat said. 5.3 is the expectation. 5.5 is the highest estimate out of 48 economists. And then 5.0 is the lowest out of all of those people. And then SPY coming down a little bit. Oh, come on, Altria. Y'all couldn't give me Altria at that price? Intel dropping. Chipmakers coming down. Actually, Intel got kind of clobbered. Micro's down 4. Be 4.8. I think the low estimate is very high. I'm surprised that the lowest estimate is still 5% inflation. The 2-year at the February 2020 levels right now before COVID. I mean, short-term risk. I mean, if it's higher, if it is elevated in the last couple months, then it's higher than normal. But there is a lot of expectations with tapering. People are expecting higher rates, so it could be signaling some short-term risk, yes, but then also to shorter-term inflation, which is exactly what the Fed was kind of hinting at here today, or what we've been hearing, that a lot of these factors are going to persist a little bit longer, and it points to a more aggressive 2-year time frame, or the short-term time frame for inflation. Uranium. The real yields are inflation linked. It's inflation linked, and it's based off of after inflation, essentially. After the inflation rate and your expected nominal return leaves you with the real rate. Again, if you're on Datadog, if you have a 3% bond and inflation is at 2%, your real yield comes out to 1%. Talked about net on the long-term video in 2019. Bought in at 37.40s. At average is 39. Never said thank you. God bless you. God bless you. Well, thank you. That's good. That's a good thank you. It's good that you have it. I'm just glad that you have it. I'm glad that you got the long-term. That's all you need. The last Burry tweet was him he was just clapping. He was making a lot of political tweets. Does this mean the HSBC plays are clapped? Nah. It means you're playing chess with Winnie the Pooh. So, imagine that game. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if you had to actually play chess against Winnie the Pooh. That would be a very confusing game. That is exactly what's happening. So, that's why I keep it smart, stay small and stay nimble. Just like you saw those Babas go $300 into $3,000 just a couple months ago. Off of one of those weekends. So if we keep it small, you don't know which week the news is going to hit with it, but it's very clear. Even today, Bostic and Psaki, they even kind of hinted at it. Even Pelosi, what are they saying today? And again, this is why we fucking listen to this. They were talking about supply chain issues, and what do they mention now? They're bringing something new to the narrative. If you haven't heard, they're saying, yeah, we got mad ships on the West Coast, but there's other countries too. So think about how that's playing out there. They're kind of even hinting at China a little bit. In that sense. So that's where I'm saying we already are aware of what's going on in China. Evergrande is already kicked off. It is already spread to 5 other companies. In the time we've heard from Evergrande till today, you've had 3 missed bond payments. So the market's going to do its thing. And even that video I made, I still expect a longer time frame. You need a real credit event. But I'm just going to be playing the roulette table, or again, playing chess against Winnie the Pooh as far as every other week or so, or how the situation develops. But you got to keep it small. Again, the last play, the first play was big. We had a big play. We hit it on the head. We doubled, tripled up on that. Ghetto spreaded that, made our money, made that free. And then the double dip, I only put $130, $150 in it. So that's why it's playing it, because we know there's a potential opportunity, but considering how confusing the situation is with China and what's going on there, again, that's the main logic behind the play. That's where we're going to see. And thankfully, we do have bank earnings this week, and that could either help or hurt us. FDA denies BAT's bid to sell flavored Vooz products in the U.S. JD puts. I still like that one, but I mean, we can't ignore. We were up. We had that play for like a week. It was up 50%. So if you chose to not sell it or make it free, which I didn't, because I think I did it with earlier shares, then you did get clapped. How's the dollar so high? How is that? The dollar is high, so the oil. So is oil. Well, the dollar's not that high, if you really think about it. That's the crazy part. Even though the dollar is on a short term, even a 6-month, 1 year type of move, like in 1 year, the dollar's the same price actually. So 12 months from last October to now, the dollar hasn't even moved in value. Think about that. You actually had a lot of dollar stability, and then the price of everything has gone up, and then you have everything else. But now other countries have also moved a lot too. So the dollar is actually, even where oil is, it's, it could be a lot lower, essentially, or even stronger with oil. And are you ready for like the best part too? What am I showing you right here? Again, this is very important for your question. Big Commerce launched our first streaming TV ad. Keep an eye on PHILO, flexible e-commerce. Big Commerce, y'all fucking have news? Yeah, this stock is the worst ever long term. He could get hyped though. Honestly, Big Commerce, low-key giving me some Affirm vibes now that I think about it. Low-key giving me some Affirm vibes. Yeah? I don't know. Low-key giving me Affirm vibes, but they've had a lot more time to fail. I don't really like Big Commerce as much. That's why I haven't added to it. Affirm did it faster, but look at they traded exactly the same. A high IPO, first run up, shoot down, hit a ridiculous price, come down. They had a little extra volatility, but then the slow death until they go crazy. That could be good. Did I see or don't know? I did not. What is that? Oh, I saw the one. There was Let's Go Brandon in the Peach. Brandon Frizzles. Oh, and I thought that was the only one I saw that when it was muted. But I love you, Andrew. What did you say? It wasn't that. Shit, I got back in and put 20K on HSBC. All right, what do you want me to do about it? Like, I told you what I did. Like, I put in $130, dude. I don't know. What do you want me to say about it? If I could do anything, let me know. But are you gonna change it, or you just flex it on me? Like, let me get some, bro. Let me hold like 5 real quick or something. Shit, like go get a membership badge or something, bro. What's going on? Are you going? You got it? Like I put 100, you throw 20, and like you guys, what's up, man? Yeah, get some HS, spread some out to the chat, man. This guy's crazy. Yeah, give me some Shiba. But no, yeah, that's interesting. Big Commerce news. They played us. I still kind of believe in the company. I mean, I really think with how e-commerce went, I'm just surprised that Big Commerce has been so bad. I think it's out of favor. I haven't looked at the earnings yet. TBT moves depending on bond yield. So TBT is down a lot today because the bonds are up a lot. So then vice versa, and we've held it over the last few weeks. You've seen how it's pretty equivalent on the move. Nat gas gains 3% on cooler midday forecast. Kellogg ready, willing, and able to continue negotiations at any time. Is it credit season? If you want to sell credit during earnings, otherwise it's like now until the end of the year, it'll probably get a little bit more exciting. I mean, especially after like November, we'll probably either enter melt up or melt down mode until the end of the year. So it's like this next month is very pivotal. The next 4 weeks from here are actually going to be a lot more exciting. There's going to be a lot more action in the market, a lot more positioning, a lot more getting ready, and then depending on whichever way the sale is set by November 15th around there, the market is just going to glide in that direction until the beginning of the year, and then you're going to get a little bit more excitement January to April, maybe even May, and then credit season will happen around summer. Otherwise, the market, you're about to enter in a good fourth quarter, first quarter situation. And then you have the earnings right now for Q3. But you could always sell credit. I mean, it's always there, especially in this market and some of the volatility and the events you have. It doesn't mean you can't sell credit, but the market is just going to be more active. Thank you for the long-term talk when Snap fell to 8. Hey, man. That must have been good. Imagine. What if you just, like, dipped out at 8? Did somebody do that? Like, imagine we were all in Snapchat. And then just, bro, imagine if it came, like, $8. Like, oof. That's why the long-term is good. And the long-term talks, they help. Hold it. Coinbase ETS. They ain't sent me an email. Bro, I'm like your biggest client, bro. Come on. And y'all owe me on my shares. I'm not their biggest client. I just like Coinbase. What was the lesson around UUP 2014? I'm glad you were listening. That's when the dollar. So the price of the dollar was literally at the same price as what's it called? As when oil made those big moves. So look at the dollar. That's what I'm trying to say. People are like, well, why is the dollar so strong? The dollar is strong, but not really. It's the same price when oil made the drop. But then when oil was at high $100 barrel prices, again, after hitting some highs, the dollar was down to like 21. So that's like about 30% lower from here. Almost, right? What would be 20? Is that 25 to 21? That'd be 20%? Just about. So your dollar can weaken 20%. And again, oil would have to go up another 20% pretty much from here, around there. Every time I bought Snap, it dropped. I couldn't buy more, sold it. Only when I swore not to touch it did it go. Is that why you're mean to me sometimes? That makes sense now. But I feel. But that's why you got to hold it long. That's why I hope you realize all of the information. And what we've tried to make clear is holding it it'll go a long way. It'll go a long way. But no, we've had some that we held and just that, again, big commerce. That's why I was looking at it. That one clapped us. Down 42%. So I just stopped buying it after the first time, though. And then AT&T is surprised. Dude, AT&T down 15% on the long term. So we've gotten about like 8%. We're almost, after this year of dividends, we need 2 more quarters of dividends. 6 more months. I'll get 2 years worth of dividends. That'll give me about 16%. Just in dividends, but damn. I have 415 shares of Verizon at 54. Should I average in at 51? If you want to hold it, and again, eventually, quite frankly, I feel like AT&T and Verizon are going to get it very attractive sooner or later. I mean, if telecom has just been getting demolished, then there might be some risk here. But if they sell any further from here, like, you should be able to pick this up at a decent level where it's just like I don't know how much lower it could go. Again, famous last words, but there's good discount opportunity, good dividend, all of that. Facebook. We don't know why telecom is getting demolished, but we should probably look into it. I think there was something. Somebody said something yesterday. It was like, maybe that's what it is. $5G drama. Yeah, 8% yield is high. Well, we've been getting it since 7. I think they did raise their dividend or something like that, but we were buying it since like 6 or 7. But now even at 8, it's like, whoa. Consumers don't like 5G tech, and insiders are selling, being cut from infrastructure. Yeah, that's what somebody brought up. I think there's something else. There's just a lot. Telecom has been down like 3 to 5% in the last 2 days. The hell is this? Bro, Matterport is so hard to use. Someone just sent me one of these, and I feel like I'm honestly hallucinating. This is crazy. How do you, like, do this thing? Bro, like, it's just not like... Just how it's moving. It's pretty cool though. What are you experiencing on Matterport? I don't know. There's like a flying dolphin, and then I'm at. Nah, I'm looking at a house. NXRP gassing. Facebook recovered big today. NRXP. They've been in the gutter for a while. They've been around, right? Why does it look like I'm probably thinking of something else then. Yeah, MTTR, that Matterport. I've been getting them a lot lately. I haven't, like, I used to not really like them too much to use them. But lately, a lot of people have been sending them, and it helps a lot, actually, low key. Like, you could really visualize a house a lot differently. But then, like, you can't, like, skip. Like, I'm trying to, like, get to the upstairs of this property, and I have to, like, click, like, 30 times, go through, like, 18 walls. It's just like there should be like a jump to the room button. But it looks very realistic. Like it actually looks like dope. Can I show us? Can I show you? Let me see. Let me email it to myself. But if it shows the address, I can't show you. No, it has the address of the property on there. Otherwise, I would have took you through this. You can find it on any. I think Zillow has it on there. Damn, only 20 minutes left? Yeah. 20 minutes left. I need to go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Love yourself. Give yourself a hug. Slap yourself in the face. Wake yourself up if you need to, you know? Woo! Get hyped. You're alive. You're blessed. It's a good day. Tomorrow, oh man, if you're a stock trader, oh dude, tomorrow's gonna be crazy. Tomorrow you're gonna be excited. You may get disappointed. It may. I'm not telling you how long it's gonna last. It may, may be quick. Be a little bit of small excitement, like woo, then it goes away fast, and you get disappointed the rest of the day. Or it might be full blown, just like what's going. It might get crazy. I'm just saying. Okay, so like the video, follow me on Instagram, and say hello to someone. I'll be right back. Ow! I just step on. I'm in a cup. Man, 20 minutes? Where did today go? Where did today go? SPY coming into a red? Whew. SRSC meme stock report delay. Government infighting objections involve report's conclusions. Cost prevails. Apple IPR patent challenge to cost 982 wireless earphone patent. It's not related to the AirPods, is it? Down Friday, down Monday, down Tuesday too. Yeah, actually. Slightly, though, but today was a lot more controlled. And again, I mean, you really just saw the brakes get hit today. Today's a very small moving day. I mean, assuming nothing goes crazy in this next 17 minutes, but and it kind of already is. They're hitting another low. Airlines are starting to get clapped a little bit. There's Delta tomorrow. And TLT could double dip. No, I mean, some of them are down. Some of them on TBT are still up. The $20 call. No, the $20 call. What? Oh, those are back to break even. Okay, no. The 22. I was like, no way. I was like, they're really juiced. They're at the same price I bought the last one. So, and again, that's been another week in all that volatility. The other ones are down 50 still. The ones further out the money. And then the Januaries are slightly cheaper. Yeah, the January's finally dry. You could get the January ones pretty decent, actually. But then tomorrow, if there's no big event, that means TBT will be even cheaper there. Now, the average one, I'm back to break even on the 20s, the 22s. Those are down. Those were always down. And then the January's finally slipped. SCR pen. TLT is rocketing. And SPY's coming down. I thought Score got bought out already. Oh, we're dropping a little bit. Yeah, big tech, Apple and Microsoft. Damn, Facebook got a little bit of a recovery. No one's talking about the telecom. We were just saying that. We were just saying how it's like we haven't really heard much about it, but it has been destroyed in the last couple days. Where does this put us? It gets us right back to that initial level. I mean, I don't know. It just balanced out now. SPY and bonds, it looks like it's just getting ready for tomorrow. Wells Fargo sharing off. SCR Pen, shareholder approval. Yeah, SPY's down 0.5% now. So is the Dow, or 0.4. Tech is lagging a little bit behind it. Bowen's on the low. A lot of things are moving now. I'd watch big tech. Because that was the key today. The Facebook is at least doing better, though. And then if Google's down more than 2, yeah, Google's down 2 right now. And then if it closes down, that's pretty wild. Get ready. Again, you just get ready for tomorrow. That's all. If you want to make the play, you got 13 minutes. We already talked about it. I think TBT gives us exposure. And I still think, I think it'll probably be I think we're going to get bigger volatility in the beginning, but it's probably going to be an average response. However, if there is any number that comes in above 5.5, if it goes above 5.5, the market, you could get a big surpriser there. Good girl. Girl. What's the play? The play is whatever you really can reasonably expect from CPI tomorrow. So whether you think it's going to come in higher or lower, or two, I'm playing it through other stuff. I'm just kind of following the bonds here. That's why I have exposure through the TBTs. That's like a recent one we've got on there. Otherwise, going to be waiting for a little bit. You never heard that? Come, that's bro. It's like classic third grade. Just don't play me. Costs halted. Costs. Oh, they just popped up. Wasn't Costs a meme play? Let me think. Delta will move. That will be the key. I think it'll be good. Good guidance. Actually, I don't know. I think it might be decent. It might be a little. I think that their earnings. Check their last guidance. If they sandbagged it, it'll be good. So if they had bad guidance last quarter, this one should be decent. Let's see. Delta. Adobe earnings due to NFT craze. Oh, is that because everybody makes their NFTs with Adobe? Is that the connection? Because that's actually wild to think about. You need Photoshop for NFTs. That's actually wild to think about. Damn, Microsoft Paint was just too. They were just too early. But Adobe's chart looks pretty decent. But they've been having a very, very good year. Netflix drop. Everything's getting clapped here again, but that's a good one to look at. Again, any of the big tech. It's not hitting the daily low, though. So Facebook and Netflix are safe. But Apple and Microsoft, they're literally at the lows of the day. And Microsoft has already set another low. Yeah, everything, even crypto took a dump there. WKSP, what time is it? 8 minutes. Work sport. November 15th is the Fed. That's the next meeting. Has agreed to lease office space from HP near Palo Alto. What is Tesla doing? Is a VIX being suppressed? No, you don't. You're just not. People aren't panicking the same way. You're not watching people pile into puts and protection. Again, especially now, even though today looks ugly. I mean, you have an event in data tomorrow that you could react off of. And at the end of the day, in the last 2 weeks, you've been exactly at the same price. So it's not. There's some comfort, but the tide or the tilt hasn't been shifted in one direction yet. Again, that's why we've been battling with the 100-day moving average. Just investors are not really risk on or risk off just quite yet. But earnings, Fed, minutes, and now CPI could change that. TLT. Well, no, I mean, in the last 14 days, though, like I'm saying, you're pretty much right where you started. And you're at this point we've already seen. But the bonds, this is the 14-day chart on bonds. So Even though today actually looks like a blip comparatively, if you really want to look at it. It does bring you back to the low end of where you were last week, but we're right there stuck at the middle. But the bond move was drastic already. That's why it kind of priced in, but we're going to see. I think the TLT might be front running the CPI, but that's the question if I want to bet on it. I think I'd rather wait and take that info, but I already have TBT plays, so it's not like I'm totally naked. We're just gonna confirm or deny. If we wanted to take that risk, you could hit it on the head. I mean, that's it. If you want to take that risk and you think that the bonds have definitely led the CPI, then all you could do is you could double dip, or you could go after any plays that would react negatively to a high above average or above expectation CPI. So CPI can move the bonds after tomorrow's data? Yes. Because, again, if there's, depending on what the data is and how big it is, it could indicate either more or less inflation. People will respond to that, as well as what the tapering's going to do. Say thank you. I love you too, baby. God bless. See, I take good vibes. We'll take them. Fully accepted. Fully accepted. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Hood really slipping again. Hood, I think you're going to get some sales. Little bounce there. 5 minutes left. Going 4-5. The Dow was like that yesterday. The Dow was low-key leading on the way down. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. NASDAQ 0.29. A lot smaller than the last couple days, and then even the round trip move was tiny today. So, I mean, today actually just chilled out. That's why, then again, the fact that I was kind of expecting this today, and then what I said in the beginning, I think that I think it's good in the sense that I think we're going to get a real big move tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on into any bags here, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport. It is, again, 65 degrees and sunny. It's definitely cooled out, looking like a beautiful day for you to enjoy your vacation, but unfortunately we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Wrap Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Woo! Get ready. Get ready. You absolutely used to work for an airline, huh? I'm flying the plane, man. I'm flying the plane. You know, it's been a 7-hour flight. We went coast to coast. You know that time zone to time zone. San Diego all the way to New York, and now we're coming back for the landing. We're coming back for the landing. We just got it. We got it now. We got one more. We got one more thing. 1 minute! There it is. There it is. That one was an interesting one. 11. Wow, I'll take it. Again, I will take it. The positive vibes, I'm fully receptive. But oof. Wrap it up, baby. We've talked a lot. We've talked for the last hour and a half, 2 hours on how to get ready for it. So Apple poised to slash iPhone production due to chip crunch. Oh, bad Apple news. Bad Apple news. Hold on. You might be able to make a play. Apple cutting production. All right, 10 seconds. Oh, let's see. Oh, come on. 4, 3. I'm going to miss it. 2, 1. Did I get it? Oh, I didn't get it. Damn it. I slipped. Damn it. Oh, did the order. Oh, did they get me? No. What time did it come in? What time? Was I 1 second? Oh, right on the dot. Come on. No. I put it right on the dot. Give me it. Oh, come on. Right on the... Bro, I fucking hesitate. I didn't hesitate. I tried to bring down this thingy. I tried to bring the scroller thingy down on it. You saw that, right? Oh, come on. Oh, it got me. That was fun, though. That was fun. I tried. Well, yeah, Apple, bad news. Apple. Yeah, look at that. Oh, this is why I tried. Oh, come on. Oh, for the win. Oh, come on. I told that would have hit. It would have hit. It's okay. It happens. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. GG. Come on. This okay. Oh, that's okay. That was worth it. Woo. That was fun. That was really fun. And that's it, baby. 7 hours in the books. It was a lot. I was hyped right there. I just started screaming again. Ooh, that was exciting. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, that was exciting. But ladies, you made it. You made it to the end, baby. GG in the chat. Come on, GG in the chat. Hey, if you made it this far, if you were trading with us this whole entire time, we need a GG, baby. Come on, that was good. We played good. 7 hours in the books. That's it. The day is over. We're going to see you tomorrow. And again, you got to be here for tomorrow's PHILO. That's part of it. But tomorrow is a big day. So... very, very crazy. What do we got here? 2.1 thousand likes, baby. Oh, let's go. Wow. 2.1. I love it. So, ladies and gentlemen, you got to watch that little buzzer beater. I can't believe they got us on that, but it's very, very simple here. Very, very simple. Before you head out, I appreciate you. I want you to know that. And I got to give you a nice, big, special thank you, baby. So if you gave me your attention, you gave me your ear, you played me in your car, your speakers, your home, you made other people listen to it, whatever it may have been, you gave me an opportunity, even if you didn't like me. And that's all I need. And that's all I appreciate. So God bless you. And shout out to all the other Chads who took the opportunity to contribute and do so in a positive fashion and contribute to the news, as well as some of the jokes and anything else in between, baby. We love you and appreciate you. So God bless you. Shout out to all the members out there rocking the badge, whether it's a Elon, a Bull, the Belfort, the Aussie and I. They support the channel. They hold it down, baby. Nobody asked them to, but they stepped up and they did it. So all the members out there, rock that badge with honor. You looking good, baby, and we appreciate you. So God bless you and thank you. Shout out to all the people on the stream alerts as well. They support and hold it down, and we make sure they don't miss anything, so they could go and work and do other things. And some people got a little bit of both, and whatever, get it wherever you fit in. But we appreciate you, baby. And last, but definitely not least, baby, everybody I don't care if you got a membership badge. I don't care if you got stream alerts. You know what I care about? If you got an attitude, a good one. Yeah, if you dedicated, that's what I'm into. That's what we appreciate. You know what I'm saying? So if you come here every day, positive, respectful, ready to go, you got that attitude, you just hungry. You know what I'm saying? If you just hungry and you show up and it's felt, your hunger is felt by your contribution. Oh, they don't feel, come on. Come on. I'm thankful for you. You know that? You know that one day you're going to buy me a house. I don't know when. 5 years, 20 years, who knows? I don't know. You're going to buy a lot of people houses, you know, because you show up and it's felt. You can feel the hunger. It don't matter. It don't matter what it is. And that's what some people got the badge, some people don't. Oh, but you know, you can tell who have the hunger. It shows. It shows through what they contribute. It radiates. It just spews off of them because you can tell they're in there like swimwear. They don't feel me, man. Come on. Oh, a man with vision. A man or a woman with vision. That's dangerous. You know that? They could do anything. So I hope y'all realize it. But God bless all of you again. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope that you enjoyed today as much as I did. It has been a real blast. I'm hyped. I've been hyped all day, so I can feel it. I've been trying to say this. It's beautiful. So I hope you enjoyed it. But check out all the other links. First link for that Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for that Nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you ever missed anything today, we're gonna go over everything, your expectations for tomorrow, how to play, and then even tomorrow, make sure you're here. There's probably gonna be a lot of activity. But get the watch list. We'll go over everything. We didn't make any plays, only some long-term plays. So if you don't have the long-term, get that set up. You got a video on here on how to set it up. That'll change your life. Don't take my word for it. Many chats can speak to it. But check that out. Third link for the membership badge, baby. God bless you and shout out to all of the members. We love you. Fourth link for the merch, the new channels, code Real Estate, code Cars, code PHILO, code Music. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Little purpose her. So follow me. Say hello. Don't be shy. Why you so shy? Like, you've been watching for so long. Why you being so shy? Don't be shy. You know what that reminds me of? The prayer. Why you being shy? Come on. You either going to follow me on Instagram or send a prayer request. Stop being so shy. Okay? Why you so shy? Don't worry. We love you. It's straight. Worst case scenario, best case scenario, you nothing happens. You know, that's always what is this guy saying? Oh, yeah. That's what I said. Well, you don't say hi back. Hi. That I just myth busted that. I just said hello to you. I prefer more intimate. At least you heard my voice. I see your writing. I don't even know how you sound when you say that. Like, you know what, if I was like, hi, versus, hey, how are you? That sounds way different. I don't know how you even said that. So that's why I just like to talk with you. Talk to me, man. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is all we have for today. Those are all the links. You know what you need to do. Fill out that prayer request wall, okay? This is very important. But seriously, don't be shy. Me and my mom like to pray for y'all. And we do it every single day, every single weekend. We got the chat. We praying for y'all. So all we ask is that you pray for us. And hopefully you don't get too intimidated. That's why I'm saying don't be shy. We just want to send blessings your way. That's all it is, okay? That's all it is. So blessings your way. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Very, very simple. I hope you enjoyed today. But before I go, let me just remind you. That you can accomplish anything. Okay? Enough of this. You can, in whatever you imagine in your future, you can go and get it. Do you understand that? I hope you realize, and there's nothing scarier. And I'm telling you, life changes and the energy level changes and everything changes once you just get a little glimmer of that hope. Once you just are able to see. I'm telling you, once you get somebody's mind just thinking about the possibilities and where things are going and what they could accomplish, I'm telling you, once you get that train out of the station, I'm telling you, it gets crazy. And if I just love the dedication, I need y'all to love the discipline. Okay? Y'all need to be disciplined on discipline. Oh, they don't. Come on, man. Did you listen to what I just said? I need you to be disciplined on discipline. Okay? 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 I need you disciplined on discipline. That means you're focusing on the discipline where you don't have time to focus on all the other little shit that you're focusing on that's distracting you. Oh, you see what I'm saying? Because you worried about this, and then you're thinking about that. You thinking about this, and then what if this happens? All you should be thinking about is the discipline. You see what I'm saying? Oh, come on. Come on. Y'all need to be disciplined on discipline. Oh, come on, man. Let's go. Let's go. So please, I know it can sound aggressive. It can sound like this. It can sound like that. But just get disciplined. And I'm telling you, it feels good. This is what you signed up for. Remind yourself. You'll be like, this is why. This is why. Oh, I get to turn things down because that's discipline. That's what this is what I signed up for. This is the feeling I was going for. Oh, it's beautiful. Trust me. Trust me. So that's all we need. You need that. And you need to know what you could accomplish. I need you to just think about it. You could change your life today. Just get a little bit of vision, man. I'm telling you, the future is not set in stone. It does not matter what you have done leading up to this moment. Do you really understand that? I don't think y'all realize, you do realize that's how money works too. Money don't care. Opportunity don't care. Whatever has happened in your past, if it led up all to this moment and opportunity is right in front of you, it is either you take it or you don't. You either do it or you do not. That's it. Oh, I'm telling y'all, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. Too many people caught up in the, oh, what about this and what about that? Yes, and then the imagination. That's all you need, baby. I need you to imagine it. Stop. Why? You'll imagine all the negative things, but you can't imagine the positive. You're gonna think that what I'm saying sounds cringy, corny, stupid, whack, whatever, unrealistic, and I don't know your life. And you're gonna say that about what I can say about you, and you can't imagine anything that I'm spitting. But you could imagine every negative scenario that you've outlined in your life instantly. Oh, come on, man. It's not that you don't have an imagination. It's not that you can't. You're putting it in the other way, a different direction. That's all I'm saying. If we could imagine all the negative scenarios in our life, we could very damn well imagine something better. I'm just saying. You want to know what the best part is? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Here, hold on. Oh wait, hold on. Something's moving. I need to check the price. Let me see. Hold on. Is it on the terminal? I think, yeah, it's on the terminal. Hold on. You know what it says? Oh, wow. Imagination is free. Oh, horn. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You hear that? I'm looking at the date. It says it's free. Price says free 99. Oh, it costs you nothing to imagine something good? What do you mean? Wait. So I could imagine, and we could plan for the future and imagine that, and it's free. It costs me nothing to do that? Wait a minute, hold on. Let me see. Is there a level 2 on that? Oh, I got a lot. There's a lot of charts, man. There's a lot of charts. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of different things. There's a lot of. I think I think it's free. I think it's saying it's free. I don't know if it's on one of these. It says it's free. It says it's free. It costs you nothing to imagine. Okay? So it costs you nothing. That means everything we've talked about is free. There is more barriers to entry on more things you encounter on a day-to-day basis than your own damn imagination. So it costs you nothing to change it for the better, my friend. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. That's it. So go. Do what you need to do. That is your day. Take that PHILO. Apply it. I want you to apply it. I need discipline. I'm serious. No bullshit. If you like discipline PHILO, you should be in the next 24 hours from this moment on, you're going to have more discipline in whatever you do. I don't care if it's big or small, at least a little bit more discipline than what you woke up with today. Otherwise, the PHILO, you ain't feel it. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. That you ain't feel the PHILO if that's the case. You ain't feel the PHILO if that's the case. I'm telling you, in the next couple hours, we got 24 hours till you're gonna hear this end of the day PHILO type shit. You know what I'm saying? There's 24 hours till that occurs. And if you do not walk away a little bit more disciplined, you ain't feel me. You did not feel me at all. So let's go. Apply it. Run with it. Take it. Bring it to life. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because it starts with imagination, and then you bring it to life. Oh! I like creating. I like creating things. Oh, we're not talking stupid social media shit. We're talking creation. Oh, that's a whole nother PHILO. Come on. They don't feel me, man. Come on. Wow. Wow. So that's it, baby. Run it. Do whatever you need to do. Do it well. 150%. Wake up and drive. Attitude and drive. Making a decision. It's going to be a good day. You're going to be ready for it. You know, how about this? How about this? Make a decision to be disciplined right when you wake up. Oh, you don't feel me. Come on. Come on. Oh, you gonna make that decision. Wake up and drive to say, you know, discipline, decision. I'm gonna be disciplined with that today. The attitude is gonna be disciplined. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Even discipline carries into your attitude. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, come on. Come, Lord. I'm trying not to blow out my vocal cords right now. I'm trying to, this one, I can't stop but scream though. I don't think y'all feel me. Y'all don't feel me when it comes over you like that. Y'all don't feel, I feel I'm ready. That's why I'm trying my best. Just get ready. Okay? So I know you feel, I know somebody feel like that right now. I know somebody's with me. So let's go. Bring it to life. Bring it to life. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Woo! That's it. So I love you all. Go finish out the day. Get ready. And get ready and do it well, please. Because whatever you've been given, that's been given to you. And how you handle a little, my friend, I want you to have a lot. I want you to have a lot, please. I hope you hear me. I want you to have everything. Everything you want, and everything you want may not be best for you. And you know, you may clap yourself, but God is good. What's yours is yours. But I'm just trying to say I want you to have a lot. And you know how you get that is by handling a little bit. So whatever you are tasked with in your life, I don't know what the hell it is, just handle it well. Handle it well. You may think it's small, but treat it like it's big and watch what happens. Watch what happens. But why do we do it, baby? Why do we treat it small like a lot? Why do we put in the work? Why do we keep going? Why do we stay disciplined and why do we enjoy it? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So that's it, baby. I love all of you. I'll see you guys on the watch list tonight. And then I will see you in the morning. Peace out. Oh, hey.